No, I agree. I agree with all
Anyway,
that.
so I wasn't disagreeing
I think
at
you pulled up
all.
some opposition for me. I'm going to even put on my
Good,
glasses for
bring
it.
it. Can
There
I
we
talk
go.
to them?
No, I just do one-on-one. Sorry, brother. We'll see it. I appreciate that. They brought it up. I don't know. Nicole was kind of here right at the same time. Nicole, welcome.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just had a question on why you think in the future people will people will lie about voting for Trump.
Yeah, I think that virtually everything he's saying right now about the deep state coming after him, the DOJ turning on him, Biden attacking his political opponents, it's going to become painfully clear that he was just a criminal the whole time. And in the future, it may take some time, but with the benefit of hindsight and realizing just what a scumbag criminal he was, I think most people will lie about what their level of support was for him in 2024.
Well, I won't. But I mean,
if it turned out that he was a criminal, that he did commit all these crimes.
Oh yeah,
then
for sure. I'll say that I did vote for him and I was wrong, of course.
Okay, but what if you found that? Because what if he's guilty? Let's just say he's guilty of the Georgia case, or let's go Mar-a-Lago, because that's not a state case. Let's say he's guilty of that, and then he's still running for president. Would you vote for him?
No.
You wouldn't vote for him if he was guilty of mishandling classified documents and then lying to the FBI about it.
If he's charged with anything, like anything that's happening right now, if anything falls through and he's charged criminally, and he'll be penalized for that or whatever, then yes, he's a criminal. Why
are the civil cases, why did those not budge you at all?
Well, I like to wait to see what the outcome is going to be for everything.
But the civil case, like the E. Jean Carroll case, why doesn't that bug you?
Well, because I think in a way that I've heard her interview and she sounds a little cuckoo crazy to me. So she doesn't make too much sense.
But she was found credible by a jury.
Right.
The jury ruled in her favor.
Did he get charged with that?
Yes. They found him civilly liable for, I think it was sexual abuse is the terminology they use.
Civil, okay, but he never touched her or anything.
That's what they said, that there was evidence that he did.
They said that there was. I'm not remember that because I didn't
remember the video. Yeah, remember the video of what he said he did to women that he bragged about. Remember that video? That you can just go up and you can just kiss them. They don't stop you. You can grab them. Remember that video?
The locker room talk that he did? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's exactly what he was accused of doing to E. Jean Carroll. Forcing himself on her. Just walking up and forcing himself onto her. Now that you've heard that tape, and you know that there's somebody who accused him of doing that exact thing.
So what, does he have to pay a fine?
And, well, yeah, because the statute of limitations was over. They couldn't criminally charge him because the statute of limitations had expired.
Mm-hmm.
But they found him civilly liable.
Yeah, but there was no evidence.
Abuse.
There was no evidence. They just took her word for it. So
there's some evidence, right? She had went decades ago. She had told people about it. She had talked to a therapist about it. She had sought treatment for it. Mm-hmm. So there was evidence. But most times when somebody is sexually abused, there isn't physical evidence most of the time.
And you're saying that? Were you ever sexually abused?
I don't think that that's a question that you should ask people, to be honest.
So then don't judge the fact that when women are sexually abused.
All right,
yeah, you
all
are.
Right, Nicole. All right, Nicole, how about this? The answer to that question is yes, and there was no evidence. Now what do you say?
Okay, well, when women are sexually abused, they go to the hospital.
Well, what? Nicole?
So if I was sexually abused by someone, I'd go to the hospital.
Do all women go to the hospital after they're sexually abused?
I'm not sure.
The answer to that is no. So you think this is her fault. Now, again, there was enough evidence.
I never said it was her fault. I'm just saying that when you're going after someone that has so much money, has so much power, and then you're not going and doing what you need to do to give physical evidence to prove that this person is doing stuff to you, then yeah, it's just word of mouth at that point.
So if women don't immediately go and get treatment and try and get
We
physical
need to
evidence, then
advocate for that.
they are not to be believed. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying they're not to be
Okay,
believed, but
that's
there's no
the only reason
physical
you're not believing
evidence
her.
to show that she was assaulted by him. There's no
Correct.
physical evidence, right? So
Correct. So why do you think the jury found him guilty?
from what she said, it was a he
Yeah.
say, she said.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why do you think they? So
Why do you think they
found
let
him?
Casey Anthony go?
What evidence?
It's the same thing.
No,
It's the
no, no, no,
same
no. What do
thing.
the juries rule on evidence?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean, and also Trump has a lot of people that are not fond of him either.
Yeah, I
So
mean he's
they
been
could-
accused of sexually abusing lots of women over the course of his
And was he
life.
convicted of any of those?
This one he was found civilly liable for.
But there's no evidence to prove that he ever did anything.
There's no physical evidence, right? There's no
Correct.
physical. Okay, so that's all you
Correct.
care about.
Oh, of course I care
That's
about that.
bizarre.
There's tons of men. There's tons of men that get
So do you have
put in
kids?
jail or their lives are ruined because
have
of
kids?
lies and he say, she say, because
Great. Do
people
you
want
have
to go
kids?
after people. So yes, physical evidence is a
you
real
have kids?
thing. And yes.
Yeah, nobody's saying it's not. Do you have kids?
So if you run and you go and say,
how
"Oh,
many
this
more
person
times do I need to?
touched me,"
How many more times do I need to answer or ask
well,
this
that's
question?
kind
Do you
of
have kids?
scary to know that, like, you can just check in with people and say, "Oh, someone touched me," but there's
you
no
have
physical
kids?
evidence. Charge that person.
Do you have kids? Jesus, I asked that like 20 times. You just keep rambling. Do you have kids?
Are you done yelling like a toddler?
Do you have kids?
I'm just waiting for you to
I'm
get.
clearly not yelling, you potato.
Well, whatever
I
you
asked-
were
I
doing
tried to
was
get you to
very
stop
strange for a
for,
grown
like-
man to do.
I tried to get you to stop for like 3 minutes, and you kept rambling incoherently.
Well, I'm not rambling,
I
I'm
made a
giving you my
siren.
point.
I made a siren sound out of that. Now I'm asking, do you have kids?
Do I? That's none
Yeah.
of your business. I'm not
Okay,
gonna
gotcha.
put
Do you
that
have
out there.
friends?
Of course I do.
Okay, if one of your friends came and told you that they were abused by an ex 6 months ago, but they were afraid of the repercussions if they went to the police, so they never went, and they never went to the police, would you believe your friend?
Would I believe her? Yeah, I mean,
But would you also say to your friend, sorry though, you can't press charges against this person because you didn't go the night of?
I mean, you can press charges all you want, but evidence has to prove
I'm asking you.
otherwise.
I'm asking you.
You have to go to court and prove that person did that to
So
you.
how would your friend? So let's say that your friend then goes to court, and the judge asks your friend to tell the story. Your friend tells the story. The judge says, "What happened after that? I was afraid. This was a very powerful person. I was afraid like that if I said anything, my life would be ruined. So I didn't say anything. But I told a few close friends, and I went and I talked to my therapist about it. And I went through years, and I went through, I guess at this point, 6 months of therapy. I'm still in ongoing therapy to try and fix what happened to me, but I was afraid. Now, is that evidence?
I think that's reason to maybe pursue if you want, and
Pursue what?
pursue whatever you feel need to hold that person accountable for.
Okay. So you think that the only way you can, somebody can be liable for, let's say, sexual assault is if you go into a doctor and get an R-word kit directly after. Otherwise, there's no way to prove that somebody was assaulted. Correct?
Well, I'm sure there's other ways, but the thing is,
what would those other ways be then, Nicole?
I don't know.
Okay, maybe like their therapist. Maybe if their therapist like testified that that they had brought this to them. Maybe if friends came in and
I'm
you
just
questioned
saying,
the
he say,
friends,
she
and then
say.
the friends corroborate the story.
Okay, so
Would that be good evidence?
So what if I did the same thing and I was never sexually assaulted?
What do you mean?
So like, what if I did the same thing and went to my therapist, told them I was sexually assaulted, went to my friend, said I was sexually assaulted, but I wasn't.
Oh.
And there was no other evidence but my word of mouth.
Yeah, that you're probably
That
a bad
sucks,
person,
right?
Yeah, that probably does suck.
Yeah, okay. So that's what
But
I'm saying.
yeah, but why would everybody believe that story? What evidence would you have for E. Jean Carroll?
Exactly. That's what makes it really
For E.
hard to
Jean Carroll,
decide.
she has the time and the place. She knows where it was. She's repeated those details to friends, and her friends can also corroborate those details.
Sure.
Donald Trump um, actually said that he had never seen her before. They had never met. That was untrue. Why did he lie
Well,
about
he
the
didn't. He didn't
details?
say that. What he said was is that he saw her around, but he was never like and like close, meaning like from parties or whatever like that.
Oh,
But
you
like
had to read into the
nothing.
context.
Well, I'm
Because he
just
said he
saying
had
when you're
never
going to
met
accuse
her.
someone of touching someone, you have to have the evidence to prove that.
I've
And
never
I
met
think word of
I've
mouth isn't
never
enough.
I've never met this person in my life. That was a lie. There was a photo of him and her.
1 second.
There's literally a photo of him and E. Jean Carroll.
Right? He never admitted that he never saw her before.
He said, and I quote, "I've never met this person in my life." And there's a picture of them talking.
Okay. When did he say that?
He said that in June of 2019.
Okay. Like on video or like in an interview? I'm just wondering.
He said that, where was this? It was a statement that he put out. I don't know. This is 2019, so probably on Twitter, probably on his website.
Oh, so we don't know where that information came from?
I don't have it right in front of me. Does it matter? Do I need to find that for you to
Oh,
believe
yeah.
it?
When someone's saying that
All
you
right.
touch them, yeah, I think it's.
That's not, no, we're talking about Donald Trump saying this. I have it. Wait. Oh, never mind. That's a different video of somebody else. This is a video. There's a video right now I could play for you. It's a bunch of clips of people Donald Trump claims he never knew.
It's what?
It's a bunch of clips of Donald Trump talking about people he claims he never knew. It's kind of a thing. Like, Donald Trump will consistently claim he doesn't know about something or didn't meet somebody, but previously he's like openly talked about that person.
So I have a question for you since, okay, you're not a Donald Trump fan. That's
No.
okay. Do you think that there's a better candidate on both sides that could run? So like, let's say,
Yeah, Joe Biden.
no, you think that Joe Biden should be our next president again?
You said a better candidate. I think he's better than Trump.
Right. No, clearly I know you think that. But what I'm saying is that, the elections are coming. Do you think that besides Trump and Biden, do you think that there's other people that maybe possibly should run instead
I think
of them?
everybody outside of Vivek on the Republican ticket is a substantially better option than Donald Trump.
Okay. And what about on the Democrat side?
I like Joe Biden. I have. It's probably documented that Miss Williamson and I don't see eye to eye, and I don't. RFK is not even a Democrat anymore, so I'm stuck with Joe Biden.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of RFK Jr. I don't like him at all, actually. Something weird about him. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering as well. Like, I know everyone's like either Trump or Biden, but like there's so many other people that want a chance to run and do good for our country. So just wondering.
Going back to that quote, so it was from Trump's Twitter, and it was June 29th, or maybe it was 19th. I've just missed that. I went to the next one. Now, Donald Trump also claimed that E. Jean Carroll was not his type for some reason. Do you believe him when he said that?
Sure.
Okay. Then when he was shown a picture of E. Jean Carroll, he said, "That's my ex-wife."
Where is this information?
He confused. Yeah, you didn't know that?
I actually didn't. Like, I'm not here to
I'll
like.
pull it up.
I'm not like gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, I did not know that. What's the link?
Here it is. It's from
It's
from a deposition. I'll play the audio for you. It's from his deposition from the New York City case. There's
Okay.
A black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC. Nice guy, I thought. I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You're saying Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh, that,
The person you just pointed to was
I
Eugene
see.
Carroll.
Who is that?
Did you hear that?
And the
Wait,
person- the
keep
woman
playing the
on
whole
right-
thing. I want to hear.
The person she said the person you just pointed to was E. Jean Carroll. Marla
Right,
Maples
let me hear
is,
the rest. Let me hear the rest.
that was the end of it. That was where it cut off. Marla Maples was his ex-wife and was not in that photo. He said, "That's Marla," and they said, "Who? Who are you pointing to?" And he looked down. He said, "Right there. That's Marla. That's my wife."
Right, but
And
what
they said,
happened after
the
that?
person you're pointing to is E. Jean Carroll. It was a picture of E. Jean Carroll and her husband, who was an anchor. Who, by the way, Trump recognized that anchor immediately and said he was a good guy.
Okay.
And then pointed to Marla Maples, or E. Jean Carroll said that's Marla Maples. But this is the same person that Trump says he would never have been attracted to, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure Marla Maples was somebody he cheated on his first wife with and then married. So if Donald Trump isn't attracted to E. Jean Carroll, you're going to have to explain to me why he thought E. Jean Carroll was his second wife.
Well, I want to hear the rest of the interview.
Why?
Or the rest
Why? Why?
Why not?
What would be what could possibly come up from Donald Trump looking at a photo that was E. Jean Carroll and her husband and him saying, "That's my ex-wife"?
I get what you're
possibly
saying.
could be added there?
I don't know. That's why I want
Okay,
to
so
hear.
can we agree that Donald Trump was probably attracted to E. Jean Carroll and he lied about that?
I didn't hear the rest of the thing.
Okay, he said he doesn't talk about being attracted to her in that video. Separate times he said that's not somebody I would be attracted to.
Right, but the video wasn't done yet. I want to hear the rest. I'm not.
What?
I'm not
Jesus,
saying you're
this
wrong.
is crazy. Nicole, this is why people maybe sometimes struggle with Republicans. Because what you're doing now is you're looking for a way out. There's no context.
No,
that
I
could
just wanted to hear the rest of it.
Then give me some context where more of that deposition video would change your mind. What could possibly have been said later
I
in that
don't
video?
know. That's why I need to hear the rest of the video.
No,
I'm not saying
this
you're
is
wrong.
so
I'm
cowardly.
saying that I just
this
want.
is pretty cowardly, Nicole.
How?
Because it's the clip that shows. The only reason they show that clip is it's the clip that shows that he was attracted to her. That's why that clip was shown. This isn't something that, like, you can watch the deposition video if you want. It's like hours long. But that's what the clip was used to prove, is that not only did
I
he
get
know. Yeah. So
I
his
just
defense,
wanted to
so now
hear-
he's lied
I don't know
about
why
not
you're
being
getting so
attracted to her.
upset.
He lied about not knowing her. Why is he lying so much?
I just wanted to hear the rest of the video. That's all I was saying.
I've heard
I'm
you
not
say that
making an
12
argument.
I've heard you say that 12 goddamn times. And
I
there is
know.
no more of that video. So I'm asking you
Oh,
questions
cut off
instead.
after that.
Is this really like this is who you are? This is sad. Jen,
Who
or
I
Nicole.
am.
Yeah, Nicole, this is embarrassing for you.
How?
Like, this is exactly what I was talking about before, is that the MAGA people, you don't want to be right.
What do you mean?
Or you don't want to get it right, excuse me. You want to be right, but not get it right. You don't want to admit that you've been supporting an awful human being. Awful.
Okay,
And
so-
so the amount of evidence that you're acquiring now, I gave you the evidence you asked for, and now what you're asking me is like, well, we need to listen to the entire deposition.
Why not?
Why? That's the evidence you needed. You asked for that specific evidence. I gave it to you, and you're like, no, I need more.
Well, it
And
kinda
I said,
cut off
okay,
after that. I just wanted to hear what else there
What
was.
context could there possibly be that would fix any of that?
I kind of was interested in hearing his explanation after she pointed that out. That's why I just wanted to hear his explanation.
Why?
I was curious.
Why?
Because I was curious.
Okay, but
because I'm
why would
allowed
that make a
to.
difference?
I'm not saying it would. I was just asking. To
Okay,
hear
so then can we
what
keep
he-
engaging on this question instead of you just keep asking to hear the rest of the video that I already told you that was the end of the video? Okay.
I'm sure
so
that's
now
not the
knowing,
end of the video.
So now knowing that he lied about knowing her and he lied about being attracted to her, doesn't that lend a little more credibility to what she's saying?
After I hear the whole video, sure, absolutely.
That's crazy.
What, that I want to hear the whole video? That's weird to you?
It's weird to me. Yeah, because so if I find more of that video and get his explanation, then you're going to admit it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the whole thing. I was curious on actually what he said after she pointed that out, because I'm very curious.
Okay.
And I'm allowed to be.
You are, but you...
And I'm sorry that you're so triggered and upset by that, but I'm allowed to be.
Shut up. That's so stupid. What I'm annoyed at is that... What I'm annoyed at is
Why would you tell someone to shut up? That's really rude.
Because you just called me triggered and I said shut up because I didn't want to hear about that anymore.
Well, because all I asked was for the ending of the video, and you're like shushies. Okay. A grown man says shushies. Wow.
That's correct.
That's attractive.
Listen,
you are fuming beta.
Listen,
you are
Nicole,
fuming beta.
I am a liberal soy boy beta cuck, and I have seen your profile, and I want you to know that I'm not interested. But
well,
we can go to this.
Thank you for checking it out. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I didn't check it out.
Unfortunately, I didn't check out yours.
When you said in that video that Ms. Leeds would not be your first choice, you were referring to her physical looks, correct?
Just the overall. I look at her, I see her, I hear what she says, whatever. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted. I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you. I'm honest when I say it. I would not have any interest in.
This comes as the judge in this case is now to decide whether to take the stand after he told reporters yesterday that he's, quote,
I don't even know who the woman, let's see, I don't know who, it's Marla.
You're saying Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh,
the person you just pointed to was Jean Carroll.
Who's that? Who is this?
Point, your wife. And the woman on the right is your then wife.
I don't know. This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that's Carol? Because it's very blurry.
All right. What do we just?
Any questions on that?
Proves my point. Thank you. Have a good day. You know what it does.
It proves your point.
He said it's a little blurry, so you couldn't see it that well. What's so funny about that?
It's a little blurry, so this person that I thought was my wife, that's definitely not my wife. By the way, we've seen the picture. It's not really blurry. It's just older. It's like not HD. Do you need to see the picture now too? Did you really just say, that proves my point? This is exactly what I was talking about. Wow. You don't want to get it right. You want to be right. And evidence be damned, you're going to double down on this guy.
Sure.
Yeah, see, that's why you don't have responses to any of this.
No, I don't.
And that's why you immediately tried to leave.
Because it's the same thing as you supporting someone in our office right now. That's absolutely awful.
Why is he awful? Give me any evidence that this person is awful. Ready, go.
Okay, what about how he approaches children? Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
How he gropes them and smells them?
I don't think he's groping children.
Isn't that really disgusting?
No.
Okay, so I support a rapist and you support a pedophile. Congratulations.
No, I don't. Wait, hold on. Nobody has ever accused Joe Biden of that.
Of course not.
Not one kid, not one parent, zero accusations against Joe Biden for that.
So what
however,
about all that
Nicole, there are court documents. However, Nicole, there are court documents.
Taking showers together. However,
Nicole, there are court documents.
Shut me down
for a second.
I'm not answering. Nope. I want that answer.
You want what answer?
That his Joe Biden's daughter about showering and how it made her feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, that story was fake. It was and that's why
No,
the person. Well, then what? Then explain to me why James O'Keefe's organization that he started him fired him for putting up fake documents, including the Ashley Biden diary. Explain why they fired him then.
Because he's releasing things that maybe he shouldn't.
It was
be
his
releasing.
organization. Why did his organization had to distance themselves from him? Because when Ashley Biden was asked about that, she said it wasn't real.
Okay. All right. So you're going to take...
Yes, I will believe Ashley Biden. I won't believe James O'Keefe, who has been caught multiple times forging and making fake documents and staging videos, so much so that his project everybody already knew was propaganda. Even they said, James, you gotta go. And they fired him. Okay, now let's talk about a court case that accuses Donald Trump of actually assaulting a child. Do you want to talk about that one? A court case went to court. Do you know about that one?
Go ahead.
No, I asked you a question.
No, I said go ahead. What happened with it? Like, I'm interested.
Do you know? I just asked if you knew about it.
No, I didn't actually.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
There was a lawsuit from 1994 alleging that Jeffrey Epstein and Trump raped her.
Okay.
You can read it yourself.
What happened with that case?
No. Wait, hold on. You're using a diary that nobody agrees is real.
I'm just wondering what happened with that case.
Nicole, be quiet for a second. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. You're using a diary that nobody has proved was real at all. And I'm using evidence from a case that was in court. I'm only showing... I'm not even saying that Donald Trump is guilty of this. I've never said that. What I'm showing is the level of evidence that it takes for you to believe something. Now I'm showing something with far more evidence that Donald Trump did, and you're like, oh, well, what's the outcome? Now you're going to find a way out of that.
No, I just want to know what the outcome was.
The Joe Biden thing you will believe without any evidence.
I just was wondering what the outcome was.
You didn't need any evidence to believe that about Joe Biden, correct?
Well, because I've seen other things that Joe Biden has done on camera that's been extremely inappropriate with children.
I have an uncle that used to rub my head. He would give me a kiss on the cheek. He still does it every time I see him.
Your uncle. He does
it.
That's not a random person.
He does it to my daughter. He does it to. He did it to people in the neighborhood.
Moving their hair out of the way. You don't do that to children you don't know.
The problem you have, Nicole, is you are so hell bent. You are so hell bent on Nicole. You're annoying. You're so annoying. When other people are talking, you be quiet, especially if you're saying stupid things. You will believe anything about Joe Biden. You will believe a video where he is being compassionate. Zero accusations his whole life. Republicans included, before he ran against Trump, consistently talked about what a good person Joe Biden was. People for 40 years have known who this guy was. 50 years. No accusations. None whatsoever. But your guy is so corrupt and has so much shit on him that your side had to start desperately reaching for things. And this was the best you came up with. That's the sad part. And you just believe it. You just believe it, Nicole. You do not care about evidence. You can go now.
No, I actually have a story.
I don't care. I'd like you to respond to what I said.
So you don't care what I have to say.
No, this is a conversation. And after you respond to what I said, you can ask if you can share a story. There you go. There we go. Joe Mama. Hey, Joe.
Hey, you know who Tara Reid is?
Yep.
Okay, you just said zero accusations.
No, that's not what I said.
You want me to play it back because I record your lives?
We're talking about with children.
With children. You're right.
Yeah.
Correct. You did say that.
You record all my lives. Thank you.
Yeah, I do. I show them to people. I show people the hatred on both sides that happens. Not you.
Cool.
Not you. But the comments and everything. So
Yeah, I was talking about the accusations against with
Yeah,
children.
you're right. You're right. See, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. You can admit it. The only problem I had was that she was making a couple good points, but you're saying evidence. You just pulling up a court case, that's not evidence. I don't know if you know what evidence is. I'm in law. Evidence, I could do a court case tomorrow on you, and that's not evidence what I said. So what she was trying to get to the point was, what happened with all these cases?
No, that's not the point. That's not even close to the point she was trying to get at. What she said at the beginning is that if Donald Trump was ever found, like, even civilly liable for any of these things, she would turn on him. She didn't realize that he had been found civilly liable for sexual abuse. So we went through that. She said, and then that's when she said, okay, well, now I need a grape kit, right? Now I don't care about it because I need this evidence. And I said, well, we had agreed that if he was found liable for that, that would be a problem. She didn't know that.
I missed that.
Yeah, and so you're an attorney. In order to be found civil. Oh,
I'm a police officer.
Oh, well, that. All right.
It's just the same thing. I've 23 years. I've studied just as much law.
It is. Listen, it is not the same thing.
If
you know anything about my channel, I've had two really, really prominent interactions with police officers, and they knew almost nothing of the law. So I'm not saying you're not educated in law. You might be. But the two police officers that I had on here didn't know anything about the law.
Okay.
But yeah, but in a civil case, you probably don't deal with civil cases a ton, right?
Yeah, sure we do all the time.
So it's different, right? Like the jury, it's different. It's preponderance of the evidence, right?
Yeah, it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct. So this jury found that the preponderance of the evidence led them to believe that Donald Trump was civilly liable for sexual abuse. I don't know why Republicans refuse to acknowledge that or question that. That's no president ever has been found civilly liable of that, ever.
Yeah, because nobody's ever went after a former president. They could have been, but
Clinton.
They didn't go after him. He settled.
Wait, there were lots of people that went after Clinton.
Yeah, but he settled. I mean, like taking people to trial. Nobody fought back. Like Clinton decided, hey, I'm not going to put my family through this.
Donald Trump has also settled many. He would have liked to settle this one, probably.
I'm talking about.
But he didn't want to pay that amount.
Yeah, I'm talking about as the president. Our presidents did those acts as the president.
Who?
Bill Clinton.
No, I don't. He wasn't accused of assault as president. That was consensual.
Yeah, I guess. Well,
that wasn't a crime. That was. Monica Lewinsky never said that was assault.
It's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, a civil trial. It seems wrong. I mean, it seems political in those situations.
See, can you recognize on any level that, like, if you weren't political on this, if you were just an outsider looking in, you wouldn't say that. The only reason you say that is because you're on the side that, like, you have a rooting interest in Donald Trump being innocent.
Not really. I don't care for.
Then explain how it's political.
Because all these charges didn't come out until he decided to run for president. So when he was donating to
that doesn't make it political, though.
Listen,
right?
When he was donating to Hillary's campaign for senator, when he was donating to Obama, when he was a registered Democrat.
Obama and Hillary aren't prosecuting him.
No, I know, but you're not listening.
So it's not relevant, right?
When it would. How come this essay wasn't relevant then? That's what I'm saying. As soon as he switched sides and decided to run for president, if you're not seeing that, that's when everybody was like, let's get him.
Are you unaware that Donald Trump, the people that has had accusations leveled against him like this long before he ever ran for president?
Yes, but you just brought up an accusation that happened after he decided to run for president.
Well, and do you know why this turned? But why did this turn into a court case?
Because anything could turn into a court case. If you sue, you could take everything to court.
So what happened is she came forward with the story. She didn't come forward with the lawsuit. She came forward with the story saying, like, hey, this is, and I think that's brave. Like, if somebody had abused you in your younger days, and then you saw them up for a Senate seat, wouldn't you feel some sort of pressure maybe to be like, people need to know who this person is? Like, maybe you never went to the police, maybe you just buried that, but at some point, don't you think, like, now when this person's prominent, don't you think that's maybe the time where you'd feel a little pressure to come forward?
Yeah, we're never going to both be.
Yeah,
we're either not going to be wrong or right on this. But my point.
But hold on.
You're correct.
So, hold on
yes.
though. That was only part of the story. So she came forward with the story, and then the reason she sued Donald Trump is because Donald Trump started defaming her. He put her life in jeopardy. He made it impossible for her to live a normal life after that. Now, part of that was her coming forward. Part of that was going to happen anyways. But Donald Trump started defaming her. That's where this lawsuit came from.
Correct.
Is that Donald Trump, by all apparent, by the preponderance of the evidence, says he's guilty of this, and his response was to do nothing but lie about her. If he's innocent, why is he lying about her so much?
He's defending himself. That's what humans do when they're put in a position like that.
That's a tricky thing to hear a police officer say, my friend.
I see it every day when people are caught. They turn to lies, and they'll say
so do the police. So do the police.
Okay, the police lie all the time.
Yeah. So why are you defending it?
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that's normal human behavior to do that.
Do humans generally start lying when they're not guilty?
I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist.
Wait, you just said they lie when they're guilty, and now I'm saying, do they lie when they're not guilty?
I said they lie when they're put in when they're put in that position where they're trapped, where they're, they either
trapped.
have to.
But if he's telling the truth, then he's not trapped, right? If there's nothing to those allegations, then he's not trapped.
I agree with you. But
so why shouldn't that automatically disqualify him from anybody voting for him?
No, because again,
why shouldn't it?
Why wasn't this brought up when he was on national TV every day, when he was on Saturday Night Live, when he was in movies?
It was.
Well, where was it? How come these lawsuits didn't happen then? Why did she draw the line?
There were lawsuits. There were lawsuits then too.
Well, none that panned out.
He settled them.
How many did he settle? I mean, you don't have to give me a number. You could be looking forever.
That's a lot.
It's a stupid question. I agree, but that's just him. Listen, I don't believe.
He assaults people and then pays them off. That's just him. It sounds like.
Right. I mean, that's Donald Trump.
So why would you vote for somebody like that?
Because why would I personally? Because I benefited. I was better off while he was in charge, not in control, but when he was in charge. Also, he's hated by both sides. Nobody likes him. The Republicans don't like him. The Democrats don't like him. That's what you don't get. We like that twist.
Get it.
That's in there.
I hear this every day.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that what you said is you don't care if the highest office in the land is held by somebody who credibly and serially assaults women, as long as you're better off.
Well, civilly,
correct?
Not criminally. He has zero criminal history. His CCH is 100% crystal clean. And what is he, 79 years old? So he has zero criminal history.
I said credibly and civilly.
Okay. So do you know the history of our United States presidents?
I'm asking you. No, see, this is the thing.
Why are you drawing the line at Trump? Do you know the history of our U.S. presidents?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, but you know what?
Sell people for guns.
But hold on. Joe,
we've had burglaries.
Joe.
Go ahead.
So you're just going to keep voting for shitty people?
I'm going to
voting for the worst
I'm
one.
going to vote for people that are going to go in there and try and clean house the best they can. I don't care if it's on a Democrat. I vote Democrat before. I'm from New Jersey. New Jersey's 100% Democrat, and
it's
I
not
just
100%.
I tell you what, when 1% of the vote in a presidential election is in, and it goes blue.
Dude, do you have daughters by chance?
No.
Dude, I can't imagine. So I've got a daughter. I can't ever imagine voting for somebody who would abuse my daughter, whether she's a child or whether she's an adult. I cannot believe that you, as a police officer,
but you would let your daughter watch
somebody who's shut up. Hold on. Somebody who's like allowed to write executive orders. Somebody who's our commander in chief. That person, I would never vote for if they abused women. Never.
You watch
zero.
You let your daughter watch TV? How many actors have abused women? How many? You let your daughter do listen to the radio, listen to music? How many rappers have been arrested, or how many?
Not
how
really.
Many musicians have been arrested?
I don't vote for them, right? If a song comes on the radio, or a person comes on the TV who's accused of something, that's far different than me putting my weight behind that person, putting pen to paper, voting for them, even when there were other options that didn't do that exact thing. This is the thing I have with, like, now this is 3 straight cops in a row. All the Trump cops are kind of cowardly when it comes to holding Donald Trump accountable.
Hey, listen, if the guy's found guilty, he should go to jail. What more do you want?
He was found civilly liable.
So who goes to jail for a civil?
He was found civil. No, I'm saying, so that's your line.
So there's no crime. There's no.
That's your line then?
Civilly, yes.
Okay, so
I could sue you and win in civil court if I just have better attorneys than you. I can make you look silly in civil court, and then
no, you couldn't. Not without evidence. No, shut up. Not without evidence. See, this is why you say you know the law from 27 years. You don't. You still have to have evidence. What you're saying is nonsense, dude. Yes, it doesn't matter how good.
Okay.
It does not matter how good your attorneys are if you have no evidence.
Her evidence was her recollection.
And
that is it.
And
that's not evidence, buddy.
No, and what other evidence did she have?
You want to know
what other evidence did she have?
You want to know why her
what
word
other evidence did
only
she
good
have
in civil court?
What other evidence did she have?
None.
Oh, she didn't?
She had just her
recollection. She didn't have a therapist? She didn't have friends who she had told this to decades ago?
Yeah, that's still hearsay. That's not
which is
that's
admissible in civil. Which is admissible not only in that's also admissible in criminal court. It's not It's not hearsay. Do you know what hearsay is?
Yes. When you
What's hearsay?
So the therapist was told this.
That's not hearsay.
Her.
That's direct.
No.
Yes, it is. If she told her therapist, and the therapist is on the stand testifying for what the plaintiff said in this matter, that's not hearsay. That's not hearsay. That is a direct quote. It's not hearsay.
Listen, if the guy's
this is
guilty,
3 for 3. Cops don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, if the guy's guilty, lock him up and charge him.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that either, dude. You're just justifying bad behavior. This is why people don't like cops.
You go through your whole life justifying bad behavior.
What behavior do I justify? Name one piece of bad behavior I justify.
You do it every day. You go through life. You never ran a red light.
Name it.
You never sped. You justify bad behavior every day of your life.
I don't justify
okay, so you're drawing the line there.
At assaulting women? Hell yeah, I am. Where do you draw your line? Your line's not even at assaulting women. Where's your line, dude?
It's not. He didn't.
Where's your line?
What charge was it? What criminal charge was it?
He was civilly liable for sexual abuse.
Do you know the statute that he was charged that in the civil court?
You're not charged with a statute on a civil case.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, you're a coward and you're a shitty cop.
How is that a coward?
You're a coward.
You just go by the letter of the law.
You won't hold people responsible for their actions if their political beliefs match yours. You're a coward.
Have people ever gone to court?
I'm telling you, sound. How come every one of you cops comes up here and justifies shitty behavior?
Sir,
every fucking time a cop shows up on my show, you justify the worst behavior, and you do so standing behind that badge like, oh, I know what I'm talking about. I've been a cop for 27 years, and then you sit up here and you're like, I'm going to keep defending this guy.
Have you ever seen a court case where people were found guilty and then later dismissed?
Yes.
Okay, so it happens, correct? The whole Duke lacrosse.
So I'm just going to assume that everybody I like is going to be innocent later on, and I'm not going to hold anybody's feet accountable. I'm just going to go by my gut instinct because I'm a shitty fucking cop. No, dude, you're a bum. You are a bum. Your job is to protect people, and here you are when somebody needs protection, when the law is supposed to protect somebody. You're like, I'm not gonna support the law.
You're just keep
coward, dude.
You're a coward.
Yeah, because dude, you're justifying what he did.
You can make fun of my profession and me, but I take the higher ground. So
I'm making fun. You didn't take the higher road here, sir.
Listen, I told you justified.
You justified sexually abusing somebody.
When you were wrong, you started making fun of me. When you're wrong, you start making fun of people, and that's where you lose your argument. I'm not
I
going to
haven't
make
been
fun
wrong
of you.
about anything.
I
Shut
think
up.
you're a very smart guy.
Up.
I think your
Shut
show
up.
is awesome.
I wasn't wrong about anything, Joe.
Yeah,
what was I wrong about? Name one thing I was wrong about.
Then why did you go to derogatory statements towards
Because
him?
I can't believe that we give people like
because you lost
a badge and a gun.
Points.
Shut up. Then tell me what I was wrong about,
you
Joe.
Just told me to shut
then
up.
tell me what I was wrong about, Joe.
You're making bad decisions.
Joe, 5 seconds.
It's okay to berate
Joe, tell me what I was wrong about.
Apparently, you don't draw the line at berating.
All right, I'm going to mute you for a second, Joe. Tell me specifically, Joe, what I was wrong about.
You're wrong that he's a criminal. He's not a criminal.
I didn't say that.
But you keep bringing up this civil case that he essayed civilly. Civilly doesn't it's nothing.
So what was I wrong about, Joe?
There's no
What was I wrong about, Joe?
You called Trump a criminal and a rapist.
No, I didn't. I didn't do either of those things. So try again. What was I wrong about, Joe?
You called Trump a criminal.
What was I wrong about, Joe? You fucking coward. You coward. Tell me what I was wrong about, Joe.
I just said it twice.
What?
How many more times?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So Trump's
I've literally said criminally liable for sexual abuse because that's what the words actually say.
Okay. All right. Good luck,
Did I say
buddy.
criminally? I meant civilly. If I say criminally.
Nah, you keep saying it, but you're just not listening to yourself.
Civilly liable for sexual abuse.
It's okay. All right, man. It was a good talk. I don't.
So you don't know? You don't know?
I don't want to argue with you. I don't feel like being called.
No, I'm asking you a question. You said I was wrong. I'm giving you this opportunity to tell me what I was wrong about.
You just corrected yourself.
Oh, that's what it was for misspeaking? That's what you're talking about, Joe?
You kept saying it. You kept calling him a criminal, so I kept
No, I didn't. You said I called him a criminal rapist, is what you said. And I never said that.
So, okay, so you're denying. So Trump never essayed.
He was civilly. No, I didn't say that. I said he was civilly liable for sexual abuse. Civilly liable for sexual abuse is what I said.
Okay. Okay, so we agree, and that you don't believe that was political or that could be, that.
No, I'm not. No, because I'm not a hopeful little. Like I don't just sit there and hope that all my heroes are innocent,
Trump is
even
not
when
a hero.
He's absolutely your hero. You've learned from him well. Like you don't like to get facts right. You like to overstate how smart you are.
I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, well, not on the law.
Okay. Oh,
you were a little rough there. Remember on hearsay? Like that's like law school 101. And you didn't even know what hearsay was. You brought 27 years of the law.
Oh my God, do I gotta explain that to you? You wouldn't let me
Please
talk.
do.
You brought up that she could testify on what she was told, and then you went and said after the other woman testifies first. Correct. The woman would have to testify first, and then yes, because you have to have it on record.
No. Hey, dude.
You can't have a third party testify on what someone else tells them unless they testify to it first.
If you're the plaintiff and that's part of your documentation and that's your claim, then that person is there in support of your claim and it was a direct conversation and therefore is not hearsay.
Oh, God.
Yeah. See all this?
Bad. Yeah.
You should feel bad because you showed up acting like you were an expert. You started this off by saying that I incorrectly stated something that I didn't.
You did.
You started off with a gotcha where you said that I said he was.
Did.
No, because we were talking about children.
I got it. That's all right. It's like I told you in the beginning. It's okay. It's okay to be
you're doing
wrong
this thing.
sometimes.
This is what people do, especially conservatives. Joe's gonna run. This is what conservatives do when they get backed into a corner. And Joe's good at it, and Joe's a cop. This is what cops do, too. You put that little dumb smirk on your face, and you go, it's okay. I'm sorry you're triggered. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to trigger you. Oh, you're just so mad when you're getting dunked on. That's what happens. I need to turn off my heater real quick. Give me 1 second. There we go. It's getting way too hot. If you're in the box and you're not opposition, if you could drop down, that'd be great. Opposition only. I don't know if my mods have anything on this one. It's never the best police officers that come up. Okay, librarian. Oh, librarian dropped. Sorry about that, librarian. You probably have more specific. Let me bring you out. Jump back in the box, librarian. We'll get back to you. Tetro, welcome.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I actually came up because Joe was up here, and I was gonna, help you out a bit.
Oh, did you have something to add to that?
Well, I mean, more than just hearsay, as he likes to try and say it was. There was also DNA evidence too. So like that was submitted in that court hearing as well.
Somebody said that. I didn't know that. What evidence did they use?
She had his ejaculation on her dress from that day, and she brought that into the court because they preserved it.
Okay, and what were they able to find with that DNA evidence?
It's his DNA.
How did they get his DNA? Was he required to give a sample?
What, Trump?
Yeah.
They had court orders. Yeah, you when they have DNA evidence, you have to compare that. The only reason why it took so long was because he was trying to draw it out so that he didn't go in criminally. Because if he was proven guilty in liability, it would have automatically went into criminal. But they outran the statute of limitations, so they weren't able to prosecute him under criminal law.
I thought he never gave a DNA. I could have sworn he didn't give a DNA. I thought he
tried not to. He tried super hard. Yeah, he did actually have to. Now, whether or not if they actually released that's something else.
I don't think he did, because I remember him trying to cut a deal where he said, like, I'll give the DNA if something else. Let me bring up librarian
Hold on, somebody else says something. They never had DNA evidence. No, they had the dress. The dress was the DNA evidence because he did ejaculate on the dress. He was fighting that dress tooth and nail, trying to not give the DNA evidence. He was fighting it, and then he tried to make the deal, but it wasn't acknowledged by the courts because it wasn't much of a deal to begin with.
Whoa.
I could have sworn that they had another judge. My fault.
Amber, can you mute and unmute? People are saying they can't hear you. Let's see. Can you guys hear her now? Still no. Still nothing. Let me drop you. Come back up. Thanks. We'll try that. I'll bring her back up. Jen, will you bring her back up? I actually really have to pee. Jen, will you bring her back up when she's in the box? And then librarian, just if you guys could too, just discuss where that evidence came from.
Can you hear me now?
Check in. What's on?
Okay, they can hear me now. Yeah, so like I said, I'm related to E. Jean Carroll through marriage. I've known her for about 26 years or so. She tried yes, she does have the dress, and I've seen the dress. It's a wool Donna Karan navy blue coat dress, and she kept it, and she never washed it. She tried really hard to get him to submit his DNA, but he refused. He wouldn't do it. And because it wasn't a criminal case, they couldn't coerce him to do so. So no, they never did get it, unfortunately. But she told me this story 25 years ago, and she didn't give a name. She didn't say who. She was like afraid to release that information. But she did tell me what happened. And when she finally did come forward with it, I was really proud of her. You can understand like why anybody who's ever been through any kind of like assault of any sort can understand like why women don't report and don't come forward. And if you can consider the fact that how powerful that man was and how much money he had, she was a writer for Elle magazine and ran in kind of similar circles as him, and she was well aware of what would happen to her career and her personal life if she was to come out against him with something like that at that time. That would have been, I mean, it was bad enough at this time. Like, I don't think people understand like how many unaliving threats this woman has gotten from coming forward. And
yeah, her life will never be the same, right?
No. She actually got really sick for a couple of years after she first came forward with this because of the stress and stuff. And my sister was actually in the courtroom for part of the trial in New York and heard like the evidence that everybody else didn't get to hear because it wasn't like televised or anything. So yeah, there was a lot more than just her word. That's absolutely true. There were friends, there were therapists, there were, it was a lot. It's really graphic. And the reason that the jury was not able to find civil liability for grape specifically is because of the way that grape is narrowly defined in New York state law as phallic penetration only. And she was pinned from behind. So she could not determine 100% whether it was digital or phallic penetration. And that's why it was determined to be sexual abuse and not grape.
Correct. I did know that part. I didn't know that about the dress. Now, has the dress been tested? You might have covered that. Obviously, it wasn't in court.
No, no, because there's nothing to compare it to.
But do they know that like that's what's on the dress?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, they do know that's what it is. Yep.
That's got to be so weird for you to see on a national stage. And for her, and I mean, obviously for the family, but for her, it's horrible. But for you on a national stage, like when you have this many people disbelieving her simply because of where their politics lie, not because of the story, that's got to be wild for you guys to see on TV, to see it spun, to see it held up as like a political witch hunt, as political spin. That's
really, really difficult for her and her sister specifically, who I'm really close to. It's been horrible. And I don't think people really, E. Jean is a really eccentric person. Like she's a writer. She's very eccentric. And the way that she talks about it sometimes is not the same way that she talks about it when she's like one-on-one with people. She's very, I don't know how to explain it, but she was in denial for a long time about like how bad it was.
Yeah.
I tried to tell herself that, this stuff just happens or whatever, but a lot of women do that when they go through things like that. Like I've been through a civil trial myself, against a police department, because of a home invasion that took my dad's life by an ex-boyfriend who had been stalking and harassing me, and some of these things that the police department did. And they were found guilty by a jury of their own peers for wrongful death and undue pain and suffering. So I've been through a civil trial, and the way that the defense rakes you across the coals, the victim, the way that they try to discredit you and like assassinate your character, even when you're the plaintiff, is so horrible and traumatizing. Yeah. And they did that to her as well. That's what happens. And she knew that, and that's one of the reasons she didn't come forward, because she knew they were going to do that.
It's interesting in this case, in the Kavanaugh case, for people that say like the victims come forward, like that's social suicide. Even for those who believe you, it's still difficult. Even for those that are in proximity of you, it's going to cause issues for them. Yep. I've never understood that argument of like they just did this to be famous. They did this for politics. She was already famous. Yeah, if you just, I don't know if you've seen, I think HBO put it out maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. It was a documentary about Monica Lewinsky, and just her life forever was completely altered, and that was a consensual thing, right?
Yep.
But just because it entered the political realm, her life was ruined forever.
Well, and I will say this about that, because like I don't give a rat's behind what party anybody's in if they do the things like this, even though like Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky's relationship was consensual or whatever. I still think that what he did was wrong, because he was in a position of power over her.
Power dynamics.
And there was a serious power dynamic there, and that is like. In a way, it's coercion, and that's still assault in my mind, whether or not technically it is. And I definitely don't think that was okay. But this was definitely like a violent assault, and
is now how much does E. Jean say, like how well did she know Trump previous to that? Like they had just seen each other at parties? Or...
Right. Yeah, they weren't like buddies or anything, but she saw him a lot at parties and gatherings and events and things like that. because, like I said, she was a writer for Elle magazine, and she ran in those kind of similar circles. And her husband, actually, at the time, knew him better than she did. There's photos of them together, like more than once.
That was the one where he said that she looked like Marla.
Right. Like, he doesn't. She's not my type. But then again, I'm going to mistake her for my own wife. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, and you know what's wild to me is how, you know, that tape, that stupid whatever tape where he's talking about grabbing people by the whatever. Isn't it wild the way that his words matched up exactly with what he actually did?
Yeah, you might not have been here. That's exactly what I said at the beginning. It's like that, what he did that you called locker room talk, like somebody actually accused him of that. And their stories are corroborated long before that video came out.
Yep.
So for her story did come first. People forget that. Just because people found out about it later doesn't mean it didn't come first. Her story was on the record with other people before that tape came out.
Yep.
So when we sure dismiss it as locker room talk all you want at the beginning, but now you have evidence that it wasn't. And there was evidence beforehand that it wasn't. But this, like, descriptively is basically exactly what happened.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what happened. And, you know, there's a lot of reasons why women specifically or people who've been assaulted don't come forward right away. But with her, there were sort of additional complications, like the fact that she did have a really powerful writing career. And, you know, like, she knew that, like you said, it was going to be social suicide. It was going to ruin her career. And even after she was retired from that and didn't have that threat coming to her when she...
Oh, you muted.
Sorry, I just got a phone call.
No worries.
It's
again. You muted again.
Still ruined whatever career she had left.
I muted again. It's going to give you that echo.
Still ruined.
I muted again. Why don't you drop down and drop back up? That does that sometimes. I'll drop you down and come back up. Actually go in and out of the app. While I'm pulling that up, so she was fired from Elle magazine. She says it was because she sued Trump for defamation. Was unaware of that. While we're waiting to come back up, Judy Ruliani. Judy Ruliani. Welcome. There's no way this is off. Hi, Judy Ruliani.
It is up.
It is? Oh, all right. What's up?
Yeah, I just heard the other day a reporter misspoke and said Judy Ruliani, and I'm like, no shit, I'm going to put my name as that.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I was undercover Trumper. I think I was on here before.
Okay. So what's up?
I just want to tell you about the can of worms that Trump opened up, and it seems like it's working.
Okay. Can't wait to hear about it.
I mean, just because people are grabbing at straws. I mean, the guy is ready to go to jail for 400 years or whatever, and they're still worried and talking about him.
Well, he's running for president, and he's currently the front runner to become president in the presidential nominee in the GOP, and in some polls, the front runner to become president. So I think that anytime somebody has the real potential of being president, it's okay to talk about them in the news.
Oh, even if you already know that he's going to go to jail? I mean,
what are you talking about?
Why would you talk about him?
What are you talking about? He hasn't been convicted of anything.
Oh, I thought you guys were saying that he's going to jail.
Oh, maybe you were a bad listener. No, he has court. So far, he lost the first one, but it was civil, so he's not going to go to jail for that. This one in New York, he lost this one already. We just don't know how much he's going to have to pay. So he's lost his first two, but the next ones are criminal charges. So those are the ones that could send him to jail.
Right, and obviously you must think that he's going to jail, so why even
No, I don't. I actually have said many times that I doubt he winds up going to jail.
Oh, that's weird. All right. Well, I don't know what else to say.
Is the problem you have, like you said, he opened a can of worms that seems to be working. What did that mean?
Well, he exposed the agenda and the establishment on the Democratic side, the media. And
what agenda? Hold on, real quick. Hold on, Judy. One thing we do here is when you make a point, you don't get to make like 12 points in a row. We just go one by one. So first thing you said was he exposed. What did he expose?
He exposed
the agenda. It was the agenda. What's the agenda?
The corrupt agenda.
What's in the corrupt agenda?
The corrupt agenda of the Democratic establishment.
Yeah, what's in the corrupt agenda?
Seated with the media that works for the state.
Wait, I'm asking you a question, and you keep going on with your sentence. What is in the corrupt agenda?
It is a goal to have a one-party rule.
Where did you find this agenda? How can I read about it?
I don't have the stats. It's just obvious to
the
where
stats. Agendas are usually not a stat. It's like here's what we plan to do. It's usually what an agenda is.
It's obvious when somebody came in to take down that agenda. They would fight.
Well, I'm still trying. It's not obvious that somebody came to take down that agenda because I don't know what the agenda is yet. So could you tell me what the agenda is and how I would find it, or what evidence you have that would lead you to believe there is an agenda?
Okay, hypothetically,
Nope, not hypothetically. We're not, because now if you say hypothetically, then you get to say a whole bunch of shit without evidence, and I don't want to play that game. I want to play reality, not hypothetically. So are you saying that there's no evidence of an agenda to turn us into a one-party country?
Probably not, because they would be canceled.
Okay, so let's skip. So let's just pretend that you didn't say that, because that's silly to believe things without any evidence, right?
All right.
All right, so what's the next thing that was in this can of worms? What's the next worm?
74 million people are aware of this can of worms that got opened.
So when you say 74 million people are aware of this can of worms to get open, what you really mean is 74 million people voted for Donald Trump. That's what you mean?
Yes.
And okay, cool. So yes, I agree with you. 74 million people did vote for Donald Trump. Now, what else was in this can of worms?
$74 million people are fighting against.
No, those are the people. No, none of those people are fighting. 74 million people voted for Donald Trump. That's the only thing that we have evidence of. We don't know what those 74 million people are thinking or doing right now. Some of them, certainly, probably you, are spending some time arguing for Donald Trump. But again, you said he exposed this can of worms, and it's all working out. And the first thing was nonsense, and then the second thing was that 74 million people voted for him, and we agreed. But what is this can of worms? What are the worms? I know what a can is, and if you open it, you can take the things out. And I assume since it's can of worms, we're talking about worms. And I assume you're doing this metaphorically, so worms would be like different issues. So what's the next worm or issue that he exposed?
The worms are the swamp.
Okay, what is the swamp?
To us.
What is the swamp?
It's a corrupt deep state.
Okay, and so the corrupt deep state, who's in the corrupt deep state?
The Democrats, the media.
All the Democrats?
Whoever's in the upper echelon that has money to buy out.
What's the upper echelon? What do you mean by that?
People with money. Money rules.
So all rich people are in the Democrat deep state.
Not all. Anybody that funds one rule state.
Okay, but remember earlier what we said is you don't have any evidence of the Democrats trying to run a one world state, so that's not going to help right now because you already admitted that you have no evidence of that. Remember?
That's
at the beginning?
Right.
Yeah. So you can't. So if you've already hold on. If you've already said you don't have evidence of that, you can't keep claiming that it's a real thing. Okay.
No, but I bet you I could get a majority of people, like 73 million people that would agree with me.
I don't care. That would just mean there were 73 people who believed something without evidence. That's not a good argument for you.
73 million I'm talking about.
73 million. I don't think you would be that persuasive, but even then, all you would be proving is that some people agree with you. Not that they're right, or not that they have any evidence, because you have provided none. You would just say that people agree with you. Do you think it's a good way to live your life by just judging what you believe based on how many people would agree with you? Or do you think there's other ways you might be able to figure this stuff out?
Can you prove to me that there's no
I haven't made any. I haven't. Well, that's silly.
You're trying to tell me that.
Can I explain to you? Can I explain to you why that's silly, Judy? So it's easy to do what you did. For example, are you married?
No.
No. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a mother?
Yes.
Okay. Is she still with us?
Yes.
Okay, good. When did you stop punching her in the face?
I never have.
Prove it.
And she's a Republican.
No, prove it. No, prove it. Wait, prove it. See what I mean? If I accuse you of something wild that didn't happen, you're not going to be able to prove that it didn't happen. You can't prove negatives like that. So it's up to you when you're making a claim to be able to prove that. And what you're seeing right now is you're finding out that you don't actually have proof. So rather than admit I don't have proof, you're trying to get me to refute the other way. And that way, what you'll get to do is you'll get to say, I don't like that source, or that's just a lie that you've been told, or where's the evidence? You want to put me on the offensive. You want me to be making crazy claims, but I don't make crazy claims. That's you. So I'm asking you about the claims you made of Trump opening up a can of worms. And I'm asking just for one worm. So far, we don't have any worms. We might have got gypped at the store. This might have been an empty can of worms, I'm starting to think.
It might take 5 years to see the can of worms that you're...
Well, it's been 7. So could you just give me like one worm that might be coming out? Just a worm would be fine.
Well, if he becomes president again, you're going to find out what the...
See, again, not a worm. Not a worm. And this is exactly what I said you were doing. You don't have evidence. You just want it to be true. So when you're confronted with your what you claim, and I ask you for evidence, you're left with, you'll see later on, which is exactly what has happened for every corrupt leader ever. Has been this exact way. They make claims, and then they don't deliver on those claims. When they tell you they're going to be honest with you, they aren't. Like when Trump said he was going to release his tax returns, he never did that. When he said Mexico was going to pay for the wall, he didn't do that. He doesn't do things he doesn't want to do. But the thing that he can do is he can convince silly people that the truth is coming. And at some point it'll come. And you just have to be faithful until it does. But we're 7 years in now, pal. Hillary has not been locked up. The swamp was not exposed. And if it was, you could show me like somewhere along the line where Trump exposed something that we didn't already know. Would you like to point to something that Trump exposed about the swamp that we didn't already know?
I just want to turn the tables and say that you are trying to prove that Donald Trump should go to jail.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not doing that. I've never done that. In fact, I have said repeatedly, including on this live today, that I don't think to you. I said this to you. I don't think he's going to go to jail. What I have said is there is a lot of evidence against him, and that's true. There is a lot of evidence against him. But when he goes to court, it'll be interesting to see what his lawyers offer as a defense. And at that point, we'll have a much better idea of if he's going to jail or not. But my opinion is he probably will not go to jail. Now, so you see how you didn't turn that on me? Now I'm going to ask one more time.
No.
Judy, no, because are we going to abandon this can of worms? Because you said there was a whole...
Judge Judy. No.
Are we going
to...
Wait, I'm just asking. Wait, before we move on.
At this time,
hold on.
You're saying he's
hold on.
to run for president.
Judy Ruliani, hold on. Are you abandoning the can of worms?
That was a hypothetical, man.
Yeah, but
I don't understand.
No, I know.
You want me to pull out a worm and fucking put it on my hook and go fishing with it?
I already covered this. I said that you didn't mean real worms, that you meant evidence. And then I asked for that evidence or worms, and you gave me none. And it seems like you're moving on. So I'm just wondering, are we leaving the can of worms behind, the hypothetical can of worms? Are we leaving that behind and going on to something new now?
I will concede on the can of worms. There's no.
You'll concede that Donald Trump. There's no evidence that he opened a can of worms.
No, there is no polarization in this country at all of a can of worms.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. You don't get to change it now. You said he opened a whole can of worms and exposed a whole bunch of things. Then I asked for specifics, and you had none. So you want to move. Want to move away from that now, right?
So now you could say that you are welcoming Donald Trump to run for the president of the United States of America, right?
He is welcome. He is welcome to run.
You do not believe he will go to jail. So you approve him as a candidate for the United States presidential office.
Yes, I am okay with anybody who fits the criteria to run for president running for president.
That's awesome, man. I really appreciate that you accept him. Yes.
Yeah. If you're over 36 and you meet the criteria, I also support you. So I want that to be clear, just for when you run for president. I am okay with anybody running for president that wants to run for president.
But I appreciate that you think I think I could do good.
Is that well? I don't think you do great, because when asked for specifics, you haven't given any. I think that would be something. If I was your campaign manager, I'd say, maybe we teach you some specifics before you go campaigning.
The main thing to win the presidency is to be honest with people. Tell them the truth and don't hide behind.
Donald Trump lied so many times and about everything that I don't think that's a good argument for you.
Yeah, they hired a freaking lie counter, which is a bunch of shit.
Wait, they hired a lie counter?
They wanted to implement in Biden's administration a disinformation fucking who the hell is going to decide who's
you don't even do you understand on any level
who the hell is going to be the decider of disinformation?
Judy, you just said, and I quote, the Biden administration wanted to hire a disinformation whatever. Who's going to decide disinformation? Do you recognize on any level that you said nothing there? You didn't say anything. You said a disinformation whatever, and then said who's going to decide disinformation. You didn't say anything. You're just trying to remember something you heard once, and you're stating it as fact. But you're not saying anything. You're saying absolutely nothing.
You know what? I watch your live a lot, and I'm surprised you gave me this time of day, and you are not really rebutting what I'm saying. I'm actually got you fucking confused, and you could drop me at any moment.
Is that what you think is happening right now? I keep waiting for you to say something I can respond to, but you just keep saying things that you've heard that are like loosely based on something you've heard from somebody else. At no point have you even made a point. You haven't made a claim. You haven't backed anything up with data. The closest you came was getting roughly the number of votes Trump got in 2020, right? That's the closest thing you've come to like a factual claim so far.
Yeah, but you've talked to me this long. You've talked to me this long without kicking me. Maybe
correct. I don't kick. I don't usually kick people.
I know. I think I've been on here before, but I'm just saying I appreciate what you're doing. I think you are very entertaining.
Okay.
And I think people need to lay off Trump. But if you want to make money off of Trump, that's fine. Go ahead and make money.
Why should we not cover the leading candidate for the GOP? Why should we not?
It's a capitalistic government.
Why do you think we shouldn't cover presidential candidates?
No, I think you should. If you want to make money, go ahead. I'm just saying there's going to be people like me that come on. You want opposition. Everybody wants opposition. And there's different lives where they get paid $30 to kick the guy when they get pissed off. And I appreciate that you don't do that.
Thanks. Now, I would appreciate if the next time you showed up, you had some sort of evidence. I think that would be cool to have a productive conversation. I would like to discuss a lot of things about Trump, but unfortunately, with you, you're not bringing any information that is real or verifiable or exists at all. You're just saying some things that you've heard before.
Well, tell you what, the information game is a bunch of shit.
See, you're still saying nothing. Hold on, Judy, hold on. I asked you to bring information. You're now criticizing the information game. Just give me some fucking information, dude. Just one thing, like a stat, something that you know. You have this thing where you're just trying to exit out of every conversation. Every time I ask you a specific question, instead of saying, I don't know, or I don't have any information, or I'm not sure, you try and turn it into some sort of conspiracy or blaming somebody else for why you don't have information. I'm simply, in like the nicest possible way, saying, it was fine, we had a nice conversation, but if you want to have good conversations, if you want to persuade people, whatever your goal is, I don't know, but it would be nice if the next time you came here, you had something to talk about that had any data backing it up, like whatsoever.
Well, here's a fact for you.
I'm going to guess this isn't a fact. I really hope it is, though.
It is a fact. Donald J. Trump was the 45th president of the United States of America for 4 years.
Correct.
Does that give you a stomach ache, or?
It gives me a little bit of a stomach ache knowing that I asked you for a fact, and the fact you came up with was something that like everybody knows, and it makes me think that maybe, and it makes me think that like maybe you have less information than I thought previously.
1 out of 45 in 250 some years.
What about it?
Donald Trump made it to the presidency of the United States of America. And they're scared of him becoming the 47th president.
Correct. That's correct.
So riddle me that. How is that? Why are they scared of him?
Dog, that wasn't a fucking riddle. That was just you saying things that have happened. Yes, he was president. Yes, some of us don't want him to be president again. That's not a goddamn riddle. That's not a riddle at all. That's just things, again, remember earlier when I said you just repeat things you've heard before? I think that's what you just did again. That wasn't a riddle.
You're funny, man.
Yeah, but that wasn't a riddle, right? Like, here's a riddle. You want to hear a riddle?
Yeah, give me a riddle.
All right. It's two folks driving, a parent and a son. They're driving down the road, getting in a car accident. It's a pretty severe car accident. The ambulance has come for both the parent and the son. The son has went to one hospital. The parent goes to the other hospital. Son gets on the operating table, and the doctor removes the mask and says, I can't operate on this child. That's my son. How did that happen?
I have no idea.
The doctor is also his parent, but it is his mom. But you didn't think the mom would be the doctor there, did you? Now that's a riddle.
No, I'm a misogynist. I'm a bigot. I'm a bigot, homophobe.
No, that was. Why are you yelling at me? I was just giving you a riddle. That's what a riddle is. That's an example of a riddle.
I'm a white supremacist.
What? I don't doubt that. I don't doubt any of this. But yeah, that's what a riddle was. What you did was, well, then stop saying it. I didn't say any of that. I was just giving you an example of a riddle.
Yeah, you're race baiting.
No, that was just a riddle. What are you talking about race baiting? Nothing about my riddle had anything to do with race.
Bigot baiting. Misogynistic baiting.
I didn't even do that. You just started spouting off things that you are at the end of that. I just told you the answer to the riddle, and then you yelled, I'm a misogynist. I'm a white nationalist. I'm a bigot. I don't know why you yelled all those things. I certainly would not have yelled those things. I appreciated the transparency, though.
That's what everybody says about us Republicans.
But all I was saying is you don't know what a riddle was. But all I was saying is you don't know what a riddle was.
You're talking about. You bloody don't know what you're talking about.
Did you just break into an English accent?
Yeah, you did. I fucking cut me to an English accent. Or Australian, I don't know what it is. But you stupid. You probably don't understand that Trump is going to win, and you're scared of it. You're so scared of it. I'm like Russell Brand right now.
Was this Amanda Tate? Who is this? Who is this?
Yeah, you don't know what's going on.
Honest to God, I have no fucking clue what's going on. I really don't. I'm a little concerned that you might be having some sort of breakdown. I do want to make sure you're okay. I don't want to laugh at you if this is like a medical problem.
At this point, I want more followers so I can support myself because I have a back issue. And give me more coins. Give me a lion. I'm just kidding. I don't want a lion. I don't want a lion on your life. I love you guys.
Vaguely Indian.
You guys are awesome.
We've gone from British to started sounding like a little bit Indian. This accent is everywhere, man. Did we break you today with questions?
No, I'm having fun. Fun,
but do you recognize on any level that what happened is at some point you had been dunked on so many times that you just started shouting in a different accent. Do you recognize that?
No, I agree.
You don't,
man. Yeah. I concede. I concede. You beat me, man.
What time did you start drinking this morning? Is the real question. What time did you start? You've been getting after it pretty early this morning.
So I have to drink. I have back issues.
That's sir.
But I appreciate, man.
Sir,
RTP.
Sir, that's not treatment for back issues, sir.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Shut up.
I don't know where you're getting your medical advice.
You're not my doctor, RTP. You're not my doctor.
I think it's possible you don't have a doctor.
But you're not my doctor. You can't tell me to stop drinking.
Well, my doctor said Mylanta, so I don't know what to tell you. All right. Well,
hey, you're a good guy. You're a good guy, man. You look like Joe Rogan, and you talk like him.
That's not nice. That's not nice. How dare you? How dare you say things like that? I have a normal-sized head. How dare you?
No.
My head. Oh, I thought we were done. All right. Pretty sure. I think at this point we can be clear that was a joke. All right, I've got Miss Julie in the box, and then Tommy, I see you, but I'm just looking for opposition, except for Miss Julie, who always has the right to come up here. Now what?
Jay, I didn't come to talk any smack on the last several guests you've had.
Okay.
Although one was a grape apologist, and one was a fake cop, and this guy, I think he could smell burnt hair. I think he could. That means you're having a stroke, Jay.
Yeah, I knew what that meant. Thank you.
Okay, wasn't sure for the edification of the audience. And I'm going to shout out to your comments, Jay. I know I've never done that before. I know you don't like the guests to read the comments.
The floor is yours.
But random TikTok guy keeps posting play chess with pigeons. I'd like to tell him if you're up for a game, you're welcome to my pigeons. I know a few. I'll help you out, buddy. Jay, it's been quite the weekend.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's going on in your apartment? What is all that noise? Sounds like somebody is vacuuming next to your ear.
Oh, no. You know why that is, Jay? Because I've got my hair down and it's probably in my earbuds. Hold on. Fortunately, I do have a hair clip handy.
Your
is
hair
that
sounds
any
like
better?
the ocean. It just sounds like there's like an AC unit or something running. I don't know what it is.
Well, my fan's running.
That's what it is. It's just closer.
It always does.
That's all right.
Yeah, well, not that I can change anything, Jay. Remember my accident at the water park when I sprained both my ankles?
I remember that.
Yeah, well, Jay, I'm still here in my recliner, got my feet propped up on so many pillows. Feel like I'm in the stirrups at the gynecologist's office. It's not pretty. It's just not pretty. Now,
I'm sorry.
I knew Jay, my probation officer came over today.
Oh no.
They knew I was injured. They had to get me set up and get my electronic tether and everything. So I learned a trick in prison. Before my PO came over, I crotched my gummies. That's pretty clear. These granny panties are really spacious. Oh, I think I need another cigarette. Oh my goodness.
That'll fix it. That'll fix it.
Oh yeah, makes everything better. So yeah, he came over, kind of laughed at my feet being up. We filled out my paperwork. He wasn't a very friendly guy, Jay. I'm used to talking to you every day. You're more my speed.
Yeah,
he was a bastard. He really was.
Some say that all cops are. I've heard that from some people.
All cops are bastardized.
That's what I've heard.
Yes, they are. It's a corrupt system.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm still so swollen, the ankle monitor wouldn't adjust big enough to clamp over my leg. That's when things got a little dicey. I thought I didn't like him before, Jay. I really didn't like him after this. He took my other chair and he pushed it out into the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he pushed it out into the kitchen. And then with his big burly self, he picked me up and took me out to the kitchen. And he put me in the chair. And he tied a rope around my waist and tied me to the refrigerator. That was the only way.
Started. No.
How does this happen, Jay? It's not right. It's just not right.
It's not right.
If I don't have an electronic device to guarantee that I'm going to stay put in my home, the best solution he could come up with was to take a rope out of the murder kit in his trunk, tie me to the chair, and tie me to the refrigerator so I'm anchored in place. That's a load of shit, I tell ya. Now, I got lucky. You know, my inner tube I'm sitting on that I stole from the wave pool
Allegedly.
to cover up that big hole in the chair from where the pigeons dug in.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, he took a garbage bag and he draped it over the inner tube, gave me a stack of dish towels, my phone charger, a case of Newports, an ashtray, trash can, case of Diet Pepsi, and a cheese board. Now, you may ask why he gave me a cheese board, Jay.
Yeah,
now,
because he was a bougie parole officer, it sounds like.
Well, no, he had heard about my... Oh, hold on. Sorry, Jay, I'm parched.
That's all right. Yeah.
I'm trying to ration my Diet Pepsi. No, he left me a cheese board because he had heard about my teeth and he knew I wouldn't be able to chew the charcuterie or the crudité. So cheese it was. Even some spreadables. Yeah, he may be a tying up, kidnapping bastard with his own murder kit, but he knows how to make a cheese board. That brain was just phenomenal. It was wrapped in pastry, Jay. I guess cheese is my kryptonite. So, anyway, here I am with my dish towels, my snacks, and I'm peeing in what now has turned out to be a bit of a kiddie wading pool, being that it's warm and kind of full of pee. So, if I fart, I can make a jacuzzi. I'll try not to do that when we're on the phone, Jay.
I appreciate that.
So that bitch called me. Oh,
Sheila?
Lord, I'm dry, Jay.
Sheila? Don't tell me that.
Yeah,
Sheila
that bitch Sheila.
Yeah, what's going on with Sheila?
Well, thank God she did call, because she was blathering on and on about Miss Kitty Whispers.
Yeah.
I don't know if she had seen a few too many of Miss Kitty Whispers' litter biscuits. Maybe that's why she was in a fuss, but being as Miss Kitty was at the kitty spa, I wanted to hear how she was enjoying her trip.
Yeah.
And you know that bitch, blah, 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 blah. Trump, blah, blah. My press-on nails, blah, blah, blah. I tune out about every 17 out of 20 words. So I guess from what I could gather, Jay, let me see, I wrote this down. I had to write it on my arm. He didn't leave me any paper. So I've just been scraping it with the fingernail and writing it in my own blood. You gotta make do with what you have.
Yes.
You think I'm gonna waste that cheese finger painting on my pajama pants?
No.
My
never.
Goodness. Sorry, Jay. I know it's a little chaotic, but I got some granny panties full of cannabis whammies, and I'm just having a good old time.
Was that granny panties full of cannabis whammies?
Yeah, canny whammies. Woohoo! I picked up a few tricks in prison today.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm a girl that makes friends and likes to gab. So from what I could gather after that bitch blathered on and on for about 25 minutes, it's a good thing I had the phone charger with the long cord or I'd have been screwed.
Yeah.
Something about Miss Kitty and a favorite box that she's looking pretty good and sleeping a lot. So, I don't know. Sounds like maybe she... Oh, hold on, I need a drink.
Diet Pepsi, do your job.
Oh, I've only got about 2 sips left, then I'll have to crack another cold one.
You deserve it.
I wish it was cold ones. The 22 ouncers. The Bud Light, Jay.
Yes, ma'am.
Comes in a 6-pack. Those were good times. Yeah. Alrighty then. Okay, so, I don't know. Miss Kitty found a box she likes. I don't know why they have boxes at the kitty spa. She's sleeping good. She's looking good. So, seems like everything's going to be okay. I don't know if they're going to be back maybe Thursday or Friday. I'm not too sure. But let's see. It's already 3:30 my time, and the parole officer hasn't shown up yet again to see how I'm doing. Now, I hope he'd let me go take a shower or something. I wonder if maybe he'll come in and wash my toes for me.
This
maybe
could be another. This could be
legs.
another love story like Miss Linda. Let's see.
Nah, love story my ass, Jay. I just can't reach my own legs to shave. Okay. So if I can press them into service, I'm gonna get my taxpayer dollars worth.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just over here taking care. Ooh, I better go. This hot tub's not very quiet.
Miss Julie. Making bubbles, Miss Julie. Always the best part of the day. Tommy Lopes, good luck following that.
I do have a speech disability. Are you able to communicate on this decibel?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, long time listener, great live that you've built up, and I compliment you for building such a great platform. Listen to you a lot. I'm kind of in the same shoes as you were. I'm 68 though. Been an activist for a long time. I served as an office holder in the Democratic Party, and I was also disillusioned by everything as you were too. But I still remain a Democrat for life, and I will never vote for Trump. My first, do you mind if I give you a little bit of background?
Yeah, what are we at? 12:30? Right, yeah, you're good.
Right. Okay, thank you. Because I don't want you to be pissed off because I'm not opposition. I just felt like shooting the shit with you. My first involvement in politics came with me in 8th grade selling subscriptions, and I won a trip to see Nixon inaugurated. So after that, I got involved with RFK's election.
RFK or JFK?
JFK, sorry. Yep, thank you. I was forced, my parents sent me to a charter school, Catholic school, which I resent, but it was just one of those things that you just had. Democratic headquarters close to my elementary school. Got involved in that and became a ward leader, became elected to the school board, became elected to city council. I'm glad I got out of it, but I still remain active, listening to politics, listening to you guys live a lot. And TikTok, you young guys have taught me a whole lot. I've got away from the Catholic Church. I don't want any involvement with the church at all anymore. And I thank you guys on TikTok for that. I was talking to Daniel on his live last night, and your name came up, so we talked about it. There was a gal from Arizona on, and we ended up talking about
Felice?
Yep.
Yeah, she's great.
Yep. So I also got involved with a court system, so I share the librarian's disillusion with it. If you don't have money, Jay, you're fucked in the court system. You just can't, you're lost if you don't have thousands of money. And I agree with you. Trump will never serve a day in jail. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But I agree with you. We need term limits. I'm not happy about Joe Biden, but I'm voting for him.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. But I just wanted to come on. Thank you for your live. Listen to you all the time. Keep up the good work.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to me, Jay.
Thank you. I appreciate all the kind words. Thank you so much.
You're a good dude. Thank you, Jay.
Be well.
All right, you too.
We'll see you. Tommy, if you know how to join Discord, if you don't, shoot me. If you'd like to join the Discord, a lot of people in Discord are saying we'd love to have you there. So if you want to shoot me a DM, Tommy or Jen or Infectious Bites or Whisper or Korean Leftist, if you're here, if you guys want to reach out to Tommy to see if he wants to join, we can help him get in there.
Well, hello. Is your name Jay?
Yeah.
All right. What is Discord? What is it? Because I don't even know.
Oh, I checked with I checked with Discord. You're not invited.
No, I know, but I mean, I could get a subscription, and I could, right?
Mm-hmm.
But no, what does it entail? What is Discord?
Yeah, just if you go to my link tree, there's a link for my Cash App. You can see my Cash App there. It's $100 a month. And once you've been a subscriber for 12 months, then I have an approval process to get you in. And the Discord will take a vote on whether or not to let you in. But that's after being a $100 a month subscriber for 12 months. And you just need to send those right to my Cash App with the note. Just a kind note is fine. But everybody who's in the Discord agrees that it was the best money they've ever spent. There's 710 people in there. Nobody regrets it for 1 minute. In fact, a lot of people just say, can we keep paying? Could we pay more? That's what most of them say, but it's up to you.
But what I'm saying is what happens in Discord, I mean, when you get in there, is it something you could go live or?
We do have voice channels right now. What's going on in Discord is there's a lot of people saying kind of maybe not the nicest things about you. It's more.
Stuff.
Yeah.
They're saying stuff about me right now.
Yeah. Mostly a lot of no thank yous. They're very polite.
Oh, that's nice. Am I on Reddit? Can you get on Reddit? What is Reddit?
Same deal. So if you want Reddit, same thing. Find my Cash App, send me the $100, and I'll get you on Reddit.
No, I don't know what Reddit is.
I know. I'll help you with that. You just have to pay the initiation fee first.
All right, I have to get Cash App, but no, I'm trying to learn because this is all new to me. And
yeah.
Anyways, so Discord, I want to get on it.
Remember, Cash App, you got to go to Cash App first. You're going to want to go to Cash App, and you're going to want to go to my link tree, and then you're going to find my Cash App name.
I thought you just had to subscribe.
Yeah, but you pay through Cash App. It's $100 a month.
I thought Cash App was like $5.99 a month.
Cash App doesn't have a subscription. I just take my money through Cash App. So you just send it there.
All right. So you're saying you like me a little bit?
No.
No. So you don't want me? You don't want 100?
Again, it's after the 12 months. After the 12 months, we decide and we put it to a vote. But so I can tell you this: those who gave more than $100, like double or triple that every month, they all got in.
Okay,
I didn't even hold a vote for them. If you make that like $200 or $300 a month, then you're probably going to get in.
All right. So if I could buy your love,
it's much like college admissions. Yeah.
So I could buy a friend. So if I
certainly.
All right. So that's funny that you would like me if I gave you money.
Thank you.
No, thank you for
You're
liking
welcome.
if I give you money.
Yeah.
Anyways, I know you're leaving, and I thought I'd pop back in.
I was thrilled to have you back. It was terrific.
Well, what's the difference of Julie or me? I mean, she tells stories. I could tell you a story about my back.
Hers are interesting.
It is very interesting.
Yeah.
I appreciate you letting me back, though.
You bet. Looks like I got somebody. I only brought you up because the box was empty, but now it's full. So bye.
Bye-bye.
Just Cash App that over. Sorry. It looks like somebody wanted an update from the courthouse. We may be getting an update here from the courthouse.
Well, hello there, RTP. We say RTP, RT duty. We're doing so well. Look at us. You're on this platform. We had Miss Jules.
Yeah.
Miss Jules had she had a lot going on. She's going through a lot of problems, okay?
She is.
She's got some constipation, some diarrhea, and cats are really excited. They're eating their biscuits in she called it a box. She called it a big box, and we're just so happy to be here today, RTP.
Did you?
PT.
I'm surprised to hear from you today. I expected you to be in court. What's going on?
Well, we've been on a great, as you know, we've been on a world tour of courts. We've been doing it's like the era tour, but it's Donald's era. It's Donald Trump's era.
Yeah.
And we've been going around to all the courtrooms, and we're doing a lot of cameos. People are coming from all around to see Donald J. And so it's really, we've already got our picture taken in Georgia. We got our picture in the yearbook. And Rudy Giuliani has his picture as well. Jen Ellis, what a nasty woman.
Nasty.
She flipped on me like Flipper. Okay, they call him Free Willy. And she did a lot of
like
things.
You're mixing up marine animals a little bit there, but we can go with it.
And now Ivanka is going to testify. They said she's testifying against me. I can't believe it. Why is she going to testify against Daddy? You know, she calls me Daddy,
I think it's
too.
because she is being compelled to. I think that's what's happening.
Well, she calls me Daddy, and it's not like you think. It's a different reason that she calls me Daddy, because, you know, we're very sexually attracted to Ivanka. We love her. And that's actually because Melania is not here. She's gone, and we don't like the people that say that I'm a misogynist, but I am. I definitely am. And Eric Trump and Donald Jr., they're all going to testify against me. We just picked up Donald Jr. from daycare, and he was there today. And daycare is very expensive. It's so expensive. Can you believe how expensive
in Joe Biden's
daycare is?
economy? It's really expensive.
Right, Joe Biden, he has made daycare so unaffordable. It's unbelievable. And we're just we love what you.
Do you have any thoughts on Mike Johnson before we finish? I know you endorsed him. Had you heard his name before you endorsed him?
Well, I think what happened was the people, they were so crazy in Congress that they wrote down a random name, and it was just Mike Johnson. And then they were like, oh, there is a Mike Johnson here. And then they just all came together and said, well, I guess we'll vote for Mike Johnson. And I've heard that. Have you heard that joke before? They say Mike Johnson, my Johnson.
I haven't. I have not.
It's hilarious.
It sounds really good. It sounds like it would slay in Republican conferences. I think they would. Really
Well,
like
it does slay, and Santa is excited about it. We're actually bringing back the NORAD. As you know, Joe Biden got rid of NORAD. We're bringing that back, and we're doing big things there. And when we're in prison, we're going to have the best podcast.
I don't think NORAD went away. I think NORAD is still around. I'm on their website right now. It says that the December 1st we're gonna be tracking Santa.
They track Santa that early. That's like 23 days early. And did you see me the other day? I got confused that they said now they're making fun of me because I thought I was in South Dakota, but I was actually in Iowa.
You thought you were in Sioux Falls. You were in Sioux City, turns out.
Right.
Yeah.
And now they're all saying that I'm losing my marbles. They say losing his marbles. Nobody loses their marbles like Donald Trump. And they say that I'm losing them. And they're comparing me to Sleepy Joe. Can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
A little bit. It seems that cognitively you've really declined. A lot of the times when you're speaking, I don't have a clue in hell what you're talking about.
Well, yes, that is correct. But the thing is, we're doing so much better than we think we won't be in the dementia ward very soon. We think that Joe Biden is going to beat us, but at the rate that I'm declining, I actually might be there first. I actually might be. Melania, and actually we would be winning. We would be winning if that happened because I would beat Joe Biden to the Alzheimer's facility. That's what they did. And we will have a beautiful, beautiful wall outside of the building to keep all the normal brown people out. And that's what I said. I said what I said.
Well,
that's what I did.
I just got a message that you're wanted back. Judge Erdogan has something to say to you, or Engoron.
What a nasty woman! What a nasty woman!
Okay, thank you. Nasty. It's good to see. It's good to see old Donald checking in on us daily. I appreciate that. Box is empty. We're 10 minutes early. That's fine. We can do it. Mondays are slow days. I appreciate all you guys. Let me see what announcements. Discord. If you need an invite to the Discord, shoot me a DM. I repost these lives on YouTube every day. So if you subscribe, it's at RTPJ. Go on YouTube. You can subscribe. You can rewatch these. I'm also cool if you guys clip any of this. Fact Still Matters. Join me later. Shoot me a DM on times. I go see my daughter I've got my daughter for the next like 4 or 5 hours, but possibly. Shoot me a DM on that. We do have merchandise. That's in my link tree. You can get Shushies apparel. You can get stickers, cups, hats, hoodies. Just in time for cool season. We've got some designs on there. You can check those out. We got the YouTube thing. We got the Discord. That's it. If you have friends or family members who you think would be a good guest on our YouTube show, somebody we could have a long-form discussion with, either because they're an expert about something or we might be able to debate something, we are open to ideas. Send myself a message. You could send Jen or Whisper a message as well, looking for ideas for our long-form YouTube segments. Right now, I only know of one that we have scheduled, and I don't have the date on that yet, so it's not even scheduled. But anyways, shoot me, DM me or Ahmad for a Discord invite. We're not going to see it here. Just shoot us a DM, and I'll be back probably tonight on someone else's TikTok, but certainly on my own tomorrow morning and every morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday, except for the occasional Friday golf tournament in which I was crucified for, and it will not happen again. I will see you guys all later tonight and then tomorrow. That came as the global economy reopened. It's silly of you to hang your hat on these points when literally none of these either happened or were because of Donald Trump. You're just saying things that happened and then linking them together. It's like you're saying, great job, Donald Trump, for Tom Brady winning a Super Bowl. Just because it happened during the years that Trump was there doesn't mean he did it. And if he did it, you're going to have to show me how. And you've been unable to do that.
Well, I did do that. How? It's just you're refusing to see the power of.
How did Donald Trump lower gas prices to $1.87? Tom Brady that brought the win. How did he lower gas prices to $1.87 specifically?
The fear source of OPEC that OPEC had with Trump as the quarterback, kind of. Umbrella over them. Fear is a really big factor. To not have fear
because they were afraid
is another really big factor.
What were they afraid of? Wait, what were they afraid of?
Trump.
What? Yeah, OPEC was afraid of Trump doing what?
Being cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and sending another 100 missiles over there like he did Saudi Arabia for chemical.
So OPEC lowered gas prices because they were afraid Donald Trump was going to send missiles their way?
No. Fear. Just the general.
Fear of what?
I just told you. Donald Trump. You're trying to negate the power of one person.
Donald Trump doing what?
You would have to tell me how come Brady got there and the team won.
No more Brady. You have to answer questions directly or I have to go to the next person. They were afraid of Donald Trump doing what?
Going after them for hurting a United States citizens.
How would he go
Donald Trump's goal was America first.
How would he go after them?
A minutia of ways. It's like it's an ingredient of just fear is the umbrella that controls a lot of issues and people.
You're not going to say anything specific at all. Fear of
because it's like, how did Tom Brady win all these rings? Name one how he specifically did it.
No more Tom fucking Brady.
It's the same thing.
No, listen, dude. The problem with your line of thinking, and I'm going to be really honest with this, and you should be honest with yourself. You actually don't have answers.
Yes, I do.
Then if you have answers, then answer specifically. What was OPEC afraid of?
Raising gas prices on the United States populace.
OPEC was what were they afraid of Trump doing to them?
Making their life harder than it already is.
How?
How can the United States president make OPEC's life more difficult? Is that a serious question?
Yes, it is. Now answer.
You know that. The blanket.
No, let's just pretend I don't know that, and you just tell me. Let's pretend you're the teacher, I'm the student. Just tell me what he would have done.
Create war.
So you think that Donald Trump kept oil prices low by threatening war?
I mean, war is a general, not necessarily missiles.
Okay, then
but
what?
Just fear.
No, you already said fear, and now you're back to nothing specific. What would Donald Trump specifically do? You just keep saying fear.
Okay, war is a broad brush. You don't have to throw missiles to create war.
Oh my God, dude! One more time, Navajo. If you don't know, just say I don't know. Nobody's gonna Not everybody is an expert. I'm not an expert on this either. But if you don't know something, stop speaking in generalities. And you're independent. You're Mr. Independent.
You're deflecting.
You don't know the answer to this, so just say I don't know.
I do know the answer to this.
Then
the
what's
power
the answer?
of one person.
The power of one person to do what?
Stayed in line.
To do fucking what? What would that one person do specifically? Navajo, over to you.
He could light up the entire continent and it'll glow for the next 100 years.
What does that mean?
That would be the worst case scenario.
Put Christmas lights on which continent was he going to light up?
How many times did Trump?
Was he going to light up?
OPEC. He could.
OPEC is not
I didn't
a continent.
say he was.
Which continent?
But their fear
which
is that
continent is he going to light up? OPEC is not a continent. Can you name the 7 continents?
It's irrelevant.
You said he was going to light up the entire continent. So I'm asking you which continent you're talking about.
So you're deflecting into OPEC has a big round table.
I am not deflecting a goddamn thing. I'm asking you a question about words that came out of your mouth. And the words that came out of your mouth was he would light up an entire continent. My response to that was, which continent? It feels like you should just be naming a continent now.
You're trying to get me to say Trump would attack a specific country? I'm not going to go there.
What did you mean by light up a whole continent then?
Just what I said.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. What continent? Which one? Which continent?
Which continent?
He would light up an entire continent. Which continent?
You asked what fear?
Yes, and you said the fear of him lighting up an entire continent, and now I'm asking which continent, and then my follow-up question, if you ever answer which continent, is what do you mean by light up? If you can't, if I swear to God, if your next answer, if the next words out of your mouth are not a continent, I gotta hang up. Which continent was he going to light up?
Any continent that hurt the United States populace.
Which one? I'm getting one more chance. Name a continent.
Do you disagree that Trump instilled fear on the bad guy?
Name a fucking continent, dude.
It's irrelevant. I'm not going to go to school with you.
School?
I'm not going to say Trump is going to attack these people so they get in trouble.
Then what does light up mean?
Light up means that any continent that attacked the United States citizens
there's no continent that would
there's no continent of retaliation.
There's no continent that would attack the United States because there is no continent that is unified. The continents are made up of different countries, and not a single continent would unify against the United States because on every continent we have allies. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
OPEC. We're talking about OPEC.
OPEC is not a country.
Right now,
it is not a continent. It is none of those things.
Okay, I use a hypothetical. He could light up an entire continent.
Oh my God.
That was a hypothetical.
All right, I gotta let you go, dude. This is getting like.
What you should do is embrace the power of one guy.
What you should do is shut the fuck up.
Embrace the power of one guy and what one fear will do.
Say that again.
I said you should embrace the power of one guy can bring to a team and what the power of that person can bring.
So something like more of a centralized autocracy, like where one guy,
like Tom Brady. Right? The only thing I can think of that would compare to it when you have a whole other team against you would be why did Tom Brady bring wins when he got there?
I'm asking you a question.
Same reason.
I said no more Tom Brady. Be quiet. So you're saying?
Well, that's an analogy.
Oh my God! I said
you're going to tell me my argument.
Be quiet.
You can't dictate my argument.
I'm asking you a question, Navajo.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you saying this would be more of a centralized autocracy where we focus on that strong man, we need that kind of leader? And that leader should be strong military?
All leaders should be strong, yeah.
Okay, and strong military?
The military for the United States isn't really our military. It's 120 million civilian armed forces.
Would you want a strong military? Jesus fuck, dude. Have you answered a question before? These are opinions. You don't have to dodge opinion. I'm just asking your opinion. These are not gotchas.
A strong military is a good thing.
Okay, great. And then what about like suppressing the opposition? Do you like that idea?
No, this has been going on for 8 years.
Weird. 8 years. So okay, gotcha.
You don't think that it has been going on for 8 years?
Okay.
From Pelosi, Bragg, James, Willis Smith.
And then you said no, that's stupid. And then you said that
that's reality. That may be stupid.
Shush,
but it's reality.
It's not reality, or and it is stupid. One more thing. You said you're a nationalist, correct?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean, nationalist?
Well, you said you don't like globalists. That would make you probably, by definition, and based on your support of Donald Trump, who's a self-avowed nationalist.
I support America and just think he's the best quarterback.
Okay, so you're a nationalist. Got it. So all the things that you just talked about, a centralized...
I'm independent.
Shush. A centralized autocracy, a strong leader with militarism, subordination of individual interests, all of that is describing fascism, my friend. You're just a fascist. It's not. And you know it literally. I'm reading the goddamn definition of fascism. That's why I asked those. Forcible suppression of opposition. Yes, forcible suppression of opposition. Donald Trump
in your own country.
Donald Trump running out CNN out of the White House press room. Donald Trump campaigning on an idea that he gets to control what they say on social media. That social media companies are not allowed to mark something as fake news. That they're not allowed to.
Not true.
To choose. No, that's what he's running on you, Potato. He's running.
That's like telling a prosecuting attorney you can only hear me.
Dude, your analogies are stupid.
The left wings. The left wings were saying this.
Shut up. Shush.
This is what we want you to hear, jury.
Right, gotcha. You're muted. This is on his website. Stop trying to make analogies. These things are on his website. These are things he is saying. You can't argue these. They're on his website. You just like fascists, and I know why.
Not at all.
The reason you like fascists is because you don't know what the fuck is going on. You have no idea how anything works. You don't know how economics work. Let me pull up your notes here.
You live in a book.
You don't know how economics work. You don't know what world peace is. You don't know how Nobel Peace Prizes work. You don't know how energy and gas prices fluctuate. You don't know anything. The only point that you have made at any point, and you've made it a trillion times, is strong leader. And you keep saying Tom Brady and Donald Trump. And this idea that our country is supposed to unify around a strong leader is the exact opposite of how we were designed to be. We are not designed to be fascists. We are not designed to want an autocracy. We are designed to work as a collective. We are designed to work together. The president is not supposed to be the supreme leader. The president has certain roles. The president is supposed to lead the military. This president is supposed to present to the world stage a unified view of America. He doesn't do any of that. Donald Trump does none of that. You like him because he says a lot of mean things.
I don't like him at all.
And he talks like a tough guy. But
no, not at all.
You just want
That's
fascism.
your opinion.
It is my opinion. But
not at all.
Everything you've said today screams of fascism.
Fascism is what's happening for the last 8 years.
You don't know what fascism is, I bet.
Yes.
What's fascism? Explain it.
The suppression of your opposition for 8 years from Pelosi, Bragg, James, Willis Smith, theoretical indictments that have yet to come up with a conviction in a court. Thank God the U.S. founders saw the Salemists screaming, burn the Trump witches for 8 years coming.
Shush.
That's fascism.
You just named a bunch of names, and then you said indictments that haven't been proven in court. Well, they haven't gone to court yet, have they, pal?
Yes. You think he just started getting accused?
He just started. He's been indicted 4 times.
He's been accused for 8 years, man.
Dude, shut up for a second.
Look, I'm in your house. I'm going to give you respect, but don't disrespect me.
Well, because you're saying dumb shit now. You can't stay.
According to you.
No, shut up for 1 second. You said fucking indictments. So I'm
8 of them.
So I'm talking about. There's only 4, you potato. So I'm talking
about. No, he's been accused for 8 years.
Be quiet. You said indictments, so we are talking about indictments. Then I said none of those have gone to court, and you're like, well, 8 years. The problem with you is I don't think you know what any of these words mean.
You go by labels. That's the problem with you.
Yes,
is you go by labels.
Meanings. Yeah.
No, indicted just means accused.
What?
He's been accused for 8 years. Impeached twice.
Wait,
found not guilty twice. Russia, Mueller.
Did you say indictment?
On and on and on.
Shush. Did you say indictment means accused?
Exactly what they mean.
Okay, this is another reason that you need to listen more and talk less. An indictment, the way that you get an indictment, you collect your evidence, you go before a grand jury, you present your evidence, the jury of your peers, presided over by a judge, decides if there is enough evidence there to go to court. In all 4 of these cases, that's what happened. The evidence
94% Democrat.
Be quiet.
Fact or fiction?
You don't even know those numbers. That's a lie. You made up that number. We don't know
94%. That's like going to a fort.
We don't know. I have to mute you because you say dumb shit way too much. We do not know the political makeup of the grand juries. That's not public information. So you saying 94%
when your jury pool is
94% is a fucking lie. You don't know what the makeup of the jury pool was. You have no idea. Stop saying dumb shit.
Okay, let's use a neutral party. Rachel Maddow said she could get a hamster.
Be quiet. There you go. What you said is an indictment. Is an accusation. It's not true. An indictment is something that you had to go through court to get, and you had to have evidence in order to get it, and that evidence had to be overwhelming enough that a jury of your peers decided at the direction of a judge that this should go to court. It is not an accusation. It is an accusation with evidence. And a lot of evidence. A lot. So stop talking about 8 years.
Not at all.
So
even a judge will instruct the jury.
Talking about 8 years. Stop that right now. Indictment has zero to do with the person's guilt. Good Lord, dude. Indictments have only happened since he left office. And the reason the indictments are only happening now is because while Trump was in office, the Attorney General...
They started in 2016,
Shut the fuck up! My God, dude! Be quiet! The reason the indictments are coming now is because the Attorney General at the time did not believe you could prosecute a sitting president, so you had to wait until he was out of office to prosecute him. Now, if you respond to anything outside of the points that I made here, that an indictment is more than an accusation, and that you can't indict a sitting president, I'm hanging up.
Well, that means I cyber scalped you, but indicted, impeached.
Stupid. Like that. Congratulations, MAGA. Like that's your crew. I think that's terrific for you. You got to understand what words mean. Hey, Matt.
Oh my God. I was not expecting to get on here.
Welcome.
I have to adjust my volume. I'm sorry. I'm not opposition, by the way.
That's all right.
I just wanted to tell you that I like your show, and I found you like a week ago, and I've learned a lot from you, and I tune in pretty much all the time. And where do I find your Discord?
Shoot me a DM. And I'll send you the invite. The link in my Linktree is not working. I actually went in to change it today, and I can't log into Linktree because I'm a boomer and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So shoot me a DM, and when I'm done with the live, I'll get you an invite.
Alrighty. Thank you, man.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
All right,
Appreciate it. Thanks for all the kind words. Thank you, guys. That was a frustrating MAGA there. Chico. What's up, Chico?
How you doing, RTP?
Hey, good. How are you?
Well, man, I'm good. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you. I mean, there's basically the same guy over and over again with a different name, a different face, the same man. Like there's nothing new coming out of their mouth. Once you start bringing out the facts, they start changing the goalpost, moving the goalposts. It's like it's so. I mean, I'm listening to you, and I'm like, I'm so frustrated. You know, but you do a good job. You're always, you know, looking for the truth and sticking to the facts, and that's good. Like, I commend you.
Thanks, Chico. I appreciate that. I do my best. I get things wrong, but I do my best.
Well, nobody's perfect. You're doing your best. You know, you're not trying to get things wrong. Like
that's true.
I'm hearing these Trumpers. They're trying. They purposely get like the gas price thing. That's been going on since since Obama was in office. Obama raised the gas prices. People have been trying to explain it since then, that the president doesn't have control of the gas prices, and
so this is a good this is a good chance to bring this up. Sorry to cut you off there, but this is a good chance to bring it up. We had pretty stable gas prices in the early 90s. So we had a little bit of a spike, but as the Gulf War ended, we had pretty stable gas prices up until 2000. Then we saw a spike in 2000 when we had the North American national gas crisis. And then we also started the war in Afghanistan. So the stability of gas, it rose. We saw a peak in 2000. It went to 440 in 2008. That's when then we had our recession. That dropped gas prices down to a low of 235. Then we had the Arab Spring started in 2010. The Iraq War ended in 2010. And we didn't really see a drop in gas prices until the war in Afghanistan ended, which was in 2014. Then we saw a sharp decline. Under Obama, we saw gas prices under $3, basically from 2015 all the way through 2019. COVID begins in 2019, and we see a massive drop, obviously, because people take off. And then coming out of COVID and then the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we've seen a spike in gas prices. If you look historically at our prices in gas, it's almost always tied to foreign affairs, or in the case of COVID, a global pandemic. The prices of our gas are rarely affected that much by what's happening in our economy. They're much more affected by a world economy. So this idea that it's like president to president, most of these changes happened like in between presidents, at the end of one presidency and into the next. They don't seem to follow any pattern when it comes to political beliefs at all.
No, they don't. They're doing their own thing. As the world economy affects them, then they're going to make changes to their prices according to how it affects them. Like it's not really that complicated. I mean, they're selling oil globally. So you would, naturally assume that what happens globally is going to affect them, not just what happens in the United States, because we're not their only customer. They have customers all over the world, and like you said, a good demonstration of that is when Russia and Ukraine, Russia invaded Ukraine. We saw a change in oil prices because Russia's oil left the market for a minute, but now we have the prices going up. So now you got Trumpers wanting to use that as a way to say that Biden isn't being a good president when he has no control over that, per se. Like, he doesn't have that kind of control where he can tell them drop the prices or we're going to bomb you, like they insinuated, like Navajo insinuated Trump was going to do. Like, he's not going to bomb them over oil, especially since we want them to use their oil and we want to use less of our oil because we want to save our oil. We want to be the last one with oil.
Yeah. I agree. I appreciate that, Chico. Thank you.
All right, man. You
all right, brother. Be well. Good talking to you again. I appreciate it.
All right.
We'll see you. Thanks, Chico. Whoa. A rare sighting from the Discord to the big screen. What's up, Abby?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, dude? How you enjoying Discord?
I've been cheated pretty nicely for the most part.
For a prisoner of war, you're being treated pretty well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I saw you say some nice things, and I won't bring it up which channel it was, but you said some very nice things to another person in the channel last night, and I even put a little heart on it. I appreciate what you had to say.
Yeah, I know what to talk about.
What do you want to talk about today?
Yeah, that's a nice hoodie.
Thank you.
Like, I can almost feel how comfortable it is.
It's lovely. It's very lovely. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that
up. All right. So support freedom. Obviously, that's a good idea. Now, so leave MAGA, right? Leave MAGA and go where?
Well, you could go anywhere. I don't think that you necessarily have to find a home. But I don't think even for you, babies, like MAGA is not, they don't represent anything that you want. I don't think MAGA actually, whatever views you have, and I know some of your views recently are evolving. So I know that at least some of your views are probably don't get represented by MAGA, but they don't represent your views. MAGA at this point is basically just like, it's a grievance campaign, and it feels a lot like a gateway to fascism. When you hear that last guy talking about, like, we just need a strong leader, the world, everything can be solved by one man, by Donald Trump. There's no real substance there. There's nothing that they're saying that they can do to fix it. I would love to sit up here and debate, like, policies. I would love that. I would love to say, like, here's the platform Republicans are running on. Here's why I think it isn't going to work. Here's why you think it's going to work. But we can't, because they seem to just be running on complaining, and Donald Trump can fix everything.
Yeah. I mean, I know for me, like, the MAGA part that I like still, that I can't seem to get rid of, is just the anti-establishment. Like, I want to see more of it.
Well, why? So, but there's anti-establishment on the left. I mean, Bernie Sanders is anti-establishment.
Yeah, I mean,
Rashida Tlaib, anti-establishment. AOC, a lot of times anti-establishment. Katie Porter, anti-establishment. There's a lot of anti-establishment. Our Discord, very anti-establishment. We have very few moderates in the Discord. The Discord's more left than I am. The people I run around with, like, I run around with Felice, she's way left of me. Mr. Jones, he's way left of me. Whisper's a cowardly, moderate Democrat, so nobody gives a shit about him. But
Felice is the best, isn't she?
I love Felice. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah. So I want to hear what you think about this. Like, so I was really confused with the response to the whole ousting of the speaker, because, like, when I think about it, I saw 8 people that were trying to hold a politician accountable for things that he's doing in politics. Or, like, in the past, it's just been like people being held accountable for, stupid stuff that they did, like, in the past.
Yeah.
And for some reason, those 8 people in the media, those people were the problem. It blew my mind to think that they were seen as the bad guys when they're the ones holding somebody accountable.
Well, in all fairness, I viewed them as the good guys because I like that they're tearing apart that party.
I love it.
But I think for Republicans, and this is I think the fair criticism is, yes, they were holding Kevin McCarthy responsible for not following through on promises, but the promises he made was basically to those 8 people. So to oust him because of what a small minority wants, that's where it gets a little scary. And that's where, like, Republicans are at this point now where they are held hostage by MAGA, and a small group can seize power. That's what Matt Gaetz is doing. Matt Gaetz is trying to seize power. That's why he made that deal with Kevin McCarthy in the first place, basically saying, like, hey, if I'll vote for you, but you have to keep this open for me, that if you fuck up any of the promises, I can bring this to the floor at any time to remove you. And Kevin McCarthy's like, fine, that won't happen. That never happens. Yeah. Well, it happened. So the question is, like, I think for me, the scary part is, if Kevin McCarthy bowed to the will of those 8 against the wishes of the rest of the party and the American people, then those people have too much power. That's the criticism. Kevin McCarthy only has himself to blame for losing the speakership. He never should have made that deal in the first place. But so he 100% to blame. Great political strategy by Matt Gaetz. One of the best political moves maybe I've ever seen. Matt Gaetz's ability to coalesce power with unpopular ideas and a small minority is pretty fucking impressive, to be honest. I wish some of the lefties would learn from him.
Yeah. All right. So I guess the question is then, like, so. I mean, because for many people, I think I'll probably be fine with it, but forgiving yourself for getting duped, like, I don't know if I'll ever feel like I got duped. I've definitely been duped before, and I think forgiving yourself is good, but how do you see that going with people trying to leave MAGA? Like, that's going to be like, it's going to be hard for people like David,
David catching a stray. No, it's really hard, man. Like, I left my religion. I know you were kind of in the same religion, not in the same way, but it's hard. The hardest thing for most people to do, and specifically because I run around in circles of conservative men and I'm going to say it's really difficult for conservative men, but that's not based on statistics, just my experience. Really hard to admit that you're wrong. Even that first crazy MAGA that we had on, like, he would not admit he was wrong when he knew he was wrong. So that's the hard part. The easy part is to go along with the crowd. At some point, I've had up the title the last couple days that Republicans will be embarrassed, or they won't admit that they voted for Trump in 2024, like down the road. I believe that's true, but it takes an exodus first. It takes people standing up, standing firm, and exiting, and you're starting to see that. There was a mega donor today, I forget his name, he's awful, that just said, I can't support Trump anymore, one of his biggest donors. And you're starting to see people peel off. And when there gets enough traction on the anti-Trump movement, then it'll be easy for people. And then but I don't know. I don't know if the lesson will be learned. That's the part I'm a little bit afraid of. The lesson learned is not that Donald Trump got in trouble, so you had to abandon him. The lesson learned should be, how did you get lied to so much? How did you allow this person to lie this much and trick an entire party? How did this happen, and how do you make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty lucky. I actually find it super empowering to say that I'm wrong and I've been duped. Yeah, it's like so.
Well, yeah. You've went through some shit that was tough, so you know that. Yeah. You've been able to look at like your past decisions and recognize that like owning that ultimately makes you better, which is great. But I think a lot of people haven't had to either deconstruct or get rid of something out of their life that was harmful. A lot of people haven't done that, so it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah. So I guess I just got one more thing for you. Like, I don't know what the Democrats are doing right now, but I think it's going to be very hard for Joe Biden to win again.
It's getting harder for sure.
And they should put somebody else up.
Yeah, Israel-Palestine's not helping. I agree with you 100%. I think they should put somebody else up. I think it's going to be hard for Joe Biden to win. It's fucking crazy that it's going to be hard for him to beat Trump. That goes to show two things. One, that a lot of people just are going to look at the economy how it is. They're not going to look that inflation came down. They're going to look at inflation that it happened. They're not going to look at at their house values going up. They're going to look at like them dropping back down. Like you had a peak and now they're dropping down. People look at these economic indicators much more than they look at like the actual policies that were behind them, the actual accomplishments of the president. So you're right. Unless the economy drastically improves, and we're looking at 2024 where maybe stuff in Ukraine is a little better and Israel-Palestine is better. You're right. If the election was held today, Biden would be in a lot of trouble. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was good talking to you.
It was weird. It was weird just having this kind of conversation. We'll have to yell at each other some other time.
Yeah, I would love that.
All right. See you, buddy.
See ya.
Bye. Bad views with some relatively moderate good views there. Great. Bushmaster, welcome.
What's going on?
Hey.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Are you aware of what was going on prior to October the 7th? Like, what I'm pointing to is specifically is Saudi Arabia, Israel, and America.
You can just maybe be more specific. You want to just tell me? I can tell you if I knew about it or not.
There was talks about them bringing relief to the Palestinian people, but since the attacks of October the 7th, those talks have stopped, obviously, because Israel declared war.
Sorry, you cut out for me. I didn't even hear it. Sorry. You said you were cutting in and out. So you said since October, who was planning on relief?
There was talks between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and America.
Okay, we've had those for a long time.
But what I'm saying is, since October the 7th, those talks have stopped.
Who was missing in that conversation?
Why does that matter?
Why does it matter if
are the Palestinian people going to bring relief to themselves?
Well, why aren't they involved in that discussion is the question.
I just asked you the question.
No, I asked.
The reason why.
I asked you a question. You asked me a question in return. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I don't know why you refuse to answer mine.
Because I don't think the Palestinian people can bring relief to themselves. It's not important.
Yeah, but why not involve them in the conversation? Why not say, hey, what do you guys need? How can we do this peacefully?
Well, I mean, they scream it at the top of their lungs. They talk about a lot of things that they need, like water and things of that nature.
Yeah, why
right?
not bring them to the negotiating table?
So they can tell them, hey, you're going to bring me this or this?
Yeah,
like,
why,
what are you getting at?
Yeah, why would you have a negotiation about Palestine without Palestine?
The talk was to bring relief to them.
But they're not really just looking for relief, right? They want statehood.
I'm sorry, what?
They're not really looking for relief, right? They're looking for statehood. They're looking for their own place to be. They're looking to not be under the thumb of Israel.
I would say they're under the thumb of Hamas.
Okay, well, they're also under the thumb of Israel then, right? I'm fine if I think that's fine to say that certainly Hamas has a lot of power in Palestine, but are they also not under the thumb of Israel?
No, I would put that on Hamas.
So then why would they attack Israel then? If they don't feel like they're under the thumb of Israel, why are they attacking Israel?
If I was being oppressed, would I blame Biden or would I blame Canada, the prime minister there?
Depends on how you were being oppressed.
Well, I'm in America, so I'm just curious.
Well, then you're not oppressed, so it doesn't make any sense. You're not oppressed by Biden,
I'm saying if I was.
Well, how would you be being oppressed?
I'm just saying if I was. I know I'm not. I'm saying if. Bro, you're like missing the concept. If I am being oppressed, who would I blame?
The oppressor.
Correct, which is Hamas.
Israel is the oppressor.
No, Hamas is in charge of Palestine.
Where do you think Palestine is?
How can you not blame your leader?
What country is Palestine in?
Aren't they the leaders?
No, what country is Palestine in?
Are you going to answer that question?
No. What country is Palestine in?
It's a territory. It's not its own.
What country is Palestine in?
It's not a country.
Starts with
it's a territory.
Starts with an I. What country is Palestine in? Starts with an I. It's not Iraq. It's not Iran.
No, I know it's not. I know it's not.
Okay, then what is it? Go ahead and say it.
Israel.
Israel. So they are being oppressed by the Israeli fucking government.
So wait a minute. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're trying to play semantics.
Are they free to do whatever they want inside of the country that they live in?
Okay,
yes,
I got you. So
this is
blame.
What state do you live in, Bushmaster?
Alabama. So I should blame Alabama then.
So this is like you living in Alabama, and the United States saying, "Hey, here's the line around Alabama. Don't leave it. You can't leave this. And by the way, we're going to push you all into this corner. We're going to we're going to cut off your power whenever we want to. We control all the food and the energy that comes into there. You have no ability to act for yourself. You must stay there." Who is your oppressor? Is it Alabama or is it America?
I would say Alabama.
How? How the fuck did you say that?
Because it's the leader. Oh, okay.
How did you choose Alabama? That was so
easily because you got a fucking weak leader. That's why.
Alabama can't take on. Alabama by itself cannot take on.
You like weak leaders.
States.
You like oppression and weak leaders.
There we go. Now we're already.
That's what it's about.
The second you get.
No, it's not an ad-hom, bro.
That's what an ad-hom is. You said I like weak leaders. Now I'm asking again. Why would Alabama be the oppressor? Why would Alabama be the oppressor, Bushmaster?
Because they're a weak leader.
That's not oppression.
Yes.
That's not what oppression means, you potato.
Yes. Absolutely.
What does oppression mean? Explain to me what oppression means.
Oppression?
Yeah, it's like cruel or unjust treatment. That's what oppression is.
Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so explain to me how having the governor of Alabama not being able to stand up against the United States because he or she is completely overwhelmed.
He or she, it's actually Kay Ivey right now. So
I don't know who the Alabama governor is. That's why I said.
I just told you it's Kay Ivey.
Why? Okay, great. Is Kay Ivey
okay,
a
great.
woman?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the Kay Ivey, she doesn't feel like she has the power to stand up to the American government because she doesn't have the power to stand up to the American government.
So she would be a weak leader. I would have want her replaced.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be oppression. The oppressor.
Yeah, it would.
No, the oppressor is still the United States. They're the ones who are giving you cruel and unjust treatment. They are saying, you can't leave Alabama. You must stay there. We control all your resources.
Yeah, it would be her fault, bro.
No, it wouldn't, you silly goose.
Yes, it would, bro.
You are finding the dumbest possible way to defend Israel that I've ever heard. This is actually the dumbest. To say that Israel's not the oppressor is absolutely asinine.
They're not.
Okay. How are they not?
Because their leaders are not negotiating with Israel within their
Israel won't meet
respective
Israel
states.
and the United States.
Their respective
Israel
states.
and the United States will not meet together to broker a deal. They brokered the Abraham.
You get a leader that will.
The Abraham Accords.
You get a leader that will, like Trump did when he went to fucking North Korea.
Under Trump, bro.
Hey, what other president has went across into North Korea?
Yeah.
Oh, don't get slammed, bro. Don't get slammed.
Don't get slammed. Don't change the subject.
See, that's the difference, bro. That's the difference.
Don't change the subject, please. Don't change the subject.
Oh, you changed the subject, but I can't.
No, we're still talking about Israel and Palestine.
You're a total clown,
dude. This is who you are. This is sad.
You're a clown, bro. You're a straight clown. It is sad. You're sad. Trump walked straight into North Korea for peace.
So during the Trump administration,
you're a total clown.
Oh, you weren't done.
You're a clown, bro. That's all there is.
Just let me know.
Like, that's the difference between a weak leader and a strong leader.
I know, sweetheart.
If Trump was there,
I know
this shit wouldn't be going down.
Okay,
that's
so
all
let's
there
talk.
is to it.
Okay, so let's talk about when Trump was there. When Trump was negotiating the peace accords.
See, you're not giving me a reason.
I wasn't quite done there, my friend. I'd let you rattle on. When Trump was...
Yeah, but you're just rattling bullshit. Give me a reason, bro.
I'm trying to
push you to that point.
Yeah, your attention span's a little low, so let me help you out with this, okay?
No, your attention span's low.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you just going to be...
Go ahead, I'm listening. I can talk and listen at the same time.
Okay, but I'd prefer it if you shut the fuck up instead. Would that be okay?
Oh, you sound like a brown coat communist, bro.
Okay, so when Trump was president and he was working on these peace agreements, the Abraham Accords, which we read yesterday on Whispers Live, they didn't include Palestine in the negotiations, and they didn't negotiate peace for the Palestinian people. So could you explain to me what Trump would have done differently here to create peace between Israel and Palestine when he had 4 years and all he did was make things worse by not allowing Palestine at the negotiating table?
Wait, world peace was worse? How is world peace worse?
Oh my God. Cool. So I'll ask the question again. What would Trump have done differently in Israel and Palestine?
What would he do?
Yeah, what would he have done differently? Well, he gave us
world peace in it when he was in office. So
the question I asked Bushmaster is specifically, what would he have done differently?
He's already proven he can do world peace. What are you talking about? There's no discussion.
What would he have done differently?
It's already proven.
What would he have done differently with this Israel and What would he have done differently with Israel and Palestine to avoid this?
Well, why don't you go ask Trump what would he do? Because he did something.
Well, he's not taking my calls because he's a baby back bitch. But so that's I thought you, Mr. Educated,
a baby back bitch.
You, Mr. Educated.
Wow.
There we go. You're getting offended. Well, that's about Trump. He is a little bitch. But you, Mr. Bushmaster. The thing about you that I respect is. The thing I respect about you is that you're on TikTok all the time. You're very educated. So that's why I was asking, obviously an educated, You're in the know. You know everything about Trump. You know you're a supporter because you know what
I'm
he
waiting
does.
for you to give me a reason to do what you say on your background.
The question, Bushmaster. The question I'm asking, my friend, is what specifically would Trump have done differently?
World peace. It's already proven.
So what specifically, Bushmaster?
Well, did we have a
specifically
war?
Bushmaster?
Did we have a declaration of war under
specifically?
Trump's
We don't have a declaration.
Answer that.
We don't have a declaration of war now, but specifically, what would he have done differently?
He's already done it.
Specifically, what would specifically?
He's already done it.
Specifically, Bushmaster. Specifically, what would he have done differently to avoid this?
He would have went in and negotiated peace.
So why didn't he do that when he was president? Why wouldn't he go in and negotiate with Palestine and Israel as president?
Are you kidding? There was a bunch
No,
of
I'm not
treaties
kidding. I'm
at the
asking a
time,
very
bro.
simple question. When he negotiated these peace agreements, why did he not bring the Palestinians to the table?
So you think that's why Hamas
When he
attacked on
negotiated
October
these
the
peace
7th?
agreements, why did he not bring Palestine to the table?
So is that a reason for Hamas to attack?
No, so you don't answer questions with another question. The question I'm asking you.
Oh, you did it to me, but I can't do that to you. Okay,
the question
okay,
I'm
so
asking
here we
you.
go.
The question I'm asking you.
The very first question that I asked you has led to this because you asked me a question.
The question I'm asking you, my friend.
The very first question was, do you remember?
The question
Israel,
I'm asking,
the United States.
Shush for a second.
Oh, here we go.
Okay,
Brown coat. Come on. I know you got it in you. Brown coated.
The question
you
I'm
don't even
asking.
know what I'm talking about, do you?
The question I'm asking you, Bushmaster.
So Israel,
the question,
Saudi Arabia,
Bushmaster,
and America.
What about it?
Israel, Saudi Arabia, and America, right?
Uh-huh.
That was the first question.
Yeah, I answered that one.
Ask me a question.
No, I didn't.
That's not an answer.
No, I didn't.
No, you said, why would you not include? Why would you not include? Oh, you ask a question to answer my question.
So what I said was,
so you didn't know anything about it.
So what I said,
and
Bushmaster.
You're silly, bro.
What
you're
I
a
said.
Clown.
What
you're
I
a
said.
Straight clown.
What I said, Bushmaster. What I said, Bushmaster, is they didn't bring Palestine to the negotiating table. That was the answer.
There's the brown coat.
And then I asked the question. And then I asked the question, why not?
No, you asked the question.
So I'll ask again, what specifically would Donald Trump have done
like the
differently?
memory span of an
What
ant,
specifically would Donald Trump have done differently to avoid this conflict in Israel and Palestine?
He would have negotiated peace. There you go.
Okay. Then why didn't he do that when he was president?
Because there was no conflict. October the 7th just happened. That's an easy fucking answer, bro. Like,
do you think? Wait, you think October the 7th was the first bit of conflict between Palestine and Israel?
No, it was not. They've been in conflict for years, bro.
Okay, so then why didn't Donald Trump broker peace?
A lot of them target Israel.
Wait, so
actually.
why didn't Donald
Iran.
Trump? Wait, so why didn't Donald Trump broker peace?
You didn't know that?
Why didn't Donald Trump broker peace?
Bro, you're like a clown.
Why did Donald Trump not broker peace?
He absolutely did. There was world peace.
Then why didn't he bring Palestine to the table?
Oh, look at you answer the question. See, that's what I'm telling you.
Is there peace in the Middle East? There's no peace in the Middle East, my friend.
He had it set up for Saudi, Israel, and America to have talks to bring that. That's what
do you want me to read? Do you want me to read the Abraham Accords?
Okay, go ahead, read it.
Okay, I can pull it up real quick. This is from the. This is the actual declaration from the Abraham Accords. It is signed. At the bottom of this, there's all the signatures of everybody included. Now, just Bushmaster, if you can be quiet for a minute, because there's a couple paragraphs here. Okay, so you're gonna have to shush during the whole thing. But I just want you to listen with your ears and tell me the part of this that's about Palestine. Okay, this is again. Remember, this is the big peace deal between all these countries who weren't warring. The countries included here were Israel, Bahrain, Israel, Morocco, Israel, UAE, and Sudan, okay? So remember, none of those countries were at war with each other, but here's what the declaration is. We, the undersigned, recognize the importance of maintaining and strengthening peace in the Middle East and around the world based on mutual understanding and coexistence, as well as respect for human dignity and freedom, including religious freedom. We encourage efforts to promote interfaith and intercultural dialogue to advance a culture of peace among the three Abrahamic religions and all humanity. We believe that the best way to address challenges is through cooperation and dialogue, and that developing friendly relations among states advances the interests of lasting peace in the Middle East and around the world. We seek tolerance and respect for every person in order to make this world a place where all can enjoy a life of dignity, hope, no matter their race, faith, or ethnicity. We support science, art, medicine, and commerce to inspire humankind, maximize human potential, and bring nations closer together. We seek to end radicalization and conflict to provide all children a better future. We pursue a vision of peace, security, and prosperity in the Middle East and around the world. In this spirit, we warmly welcome and are encouraged by the progress already made in establishing diplomatic relations between Israel and its neighbors in the region under the principles.
There it is!
I wasn't. Oh, you were so close. Under the principles.
No, it is. You just answered it. Where is Palestine?
I said. Does it say Palestine?
Where is Palestine?
Oh,
where is it? Where is it?
It's in Israel.
Oh, okay. So they are included.
I don't think you understand what's being read.
No, I don't
right
think
now.
you understand
So
what's being read. You're reading.
In the spirit. You're gonna let me finish.
Duh!
Dude, I wasn't done yet.
You're a clown.
God. You're so dumb.
Oh, you're such a clown, bro.
Can I finish reading it?
You're a clown. God, Israel. Palestine is in Israel, right?
Can I finish reading? Is that okay?
Is that included?
Bushmaster, can I finish reading, please?
Is that included?
Can you?
Is that including?
No.
Is that including? Oh,
No.
it's not.
No.
Okay, so it's not now.
No. Do you want me to
Wait,
keep going?
wait.
Can I finish
Wait,
now?
what?
Can I finish, Bushmaster?
Wait, what?
You promised you'd let me finish. Could I finish reading it, please? Would that be okay with you?
All right, let's go, clown.
Okay, thank you. And its neighbors in the region under the principles of the Abraham Accords. We are encouraged by the ongoing efforts to consolidate and expand such friendly relations based on shared interests, shared commitment to a better future. Now, everybody signed that was included in this treaty, not Palestine. There is no, you cannot have peace in the Middle East until you have peace between Israel and Palestine.
In Israel.
And what this
They're in Israel,
wait,
so
but
that
hold on.
includes them.
Carrie, hold on. Carrie.
Hold up.
Carrie,
What?
hold on. Carrie, hold on. So
I know this is a hard concept for you.
Carrie, I know, but be quiet. Stop being an interrupter, okay? Now
hey, if you know my first name, what's your first name?
My name is Jay, Carrie.
Jay, okay.
Yeah, so you cannot have peace in the Middle East without having peace between Israel and Palestine. And what this agreement does is it ensures peace between Israel and other countries, not Israel and Palestine. So while the Abraham Accords do establish peace between these other countries and Israel, who, by the way, we're not at war, we're not even close to going to war, and we're already friendly with each other, there was no problem there. What it does leave out is the one place in all these countries where there is a problem, which is between the Palestinians and the Israelis. So the Abraham Accords, the peace in the Middle East, had nothing to do with the actual ongoing efforts to create peace in the Middle East. You don't bring Palestine to the table, you don't have peace in the Middle East. And I know you think that you were smart by saying Israel, but I was almost done by Israel, that Palestine is in Israel. But this agreement is about the peace between Israel and other countries, not one goddamn thing about the peace inside of Israel. And I know, Carrie, I know that you think that you got a big W here because you said Israel.
No, bro.
But this is like
it's an easy one.
No, it's not, Bushmaster. It's
terrible.
really not.
You're so bad
not.
at this. You should stop. It's hilarious. It really is, bro.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, you should go read up more on it and try to not support terrorist organizations.
What terrorist organization do I support?
Hamas.
I don't support Hamas. I've said repeatedly, fuck Hamas. Try again, Carrie.
You don't support Hamas?
No, I do not support Hamas.
So why would you spout rhetoric that supports them?
Why do I tell the truth?
No, why would you spout rhetoric?
What rhetoric did I spout that supports them?
Let me ask you a question.
Shut the fuck up and answer the question, you dumb potato.
What
rhetoric, what fucking rhetoric do I espouse that supports Hamas?
You're saying Israel's making it hard
Yes, Israel oppresses.
People.
Yes, they oppress the Palestinians. That's not pro-Hamas.
While you're trying to say Hamas, you know they're in charge there.
I haven't said Hamas. In fact, when you said Hamas is the oppressor of the Palestinians, I said that's true. Hamas is the oppressor for some Palestinians as well.
Have you ever heard?
I agreed. I actually agreed with this, Bushmaster, but you were too stupid to know that I agreed with this already.
So, what I'm asking.
Nobody knows what you're asking.
Is if you ever heard the term aiding and abetting?
Yep.
So you know what that is.
Yep.
So if the Palestinian people are aiding and abetting Hamas by putting them in power, by voting and electing them in power,
like half the people in Palestine are under 18. They didn't even vote for that.
Bro, that's rhetoric for them. That's what you don't understand.
That's not rhetoric. That's just a stat that's real, dude.
It is. That's just reality, bro. It's called aiding and abetting.
But what is reality? What is reality? What is reality? We're agreeing on this right now. This is how fucking stupid you are. When we agree, you can't even figure it out because you're so programmed to argue with me that when I agree with you, you start arguing. You can't even figure out when we're saying the same goddamn thing, dude.
No, you're not.
You're
saying the Palestinian people are not included,
dumb.
Bro.
You are remarkably dumb. Like, I just said what you said, dude. And you can't even figure that out. Let's see. If you're opposition in the box, please stay up. If you're not opposition, drop down. Sorry, the Snuggie's coming off. Bushmaster got me a little hot under the collar. Thank you for letting me know his name was Carrie. I appreciate that. That's a fun name. Like, why do people... I'm not somebody who's going to go on to a live and argue about Palestine and Israel because I feel like my knowledge is limited. If I know more than you, you shouldn't talk about this. I shouldn't talk about this. But if I know more than you, you should really, really not talk about this. It's
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm not opposition, so I'll be really quick.
Sure.
I do believe the best option to try to help people leaving MAGA is try to create a simple, it's kind of like a tunnel. Like, you know how when it comes to immigration into America, we have a system and a center that helps people integrate into society. Yeah. And they're so used to being within their own society from a sake of safety. Because culturally speaking, when you're part of a subculture that has defined your life for a certain period, the idea of leaving that culture, while it might factually help you, support you more, is so scary because now it leaves a sense of unknown and uncertainty. Because I feel like a lot of times people you've come on here, I've listened to you multiple times, it seems like they're talking more not out of like straight boneheadedness, but out of fear. Like you almost can hear the fear in their voice. They're like, wait, this challenges my whole reality. This changes everything of who I'm around. And we need to find a way to like ease them into this reality.
That's a good idea. Like a MAGA vacation, but we bring in like some regular folks too that can interact with like normal people for a little while.
Yeah, because I feel like I have like one real conservative friend, like a real friend, and we have honest discourse, nothing where we have to try to stream each other. And I could tell he speaks from at least good faith on some of his issues, but a lot of people who come onto yours or on TikTok, like it's just pure fear of the unknown or fear of entire mindsets being changed. And like I think that's our best case because I feel like a lot of them feel scared to be like I'm wrong. Now people are gonna come at me. I spent so much time defending these talking points that are clearly wrong, but like what do I do?
Yeah. One of the interesting things about like the demographics of our country is the bigger the city, the more left it becomes. And that's because when people are interacting with people that have different ideas, they become their philosophies, their ideology becomes more inclusive. I'm being flagged for harassment and bullying on my live right now. I don't know how that's happening. That's crazy. But the more progress or the more people that wind up in a city, the more progressive it gets. It's a really interesting thing that like Republicans will always point to these big cities and they'll be like, oh, these Democrat-run cities. But truthfully, what happens is the more you surround yourself with different views, the more you're going to go to the left. And the more insulated you are, the more likely you are to just stay on the right. I think that that's the case too with some lefties that insulate themselves, that don't get out in the world, that just surround themselves in echo chambers. But if you're talking about the real world and like real life experience living around other people, nobody ever goes and experiences different parts of the world and becomes like more conservative. That almost never happens unless it's like they go to war, right? But if you've lived in a lot of different places, if you've lived in a lot of different cultures, generally speaking, you're going to be pretty progressive.
Yeah, and like for example, like I have a form of autism, so I do a lot of research on how to be able to understand like social language and body cues. And one of the things I found recently was that cognitive dissonance is something that occurs a lot with these conversations with people who are like neurodivergent, neurotypical, where things that make sense, but they then don't do the actions that make the most sense. Because to me, if it's not logical, why would I do it? And it seems like a lot of times when people come up here to defend these woefully wrong takes and like factually disproven points, it's because they're just experiencing cognitive dissonance. And I feel like what I've tried to do is make them understand that you're still a person, you're still respected, and I can still like, you know, interact with you and treat you like a human being. But the problem right now is what you're doing goes against being a human being.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so I'm gonna get out your way.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah. Let's see it. All right, next up, Rob Fumdler.
Hey, my friend. I agree with you, so I'm going to be quick again. I'm sorry.
It's all right. What's up?
But I got a question. Have you come across a creator called the Moderate Democrat?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've checked in on him recently.
I think he's in our Discord, maybe.
He's become the official TikTok mouthpiece for Israeli propaganda.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've tried to ever interact with him. I went to his live once and made the mistake of questioning religious claims to Israel because I'm an atheist. And he went full screen, looked me right in the eye, and started evangelizing to me.
Yeah, I've questioned. So I've reached out to him just one-on-one to see if he wanted to debate like some other topics. He doesn't want to do that. He wants me to come to his live and talk about Israel and Palestine, which is not where I'm an expert. He's a confusing person to me. He doesn't come off as very moderate or Democrat. I'm not really sure. But I have reached out to him about debating other issues, and he seems to have no interest in that. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, you go into his live, and it's like you'll have 6 people on who like agree with him, and they'll all like dogpile on him. Shuts him down. Somebody tried to pull up a link from the Jewish Virtual Library, and it's like, oh no, that's liberal propaganda, basically. So I don't know why that guy even bothers to call himself a Democrat. I wish more people would honestly reach out to him because a part of me thinks the guy's just drunk the Kool-Aid.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know much about him. I know Whisper, one of our mods, and he hosts one later. I know he's been like wanting to debate him for a while, but. Generally speaking, I stay out of spaces where there's panels. I just think they're chaos. More times than not, you don't get a point across, and that's where you catch most of your bans. So I kind of stay out of those spaces, and that's how he hosts it. So if anybody knows him, I've offered to debate him. He doesn't seem to want to do that. So
thanks. You know what I think you ought to do, honestly, though? Because these conservatives, a lot of them are really predictable. I wish you had like a bingo card up on your background, like real time.
Join the Discord. They've got a bingo card in there.
Holy shit! Okay, I'll probably have to do that, man. I'll go now.
Shoot me a message. We'll get you the bingo card.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll see it. All right. Everybody's telling me I need to restart to not catch a. I don't know if that happens or not. I feel like that. I've been warned before. I'll just be nice to people. I can be nice. It's not that hard. I don't think this is a real person, but I can't remember. Bob what to ba. Dang, diggy. I can't remember. Hey, welcome.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Sorry I bailed on you earlier. My wife was calling.
Oh, that's all right.
Hey, been watching you for a while. I'm down here local, too. Have you heard about the Halloween town in Mesa?
I think that my ex took my daughter there yesterday, maybe.
Yeah, we went there. It's wild. That's a crazy neighborhood. It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I think they were there. Was it in Chandler?
I think it's
maybe Chandler.
We're in Chandler, and it was about 20 minutes away from us, so it's
Okay.
closer. It's up in Mesa, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I didn't go. I just saw pictures.
Yeah, like every house in the neighborhood does it. They have lights that string from house to house. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, some dude was like grilling hot dogs. I saw that.
Yeah, with a Trump flag.
Oh, did he have a Trump flag? Great.
Yeah, he did.
There's gonna be a lot of that.
I gotta give him this though. He did have the best house on the block. He had like skeletons and a boat and all this shit. But yeah, he had a big Trump flag in the back. I didn't even want to get started. I was just like, cool display, dude.
Cool, dude. Yeah, that's gonna be my whole night, just saying, cool, dude. Last time I walked around with a pastor, and he told me all about Jesus. The reason I wasn't Christian is because I was Mormon, but I just needed to know real Christianity. So that was cool. But I was really elevated at the time, so it worked out. It was all right.
Yeah, that's why I love this state. Hey, quick question. My wife has a YouTube channel, and she's been calling out, what's his name? The Sound of Freedom dude.
Tim Ballard?
Tim Ballard, yeah. She's really
What's her
good
YouTube channel?
Nonsense on the Web.
Okay.
So yeah, she's been calling that out. We lived in Utah, and now we're down here. She grew
what part
up
of Utah were you in?
West Valley.
Oh, cool. All right. I was Pleasant Grove.
The hood. We keep it real.
Yeah, that's right.
There's some real hard pieces in Salt Lake, let me tell you. But yeah, no, she's been looking into that just from a TikTok video that I saw about how crazy that dude was. So she's been connecting that to all these other things. And I told her, I was like, you really got to go with RTP with Jay and like collaborate. You guys would be great. So
yeah, her channel's dope. I love this. Yeah. I'm not going to remember this. Tell her to DM me or to DM Jen, or you can DM Jen. Jen, comment there. Jen's kind of handling that, but this is great. I'm going to watch some of this today, but that would be awesome.
Yeah, she's really, really thorough when it comes to investigation and all that kind of stuff.
She's killing it too, dude. She gets great
numbers
numbers too. That's awesome.
Yeah, she's really good at it, and I think you two would be great on it because I watch you every day. It's pretty smart, but
I appreciate that,
dude. How is it possible to get beyond where we're at right now? You know, like I hear you all day, every day talking to these people about if I could provide you proof, if I can show you a video, if I can let you listen to the audio, if I, and every single one of them, you ask, have you read the indictments? Same as I do when I get into a discussion with somebody. Have you read the indictments? Oh, you can indict a ham sandwich.
It's never been done. As far as I know, nobody has ever indicted a ham sandwich. As far as I know.
But I just don't understand how do you deprogram? Let's be honest, it is a cult. I mean, how do you deprogram somebody? Because most of us on the left, if Joe Biden gets in trouble for something, fuck, I don't give a shit, lock him up. That's great.
Yeah.
But he could never do anything wrong. I mean, obviously these people haven't watched anything from 1986 till now about how much of a crook he is and how he doesn't rent to minorities and all these other things. He's kind of bottom of the barrel scum, if you ask me, but these people will die for him,
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is there a massive cult deprogramming channel that we can start?
Maybe we ought to tell your wife to DM me. Maybe we all work on this together. We start a deprogramming night, like once a week. We'll do that.
Just turn on one of those little swirly things in the background, tell people to stare at the screen long enough.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
The Mr. Mugatu background. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Yeah, thanks for showing me that channel. I just subscribed to her, so have her reach out.
Cool. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you soon.
We'll see you. Bye. Thank you. Yeah, tell your wife to DM me sounds like a fun T-shirt idea. Sorry about that. It's probably a better. Nobody clip that. That won't make me look good. Lombardi, I do see you. I've been told by many people to invite Vic, so I'm going to invite Vic. If Vic is still here, and then Lombardi, you're next. I see you. Is Vic still here? I'm scrolling through. I don't see Vic here anymore. Vic might have ran away. Did Vic run away? Oh, there's Vic. I just saw Vic join, and now do I find... Does Vic have enough followers? That could be why I'm not seeing him. I don't know that Vic has enough followers. I do not see Vic on my list. Sorry about that. Lombardi, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going, Jay?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Good. What's on your mind?
Oh, well, I took your advice and I did exactly what you told me to do, and I think you're right.
Remind me of what the exact advice was. I remember we had a good moment, but I don't remember exactly what the advice was.
Well, you told me to sit in some lives, with Democrat and Republican, and I was in the MAGA lives, and I mean, you were right. I mean, they didn't have no evidence or no stats or nothing. But when I was in them Democrat lives, they had all them stats and all them proofs and stuff, and so, I guess the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's to the point now that that's where we're at with MAGA. There's not really any good arguments left. It's just a hope and a prayer that Donald Trump has all this evidence that at some point he'll release, right?
I mean, the man is. He's real convincing.
He's very. That's true. He's very convincing. You're right about that.
But it's only so much lying you can do, and only so much you can believe in until you start to question. And if people calling you dumb, you got to ask. Why are they calling you dumb? And that's and that's what I did. And I was like, well, it makes sense to me.
Yeah. Do you feel? How do you feel?
I feel kind of bamboozled.
Do you?
It's like walking outside with no skin. You know what I mean? It's like it's like your whole world's upside down. Your whole belief system is called into question.
Yeah, I remember that. This happened for me in 2015. That's actually the best description I've ever heard in my life. That it feels like walking out without skin. It's like if you pull off a scab and that first bit of air that hits that open skin, it stings. That scab that was meant to protect you from feeling open air, where the rest of your body can feel all that open air, right? But your body's not quite healed there. So that first bit of air that not quite calloused over or whatever skin you have, it hurts. I remember that exact feeling, and then I also remember thinking fuck, now what do I do? And honest to God, the only advice I can give you is don't make the same mistake of just believing lefties. Right? What you're discovering now when you're looking at facts, just keep doing that. Don't fall into the trap of the left is right or the right is right. Keep doing what you're doing. Say where do the stats line up? Where does the data line up? And then make your decisions based on that. And if the data changes, if new data shows up that proves the point otherwise, change your mind. The only advice I could give you is do not fall back into the hole of right versus left, Republican versus Democrat, good versus bad, because there's good and there's bad everywhere. But when you're looking at the arguments, keep doing that. Keep listening. Who has the data here? Who's trying to appeal to my emotions? Who has the data? If neither has the data and somebody's appealing to my emotion, is that a good emotion? It's hard, dude. It's really hard to sift through that. But I think it makes you a more inquisitive person. It'll eventually make you a much more well-informed person. I've said it before, but the reason I debate with MAGA is because I consume the same news that they do, and then I just go fact check it. So I do that because of what I do on TikTok. I'm going to debate people from the right, so I want to know what their views are beforehand. But I think it's incredible that you went and you did that, and incredible that you're back here admitting that, honestly. But just keep doing that, dude. Don't fall back into sidesisms.
And I will actually. And when you said you you know, you walked away from the Republican Party a while ago, and you know, I mean, I still believe in some of them Republican ideals. I mean,
Sure.
You know, small government, this and that, but I mean, you went from Republican to Libertarian, you said?
Yeah, and then Libertarian Socialist is what that's the thing that most closely resembles what my views are, whatever that is. But I probably wouldn't fall into really any specific ideology.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I asked Mr. Jones. You know who Mr. Jones is, right?
Yeah, I love Mr. Jones.
I mean, I was on his live a couple of days ago, and I asked him for some books. I mean, you got any recommendations, anything to read or anything like that?
Yeah, my go-to book for everybody is the book. It's called Mindfucked. It's about Cambridge Analytica. It's a company that how they mined and scraped data from Facebook to and how social media programs us. It's a really, really good insight to show how people can, from even like the same country with the same set of facts, can have such vastly different views and be so convinced that the other people are evil. Understanding how you're controlled, understand how, or I don't want to say controlled, understanding how you're being programmed, understanding how people are going to feed media to you, understanding what it means when you like a video, understanding what it means when you save a video, when you share a video, what that means to your algorithm, and what kind of information you're going to keep getting. If you're only liking things that are like kind of funny, making fun, or that are kind of out there, your algorithm remembers that, and it's going to keep showing you more and more outrageous things. So just having an understanding of like how to interact with social media to prevent yourself from being misinformed. It's a great book. It's really interesting. It talks a lot about how Trump rose to power, talks a lot about Brexit, how that happened, how they went after lower educated people or people who were maybe more apt to believe things without data, how they co-opted incels. It's a really, really interesting read about how easily we are manipulated by social media.
Yeah, I mean, I even have.
What did Mr. Jones recommend, by the way?
He recommended. I think it was called The New Jim Crow.
Yeah, great one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got that on my list too, and I'm actually reading the Quran because me and Dr. Blitz got a little thing going on. So.
Oh, cool. The other one I would recommend. I read it later, so it wasn't the same amount of impact, but I'll say. I guess I can say it here. Bad Views, who was on here earlier, everybody knows Bad Views. Bad Views read White Fragility, and a third of the way into White Fragility, he's like, "Oh shit, I was wrong." White Fragility is another really, really good one.
I'll read that too.
Is that what it's called? Am I getting that book name right? Is that what it's called? Pretty sure. Yeah. I appreciate you saying that, man. My DMs are open. You're always welcome here too. But I think it takes a big man to do what you did, spend all that time arguing one side, and then be open to hearing new information. And that's all I would say. I don't want you on a side, but what you're doing is going to lead to a better life for you, for your family, for those around you. Just being more educated. The more educated you are, the less likely you are to be fooled. I appreciate that, Lombardi. You're a good man.
I appreciate you, Jay. You're a good man too.
All right, brother. Be well.
All right.
All right. We'll see it. There we go, Lombardi. A lot of people gave me oofs. I don't know why I'm getting red flags here. Yeah, somebody get me that Soros check. Some people don't believe him. I'm choosing to believe him. Let me check these real quick. Catermaid, I do want opposition only, but Catermaid, real quick. Oh shit! You're gonna tell me he's lying.
Just 1 second.
God
I gotta
damn
turn
it.
my camera on for this one. So,
are you gonna ruin my good
Lombardi
moment?
is a frequent. No, Lombardi's a frequent on my panel, right?
Okay.
Till someone brought a video to our attention yesterday, which is on my page. It's the last video there. Everybody go watch it. And you tell me that Lombardi's not a fucking fraud. He's talking in an accent just like mine. It's his voice. It's his picture. It's everything. He's lying to everyone.
Why do you think he's lying?
Go look at the video and you tell me if he's lying. I'm serious.
Okay, well, I can't watch it right now. Did you want to discuss, or you want to just have everybody make their own?
No, I just wanted to make sure that everybody makes their own mind up about it. I hold lives every day. He likes to come into every single live. I'm not going to platform him anymore now that I know what I know. He says that I brought it up to him. He says it's a fake. Somebody stole his. But everybody like listening to it, they're like, dude, that's your voice. That's your voice. That's your tone. That's the exact way you talk. You just don't have the accent. So, if you guys want to take a look at the video, I would love for you to share it with you because it is crazy.
Will you DM it to me?
Yeah, I can do that.
I appreciate that.
Yes, I can do that. Because I want you to make up your own mind. I'm
going to say this.
I'm going to
Lombardi, if you're still here, I believe you until I'm proven otherwise, but I will definitely check out the video. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll see it. Yeah, and then Lombardi, I'll probably DM you with some questions. But again, I want to give space for people, especially like it is a tricky time. If he's telling the truth about the things that he's learning, it's very possible that he still has that behavior creep out. This shit doesn't happen overnight. So I'm not ready to go there yet. I 50-50 in the Discord right now on whether or not that's the same voice. So we'll see. I'm going to reserve judgment, but Lombardi, I'll bring that to your attention later. Mandy, you were next. Hey, Mandy.
Hey, I just want to say I watch your live pretty much every day, and I'm just like you. I'm a recovering Republican. It was my coworker that brought me facts and views and videos and proof that made me finally leave the Republican Party, and I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. Me and him have tried with others, and we haven't been successful yet, but I mean, it's hard to leave that cult. It is a deep cult, and I was born into it. I'm from Texas. That was my whole family. But my grandfather also said, when you see the Republican Party or any party supported by the KKK, you leave it immediately.
Yeah.
You never vote for the KKK. And when I saw the KKK endorsing Trump, I knew that was the moment I had to leave. There was no saving the party.
Good for you. There were a lot of people who didn't give a flying fuck about that, so I'm proud of you. Good for you. That should have been.
He preached. He railed against.
Yeah, there's so many times what he said should have been the end, but it just wasn't.
He railed about David Dukakis. He railed against David Duke. He railed against those men. And then to see them endorse Donald Trump, I knew, like, I thought I could save my party, but that there was no saving them at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
So I just want to thank you for everything you do. I love Miss Julie. Man. She is the highlight of my day every day.
Mine too. I love Miss Julie.
I'm trying to get talking points from you to reach out to my coworkers, but they may be lost causes.
Well, the effort is appreciated by all of us. We all want America to be a little better, so W for you.
All right, you have a great day.
Thanks, Mandy. I appreciate you saying all that.
You're welcome.
All right, whoops. Next up was, I think it was Unholy Black. Oh, shit, I think somebody told me not to bring this person up yesterday. I can't remember.
It's RTP.
What's up?
What's up, man?
I think somebody told me not to bring you up the other day, so don't make me regret it.
I mean, it's always like that. If I'm up on the screen, it's always don't bring up X Black. Whatever my name is Black this time, it's don't bring this guy up.
Yeah, so what's up?
Yeah, I mean, why would one leave MAGA if one became recently MAGA? Right? Why would somebody do that?
Oh, just like you suddenly found like a love for things that were factual and stopped caring so much about conspiracy.
That's what the other side said, man.
What's the other side?
So the MAGA crowd said, don't they? Don't they say that, the left is full of conspiracy? And
what conspiracy?
Oh, that essentially that all the left knows how to do is blame Russia for the problems and blame Trump
what's
for the
the what's the conspiracy theory that we believe in?
Yeah. That's conspiracy. It's all like that Trump's a Russian asset and all those kind of.
I don't think most of the left thinks that.
All right, hey, you fooled me. I've seen a lot of that kind of chat on.
Well, did Trump's team work with Russia? Yeah. Did Trump work with Russia on business deals while he was president? Certainly.
I mean, maybe
you can draw your own conclusions from that, but
Yeah, as far
He
as being a
definitely.
Russian asset, I really doubt it. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean I don't think a Russian asset could run for president. Yeah.
Why?
Because it wouldn't make any sense. How could he get so
What do you mean it
far as a
wouldn't make
Russian
sense?
asset? Just what I said.
Okay, well, what's a Russian asset?
Somebody who is in the service and influence of Russia.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody
Someone who
thought
Russia
that.
has like a deep hold on, I guess.
Yeah, well, nobody has accused Donald Trump of serving anything because he pretended he had bone spurs to dodge the war. Well, he got a doctor that said he had bone spurs. Maybe he really had bone spurs. I'll be careful with that. But no, if you have business dealings with a foreign country, specifically a foreign adversary, shouldn't that be something that we look into?
Yeah, we should look into all.
Okay, so what do you know about Trump's dealings with Russia?
I know he's got some business in Russia. That's about all.
Like what?
I just know he has businesses in Russia. That's all I know.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what, as far as which businesses he has in Russia.
Why haven't you looked into that?
It's never really interested me.
You don't think it would be? You don't think it'd be interesting to know whether or not Trump is maybe a Russian asset?
I mean, in order for him to be a Russian asset, like there will be men who are far more qualified than I to uncover that. And when those gentlemen or ladies do uncover those documents, I'm sure they'll share with the American people, and I can then be convinced. But those kind of things, don't move me to the poll, right? Like those kind of issues they'll have no.
So let's say that Trump said he had business dealings with Russia before he was president.
You got a phone call. Hold on.
You're good.
You hear me?
Yeah. You good?
Gosh.
Oh, you probably got a.
Yeah.
Do you have the echo, or is it all right?
Yeah.
Just swipe up whatever phone you have, go to a different app, and then come right back. Don't close out. Just go to a different app and come back. Usually fixes it. What time is it? 11:50. Goddamn.
Hey, one of them comments said Russia's caller had me dead as hell.
Is that better now?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, so let's say Donald Trump had business dealings in Russia, and he said that I've dealt with Russia before. I'm an international business person, but because that would probably be a conflict of interest if the president had ongoing business deals while they were president, right?
I mean, it could. Like, what are the conflict of interest? Like, you mean like if he had a business deal, it affected his influence on when he becomes president, that kind of thing?
Well, let's say he had a business deal. So he definitely had deals in Russia before he was president. That's fine. There's nothing illegal about that. I don't think that should disqualify somebody from running for president. I'm actually cool with that. It's a big world. Trump has a lot of money. He does hotel deals. Of course, he's going to have hotels all around the world. I have no problem with that. The question and where it gets tricky is when presidents have business deals with foreign governments and they're in office. So if you come up against a foreign government and you have a business deal there and you need them to be friendly to you, you might be a little softer on them than you would have otherwise, right? That could potentially happen.
Yeah. That's totally fair. Totally fair.
Okay, so Trump had this deal with Moscow, the government, specifically to build Trump Hotel Moscow. It was a licensing deal. He wasn't building it, but it was going to be a Trump hotel in Moscow. He had entered into those agreements, I think like 2014, 2015, or at least the preliminary talks. And he said he abandoned those talks before he took office. Well, it turned out later on through the Mueller investigation that he didn't abandon those. And up until 2018, he was still working with the Russian government to try and get a Trump Tower Moscow deal done. Now, when you look at that and you look at the way he went over, he met with Putin. And while he was with Putin, our intelligence agency, who have proven over and over that Russia did meddle in our election, they said that Russia and Putin specifically meddled in our election. And when he was asked about that, he said on a world stage next to Vladimir Putin, he said, "I trust Vladimir Putin." Vladimir said he didn't do it. I trust him. He chose Vladimir Putin over our intelligence agencies on a world stage. Is it at least fair for me to say, yeah, maybe he's compromised? Maybe? Because that's weird, because the intelligence agencies were correct, and he's there to represent us, and he chose to take Putin's word over the information, the intel that our intelligence agencies gave him? Is it at least fair for me to be like, that's sketchy?
I mean, yeah. As a citizen looking into these like individuals who are like former presidents and things, you know, who have certain information that we the citizens are not privy to, outside looking in, yeah, it's a fair take to make. You know what I mean? But whenever people talk about Trump and Russia, to me, it's no different than, and I'm a Muslim, by the way, it's no different than when people were saying, oh, Obama's a secret Muslim. Look at his madrasa. Look at when he was a kid.
Why is it no? Like, well, I think the difference here is
what's across the world. I don't have enough evidence to conclude.
Well, what's
that
the evidence? What's the evidence against Obama?
There is none. It's just as goofy. It's just as goofy as a claim. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of evidence against Trump. A lot. Prior to him being elected, some Russians said that they wanted to meet with him. A Russian agent wanted to meet with him at Trump Tower to give him dirt on Hillary Clinton. He lied about that. He said that didn't happen. Then he was caught. Turned out it did happen. Then they said it was about adoptions. We've now since learned it wasn't about adoptions. And then he said he wasn't there. That part was true. He wasn't. They met with Don Jr. But then Don Jr. put out a statement. And it sounded just like Trump. And everybody was like, hey, that sounds like you wrote that statement. And he's like, no, I didn't. And then it turned out that was also a lie. So he lied about that meeting. He lied about his business dealings with Russia. Through the Mueller indictment, there were 37 indictments, including many members of Trump's team who had business dealings with Russia. That's a lot of evidence that there is at least some sort of connection between him, his campaign, and Russia.
I'll have to look into that. I'll have to like do some research and fact check you and all that. Because
do you know who Michael Flynn is?
One second. The blue side says something, and the red side says something. Y'all both say contradictory things about each other's claims. Really?
Yeah, but the red side. Yeah, but the red side.
Saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the red side's lying because this stuff's all true. So if anybody's saying something that's not this, and it's fair, you should fact check it. It's fair. But let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say that everything I just said is true. Would that be fair to say like maybe we shouldn't trust this guy?
Oh yeah, that would definitely cast a shadow of if everything you were saying was true about all the things in Trump and Russia. Sure, that would put some doubt into the air. Would it be enough doubt to prevent me from going to the polls? Nah, I need a little bit more spice than that to prevent me from going to the poll. But
what is driving you to the polls?
Cast me some shared values and interests.
What shared values do you have with Trump?
What shared values do I have with Trump? Trump supports a few of the same beliefs that I do in terms of the Women in Sports Act, certain things about the education system. I think he mentioned that he wanted to completely revamp the education system. I'm with that.
What do you mean?
Trump said.
Wait. What do you mean by revamp the education system?
He said he wanted to destroy. He wanted to destroy the current education system.
And then do what?
Education. I don't know what his next move was, but that was good enough for me.
Just destroying. Wait, hold on. What if he doesn't replace it, or what if he replaces it with something worse? Shouldn't you know what the replacement is going to be?
I feel like whatever our current system is so bad that whatever they replace it with will only be good.
Wait, what? What's so bad? Okay, could you explain to me what's so bad with our current system then?
Well, okay, so in my city, right?
Where do you live?
My city, Atlanta.
Okay.
You have kids who come out of high school, right? Who are illiterate. You know what I mean? You got kids who come out of high school who can barely do their basic, maths, their basic multiplication, division, right? And they pass these kids along. You have such like a bias and difference of standards for education depending on where you live, what demographic you belong to, that the education system is effed up. So if he can destroy it, and even if he whatever he replaces it with, if they replace it, great. If they destroy the system, and we have our own private education, I don't know how it's going to work. But right now, all I know is the system is ass right now, and then I need some doing over. So that's
okay. Have you ever looked into
a peaceful kind of guy? Yeah.
So let's talk about like the literacy rates in some of these cities. Can we probably agree that the literacy rate, when people are talking about schools that have low literacy rates, these are usually poor communities, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what lead, like, do you know what the key indicators to predict like a literacy rate might be?
Yeah, you just said it. Poverty.
Poverty,
typically.
right? Yeah,
You live in a poor
low.
area, you're more likely gonna.
Yeah,
You're
so
likely to
growing
have less education and more crime. Typically.
growing up in a poor area, generally you're going to have there's going to be generational lack of education, right? So you're going to have generational literacy problems. If your parents can't read well, then the chances that their kids can learn to read well are lower, much lower, right? The access to care for undiagnosed disabilities like dyslexia or ADHD or like any sort of learning disability. Obviously, in areas where there's more wealth, those are more easily addressed. People have access to care. The lack of training for teachers, helping them identify when children have learning disabilities, oral language skills growing up, having access to places where they're forced to read things like signs or movies or subtitles or coloring books, whatever it is. My daughter is kind of learning to read on her own, but she's picked up stuff through her environment. So to say that is a fault of the education system, it's true. But if Donald Trump is going to build up something new, it would want to address those issues, right? If we were going to support something new, it would want to address those issues, right?
Yes, or at least, if not directly address the poverty issue directly, at least it would address the quality of education that children receive and the level of it. Because right now, the education that they receive is, let's be real, as far as history goes, it's a very bland, whitewashed-ish, weak version of history that kids.
Yeah, but your party wants to get rid of history. Your party is.
What do you mean?
Like,
What do you mean? Which party do I belong to?
The Donald Trump party, whatever you want to call it. The Donald Trump folks want to get rid of history.
Okay,
they're banning books. They're changing education. They're removing history from education as we speak right now.
I've heard of like history being added, but I've never heard of history being. Which history is being removed?
The amount of stuff being removed by Republicans is wild. Like I know in one school district, the story of Jackie Robinson is not being allowed. If somebody wants to send me a list here in Discord of the list of books, I didn't have that ready to pull up.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that was debunked big time. But I heard that Jackie Robinson was hugely debunked.
Critical race theory. It's crazy for Republicans to be opposed to critical race theory. That's insane.
For elementary school, high school, college, what?
Doesn't matter. There are different, no matter the subject, we teach it at an age appropriate level, right? So kids can understand it, right?
Well, okay. Define what is CRT.
Critical race theory is critical theory viewed through a racial lens.
Like, for example, so I would say that just teaching slavery is not critical race theory, right? We'd be in agreement with that, correct?
Sure it is.
Okay. You say teaching about slavery is critical race theory?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna call Cap. We can disagree on that.
Wait, hold on. What was the number one, like, from an outsider's perspective, if you were just looking in on the South and you wanted to identify who are the slaves, who are the slave owners, how would you identify who's who? You don't know anything about it, or you don't know any of these people. They're all just standing in a line. How would you identify who are the slave owners versus who were the slaves?
Yeah. So, like, I was schooled partially in the South, maybe middle school.
I feel like you're not answering that question.
I'm trying to answer it right now. So when they taught slavery, right, they taught about the white people being the slave owners, typically, right, 99% of the time, and then typically the non-black people, they start with the Native Americans, and then they didn't make very good slaves. Then the black people were the slaves. That's what they taught it. But I don't think that counts as critical race theory. I think critical race theory is an expulsion on those things.
Well, I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what critical race theory is then, because critical race theory is just critical theory viewed through the lens of race. Do you know what critical theory is?
No, I don't know what critical theory is. No, I don't know what that is.
It's just it's like how you approach humanities, and it allows you to focus on like the culture and the society, and you view the outcomes based on society, right? So you have to take the culture and the society into account, and then you're looking at the outcomes, and you're basically saying what caused these outcomes. And so when you're talking about critical race theory, you're saying which of these outcomes were race related. That's all you're doing. And that doesn't mean that it was wholly dependent on race. It doesn't mean that it was partially dependent on race. It just is viewing outcomes and saying, did race play a factor here? And when we're talking about, when you're talking about slavery and you're talking about outcomes and you're talking about everything post that, you have to view the history of our country through a racial lens. We cannot examine history in our country unfortunately, without viewing it through a racial lens, or it's not an accurate view of history.
There's a very big difference between teaching history, which I'm all for. I'm for not only teaching history, but I think history should be taught in a raw, uncut way. Yeah, if children are able to read very violent books and listen to very violent movies, and they go to church, they listen to the Bible, the Quran, and all these kind of things, yeah.
None of those things are in school. None of those things are in school.
I didn't say that the Quran and Bible were in school. I said that they go to church with these things, and they listen to these violent things. Yeah. So if they're able to take and listen to these kind of violent things, then the uncut, raw history that's taught in school should be allowed. But that's not exactly what critical race theory is. It doesn't just go into what happened, which is what history is. History is a review of what happened and how we got to this point. Critical race theory espouses on the effects of Jim Crow and slavery on the society today and into the future.
Correct. That's part of it. But there's aspects and components of critical race theory that you would never be taught outside of like a college specific class. There are also aspects of critical race theory that we learned when we were in 6th grade. Critical race theory is not a curriculum. It is a theory. It's a working theory, but it's really just a way about how to examine the history of our country. It's a way to examine specifically outcomes that were determined by race. It's a process more than it is a curriculum, and I think this is where Republicans fundamentally don't understand this. I've never heard anybody who said ban CRT who could tell me what CRT was, and I mean this respectfully, you couldn't either. Because it's not a curriculum. It's simply a way of viewing history. It's a way of viewing outcomes through a racial lens. And it would be absolutely silly for anybody to say that the history of our country, specifically for certain groups of people, should not be viewed through a racial lens.
So history and outcome. You hear me, Fawn?
Yeah.
I got the bars.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So history is a review of what has already been documented and happened. We're looking back. We look at history.
Why do we study history?
Critical race theory, we're not looking back. Well, we're looking back.
Why do we study it?
But hold on, allow me. We're not just looking back. We study history so we don't repeat it. Typically. At least I believe we don't, so we don't repeat it. Critical race theory, we're looking at the effects of slavery and the effects of Jim Crow, and what they not only do they have, but what they could possibly have in the future. Right now,
you went mute.
I got a phone call again.
Yeah, it sounds shitty, dude. Might have lost you. You there? No go?
Yeah, my bad. I got a phone call again.
Sorry, brother. I'm gonna have to probably drop you if you can't be here. You out? All right, I gotta drop you, brother. You're welcome to come back another time. I appreciate that. Korean leftist, do you want to just come up and correct anything I got wrong there? Real quick. Korean leftist went to, I won't blow him up. He went to a very good school. This is something that he studied. Put a lot of, I think one of his dissertations maybe was on this. I can't remember. Yeah, I feel like that's what I'm saying. Somebody said that what I'm saying, critical race theory, is not critical race theory, and then I'm looking at the definition, and I think what I'm saying definitely falls within that. It's an academic and legal framework that denotes that systemic racism is part of American society. From education and housing to employment and healthcare, critical race theory recognizes that racism is more than the result of individual bias and prejudice. Yeah, I agree with that. What's up, dude?
What's up? Hey,
Did I
how's it
miss
going?
anything?
No, I think the way you described it was pretty good. I would have like maybe possibly tested him on like what CRT exactly is, because it is like it has like 8 tenets of what it is. It's not just like simply looking at what history was, like not just looking at the surface level, but why history happened, right? So
Did you
we
say
can
there were
look at
8 tenets? Isn't it? I've always heard 5 tenets. Is that wrong?
there's 8 tenets.
There's 8. Okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, for
So
one.
like the first the first one is race. It's racism is permanent. The second one is the need for historical context and critique of a historicism. Number 3 is the interest convergence. Number 4, race is a social construction. 5 is the property value of whiteness. 6 is intersectionality. 7 is the unique voice of color and counter narrative. And number 8 is critique of liberalism. And so within these, they describe like multiple facets, such as like interest convergence, which is like the main point of it, which is like the idea that that white people only advanced the interests of people of color because it benefited them, right? So like during the 1900s, like especially during like the Cold War, the Soviet Union heavily criticized the U.S. for being a terrible country for the way it treated its citizens. So when Brown v. Board of Education passed, the idea was that it only passed because of the pressure and the critique of the Soviet Union that it got at the time, and that they actually didn't really care for the people of color, the Black and Brown community more specifically, to integrate to the communities. It was just like it was a way to look good, essentially, to the rest of the world, to the Soviet Union. I think we can say like the space race, if you want to compare it to that. Like we wanted to beat the Soviet Union to the moon. Yeah. So like that's a way to look at it. And so there's a lot more to it.
But essentially, like on a simple level, really any analysis, any aspect of teaching that we would teach considering race in school would fall loosely under the umbrella of critical race theory, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was
so we've
just,
always
like,
been taught critical race theory.
Yeah, well, and
not in the same way, but like aspects.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. CRT is a college level study. It's never taught through K through 12, and even in like AP Gov or AP History lens, it's strictly in academic settings. Of course, every college is different in terms of like when they teach it, but for the most part, it is taught through like when you're going to school for social work or sociology. It's a heavily integrated as an important aspect to understand the intricacies of how the macro lens of how people ended up to be, and not as just like a spontaneous reason why they may have living in like terrible conditions in certain communities. And so there's some schools are a lot better now because they do, like
BYU. They probably got a lot better.
I don't know about BYU.
Liberty University got better, probably. All these great schools.
The great schools in Utah, right?
I don't remember where Liberty is, but that one might be worse.
I don't know. Aren't they like funded by like heavy right-wing Christians?
Yeah, all of them are.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to jump to some opposition, but if I stick around, I may need you now that this conversation's
Yeah, I'll be here for you.
All right, brother. Appreciate it. Green Leftist, everybody, give him a follow. That's one of our moderators. He also created our Discord. Brilliant person. Ain't nothing easy. Welcome.
Hey, Jay.
Hey.
I heard you talking last night with a guy about the Russia and the Mueller report. I just wanted to mention real quick that something I don't hear people bring up too much, which I think is really important, is that the Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee investigated Russian active measures. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. Keep going. Yeah.
What the key paragraph here, I mean, it's a fascinating, it's like 5 sections, and it's so detailed on all the connections, and it's crazy everything that's going on. But this paragraph says, on numerous occasions over the course of his time on the Trump campaign, Trump's campaign manager, Paul Manafort, sought to secretly share internal campaign information with Konstantin Kalemnik, a Russian intelligence asset. The committee found that Paul Manafort's presence on the Trump campaign and proximity to Trump created opportunities for Russian intelligence services to exert influence over and acquire confidential information on the Trump campaign. The committee assesses that Kalemnik served as the channel to Manafort for Russian intelligence services. Taken as a whole, Manafort's high-level access and willingness to share information with individuals closely affiliated with the Russian intelligence service represented a grave counterintelligence threat. And that's coming from the Republican-led, Marco Rubio was ahead of that.
The initial findings were essentially that, like, the summary is the committee, again, Republican-led, found that the Russian government engaged in an aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence or attempt to influence the outcome of the 2016 presidential campaign. And then, like you said, if you go read it, you can, I think part 5 now is out where there's more stuff that's been unredacted. But exactly what you're talking about. You want to talk about, don't believe the Mueller report, want to believe the Republicans? I don't know why I forgot about this report. I'm so glad you brought this up because I need to use this more.
And you remember when there was that one strange moment in the campaign had come out with their platform of what they're for. And one of the things on their platform was that they would supply Ukraine with weapons, and all of a sudden that one part of their platform was removed, and nobody could figure out. All the networks were asking, well, what happened to that, and nobody could answer that. And what had happened was that it says. Still, Republican delegates at last week's National Security Committee platform meeting in Cleveland were surprised when the Trump campaign orchestrated a set of events to make sure that the GOP would not pledge to give Ukraine the weapons it had been asking for from the United States. Manafort worked directly with in Ukraine to get the Ukraine president elected at the time, and so that was Putin's puppet.
Correct.
So
yeah, he was all.
Enjoy.
Thanks, appreciate it. Oh God, Christopher. Gross is equal to 12 dozen. I'd never heard that. There's my Utah education, I guess. What's up, Christopher?
Hey, how you doing, RTP?
Good.
So I had an emotional highs and lows just a moment ago with Lombardi on because was it yesterday? I saw him. I listen to your show all the time, and the other day, I would say 2 or 3 days ago, he conceded on a handful of things. Okay, then I see him. I don't know if you know the creator Sarah. The topic was racism or something, and he was on there and everything that he'd conceded with you, he was back to his original thought process on there. And then I jumped on, kind of called him out on it, and he was, somewhat denying it. So I almost cried when I heard him say, "Oh, you made me come around." I was all happy. And then I forget the lady's name that said, "No, he's a fraud." Like, I can't wait to hear the end of this.
Cater May. Yeah, this is bizarre. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
It's such if this really is an act, it's one of the strangest acts I've ever heard. It's so bizarre.
What's the creator's name? Because I want to go see the video. What was her name?
Cater May, Katermae. I think that was right. Cater, if you're here. I've had a bunch of people in Discord and that say they watched the video. Honestly, it's like 70-30. It's split. Cater May 2. Okay. There you go.
Anyway, I can't wait to see how this unfolds.
All right.
You have a good day. Happy Halloween, and stay safe.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Bye.
I do remember. Yeah, look, Cater May is a good creator. I just don't. I'm careful about trusting what people say on other. I'm. Oh, interesting. So they showed Trump's tweet. I guess looks like they're getting right into it. Are they showing the attack on that? Are they showing the people break the barrier, or what are they showing here? It looks like that HBO documentary is what they're using for a lot of the footage. Okay, nothing there that's from Krasenstein. No update there from Krasenstein. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I don't think I'm like, as much as I think that was awful. I think that any amount of this, like it can benefit him. I'm really torn on whether or not Trump should be allowed to be on the ballot, to be honest. I do think that if we have evidence that he knew if we have enough evidence and can prove that he knew January 6th was going to be violent, and that he did nothing to stop it, I do think that should disqualify him from office. I do think that states should stand up and remove him from the ballot. I'm not sure we're there yet. Hey, Jen.
Hola.
Hi.
Hi. All right. Ask you anything.
Great.
If you had to choose between going naked or having your thoughts appear in thought bubbles above your head for everyone to read, which would you choose?
Thought bubbles. I have a really hard time keeping my thoughts inside my head as it is. I'm not somebody who keeps a lot of things inside of my head as far as thoughts go. The only thing I would be afraid of is like people. The one thing I'd be afraid of is that there's people that I think are really boring sometimes, and they would see that I wasn't paying attention. That would be the main thing.
I think it's pretty obvious you don't pay attention on certain things. I mean, you wander your eyes.
Yeah.
You've got. I said it many times in the Discord. You've got the attention span of a goldfish.
But I can lock in when I need to. Sometimes, almost. I appreciate it. That was a good question, though. But yeah, I think thought bubbles. I don't really think anything that awful.
I mean, I think a lot of awful things, but I also say them. So it's
correct. Yeah.
Either or. So.
All right. Well, good question.
All right.
Thanks, Jen. If you guys want a Discord invite, there's Jen. Jen can send those to you. DRV. Welcome. Ooh, it's getting warm. Gotta keep it unzipped. DRV, welcome.
Hi there. It's Dr. V.
Dr. V, sorry. That makes more sense. That makes sense.
It's all good. It's all good. So it's Halloween, so thought we'd have some fun. So have you ever played that game, Miss Lucy's Goosey, but she ain't crazy?
No, that sounds insanely Southern. That sounds like something that you play in Arkansas for sure.
You do, and in East Texas too as well. But so I'll say three things, and if you catch it, then If you figure out the game, then you give me 3 back, okay?
The game is called what?
Miss Lucy's goosey, but she ain't crazy.
All right, so I'm just gonna respond. I'm trying to recognize a pattern in what you say.
Yes.
All right, fuck, go for it.
Okay. I like Mississippi, but I don't like Arizona. I like cheese, but I don't like hamburger. I like butter, but I don't like margarine. Miss Lucy's goosey, but she ain't crazy.
I like Mississippi, but I don't like Arizona. I like cheese, but I don't like hamburger. And wait, what was the last one? There's my goldfish. Oh, now who doesn't remember?
I said I like cheese. Oh, I like, I can give you another example. Let's see. I like butter, but I don't like margarine.
Okay, I like, shit, this one's tricky. I'm trying to find the
I
right
like
words for
Dr.
it.
Pepper, but I don't like Coke.
Dang it, you just stole one of mine. I like Pittsburgh, but I don't like Phoenix.
Okay, give me 2 more.
Did I do it? All right, I'm on the right.
Come on,
I'm
come
there.
on.
I like. Now I'm stuck on states. Let me find. I like Fetterman, but I don't like Bobert.
Okay, give me 1 more.
I need
Miss
one more word.
Lucy's goosey, but she ain't crazy.
I like Krabby Patties, but I don't like McDonald's.
You got it.
Did I do it?
Yes,
Hell yeah!
yes,
Thank you.
yes. But
Nailed it.
But don't say it to anybody else.
I
They
won't
gotta
say
figure
it.
out. And please, if you know this, no guesses in the comments. Please, please, please. I like comments, but I don't like answers.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, Dr. B.
No worries. Take care. God bless. Everybody have a great day and be safe out there and have fun. All right.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mwah.
That was hard. That took me a minute. I had to rehear it. All right. Pamela was next, and then CJ's going to come ruin it, she says. Pamela, welcome. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Barely, though. If you could you speak a little louder? Lindsay. I apologize, but that was not what I was trying to say. All right, the official Eli. Oh no! Whoops! I hit Kimberly on accident. But Kimberly, welcome.
I mean, I think that this is how I usually jump up here is by accident. Like,
well, you were
2 for
next
2 now,
anyways.
Jay. 2 for 2. What did the fish say when it hit the wall?
Damn.
Yep.
Boom.
Have a good day.
Yes. Don't try and stump me on all the dad jokes. I'm killing the dad jokes. I'm ruining everybody's punchline. The official Eli. Mod. Hey. Oh, sorry, that was a little loud. Good.
What do you call it when Batman skips church?
When Batman skips church. I don't know.
Christian Bale.
Get out of here. You gotta go. You gotta go. Get out of here.
All right.
Okay, bye. Thank you. Twinkle Toes. This is so stupid. This is who we've become, folks. Twinkle Toes, you're here. Welcome.
Say knock knock.
Knock knock. just left. Is that the joke? Did I miss that? All right. No, Candy, this better be good. Listen, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna shut it down.
I just can't let it go. I have to ask you.
Yeah.
If a man has no arms, no hands, how is he going to carry those donuts?
I can't say this. I can't say these words. How am I
so
going to?
You understand the joke, and you're not laughing at my joke?
I'm laughing at it, but I'm a little concerned for your health. A typical donut's probably 1.5 to 2 inches.
I don't
Let's
care.
just call it 1.5 inches. You times that by 12, you're going to die, Candy.
Donuts. We're more worried about how many donuts they can carry. We're not going to eat the donuts. Nobody cares about the donuts.
Listen, you're not going to eat. You're not going to eat the carrier either.
Well, you don't know that.
I'm out of here. Gotta get out of here. God damn it. Just. What the fuck? That's between 18 and 24 inches. If I'm doing that math right, that is fucking. Candy's a champion. That's what we know. Who hasn't been up before? I don't think Lindo Stars has been up. Lindo Stars, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Why does Snoop Dogg need an umbrella?
Why does Snoop Dogg need an umbrella? I don't know.
For drizzle.
Get out of here. You gotta go.
I don't know how to drop
okay,
it.
I'll get you. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Who's looking up these dad jokes? All right, Stacy, you're next. Then.
Hey.
Hey.
Are we doing riddles now?
I guess so. I guess that's what we've become. We're doing riddles now. Go ahead, Stacy.
I have two.
Great.
When is a door not a door?
When it's a jar.
Yes.
Boom.
What does everyone have but no one can lose it?
What does everyone have but nobody can lose it?
Everyone has it, yet no one can lose it.
I don't know.
Any guesses?
No.
Shadow. Okay, that's it.
What
That's
if
all
it's
I got.
dark? All right, Stacy. That wouldn't make sense. If it's dark, you don't have a shadow. Well, I guess maybe you do have a shadow. You just can't see it because it's dark. Some scientists tell me, do you have a shadow when it's dark? Is there enough light in the darkness to create a shadow that you just can't see it? Dark passenger, welcome.
Hey, what's up, RTP?
Hey.
I don't have a dad joke for you.
Your profile picture looks like they're trying to find you after January 6th. That's what your profile picture looks like.
Nah, that's not what that is.
Okay.
But I just wanted to ask your opinion about the Biden administration unveiling new actions to combat anti-Semitism on college campuses. Have you heard about this?
I have not.
So yeah, like he wants to work with law enforcement with the campuses to track like cybersecurity and like I saw a video the Conscious Lee did earlier today talking about how like this is bad, like if Trump wins the election, like he's handing the keys to like making a fascist state easier if he goes through with like this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm reading about it now. I don't know how they're going to track this. If they're tracking like public comments, I don't have a problem with it. But if they're getting into people's private messages and DMs, I've got a real problem with it. If you're posting things online publicly, I don't think it's a bad idea for law enforcement to be tracking and searching for keywords like that. But if they're going any further than that, I'd have a problem with it.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I'll look into it.
It's just like, you know, it's kind of like the Republicans like argument with like the slippery slope, you know.
Yeah.
Like if they, depending on how they go about it, you know. But yeah, if
everything's
I don't know if you follow the Conscious Lee, but maybe like check out his video.
No, would you DM it to me? Because I'm going to forget this in 2 minutes. When you hop off, will you send it?
Can I DM you without you following me?
I check all my messages.
Yeah, I'll send it right to you.
So even if I'm not following you, I'll find them.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just follow you. Make that easier. There you go.
All right.
Boom. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Bye. Till that waterfall, we said what's up. Niagara Falls is sounding lovely today. Deba Dozer. I'm ignoring Jen on purpose. She has power to do something about it, though. Deba Dozer, welcome.
Okay, I have a limerick, but it's not blue.
Okay.
It's a family show. All right.
Okay. All right.
I once had a gerbil named Bobby, who had an unusual hobby. He chewed on a cord, and now, oh my lord, now all that is left is Blobby.
You gotta go. You gotta go. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. What, Jen?
Do we have anybody else in request? Ah.
There is, but it's fine.
All right. Well, I got a couple. So this is from Allie. Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know.
To get to the soy boy Beta Cuck's house.
It's so stupid. Allie,
Knock, knock.
we
Knock,
gotta
knock.
mute. Allie needs to be muted for 5 minutes. Who's there?
Chicken.
Chicken who?
It's your house. It's your house. That's the joke.
What?
All right, that wasn't my joke. That was Allie's joke. Okay.
For 2.
So, you know why you shouldn't go for a cheap circumcision?
Why?
Because they're nothing but a ripoff.
Thank you for us. Thank you. Get out of here. That sounds horrendous. Some of these are scary. Dark Juliet, you're next. I've got a poem that I'm going to end things on. We discussed it the other day. Dark Juliet, welcome.
Hi. Got a dad joke for you.
Good.
What did the ocean say to the beach?
I do not know.
Nothing. It just waved.
Go away. Get out of here. Stupid. So stupid. Go to... You got mad at me the other day for saying this name wrong. What is it? What's the name? Did I say it right that time?
What did you say?
I said Koenig?
Yeah, it's Koenig.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever that is. I know what you're here for. I know that you're here to say something awful.
No,
yeah,
Jay,
right.
Jay, I'm not here to say nothing mean. I have a joke for you.
I bet. Go ahead.
Why did the ghost go to the bar?
I don't know.
It was looking for booze.
That was remarkably, that was kind of cute. That was, first of all, get the fuck out of here, but that was cute. I expected the worst possible thing to come out of his mouth. Benny, you're welcome. Benny.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
R. Get out of here.
You think it would be R, but it'd really be the C.
Get out of here. That was the best. That one got me. I thought it was so stupid. And then you got me. That chick Beth. I'm going to read my mom's favorite joke before we leave today. I just want you to know the humor I dealt with growing up. That chick.
Hey there.
Hey, how are you?
I just bought a horse.
You bought a horse?
Yeah, I named him Mayo.
Okay.
Sometimes Mayo neighs.
Okay.
Nay. Bye-bye.
Didn't get any of that. I didn't get any of that. Good pirate material. My friend Z-Note is in the Discord. He'll respect this. I'm gonna leave you guys. We talked the other day with somebody from the South, and we talked about cowboy poetry. Now, my mom, she is not a person who enjoys laughing too often, specifically at an inappropriate joke. My mom is very, very sensitive about anything that involves a curse word or anything that is even vaguely or remotely sexual. It will make her uncomfortable. She won't laugh. But I would like to share And she also doesn't think I'm funny. Z Notes is correct there. But I'd like to share my mother's favorite joke in the form of a poem. This is known as cowboy poetry. When I was a child, we would go to these events where you'd have like a chuck wagon dinner, and then at the end they would play like some fiddle music, and then you always had a cowboy poet, and their job was to create a story out of poetry that only cowboys could understand. I hope some of you appreciate this. Let me wet my whistle. That's a cowboy. Yeah, like Bar J Wranglers, correct. If any of you are familiar with the Bar J Wranglers, you'll know my mom's favorite joke. This is dedicated to my mom in the spirit it's meant. Once upon an Easter morning, little Miss Virginia Beggs found a score of highly colored, somewhat gaudy Easter eggs. Some were pink and some were yellow. Some were red and some were blue. Some were nicely striped with purple. Some were dyed a crimson hue. In the nest out in the barnyard, while the old hen stretched her legs, generous little Miss Virginia placed some pretty Easter eggs. Came the rooster crowing loudly, strutting as a rooster should, joyful in anticipation, pride of coming fatherhood. By the nest he drew up proudly, where his handiwork to view, for he knew his mate was setting, knew the hatching date was due. Sad the day, and sad the moment, sad his terrible surprise. Joy fled from his heart in horror at the sight before his eyes. In the nest home of his lady, whom he had sworn was always true, there were eggs of pink and yellow, red and green and brown and blue. Long the rooster looked in silence, then decided bitterly, naught remained but to avenge his violated sanctity. With the boldness of an eagle, next door did that rooster fly. Battle ruffled were his feathers, blood was in his rooster eye. Rooster mind was firm determined, rooster jaw was set and grim, and the next door neighbor's peacock got the shit beat out of him. And that's going to be the end of this Halloween special. Thank you guys for sticking with that. Thank you for listening to my mom's favorite poem/joke. The joke is the rooster thought the peacock got his lady pregnant, and that's why all the eggs were different colors, if you missed that. But I will see you guys likely tonight. I've been messaging with Felice. We're planning on finding a MAGA live to infiltrate. So plan on seeing myself and Felice later tonight. I imagine Whisper will be there. Whisper's live starts in an hour from now. Make sure you're following Whisper. He'll go live for 5 or 6 hours. I hope you guys enjoy that. Thank you for all the subscriptions, for the likes, for the gifts. If you want a replay of this, you can always find it on YouTube. I usually get them done the night of, sometimes the following morning. This should be up probably tomorrow morning. Follow there, subscribe there. And if you want an invitation to the Discord, shoot me a DM. There are people requesting. Sorry, guys, we're out. If there's something you needed to ask me and you're in the guest request, just shoot me a DM. I'll be happy to wait a second. Hold on 1 second. Some of you may have left. Hold on. Cutting it close, Miss Julie.
Jay, it's been a shit day, so I'm not going to stay long.
Okay.
I have a little joke for you.
Okay.
What's the difference between your wife and your job? In 5 years, your job will still suck. Bye, Jay.
Bye, Miss Julie.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, can't wait to hear your stories. Thanks, everybody. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday. We are riding the pine every weekday. I'll see you guys probably in Whispers Live, and then I will see you later tonight. I will be full of candy and sugar and anger for having to walk around with a bunch of Republicans tricking and treating and such. I'll see you guys tonight or in the morning. Again, trying to look just for opposition. I forgot to say it. Boxer Mom ×2. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, RTP. I actually accidentally clicked the button.
Okay.
But I actually do have something that I would just like to ask you if you've learned about or read about it.
Sure.
About that reporter on Ben Collins on, excuse me, how a lot of people thought what Elon Musk was doing with Twitter was crazy and random and all this stuff, right? Well, there is apparently some anonymous source that sent him a 3,000-page playbook and he follows it to a T. It's like to take over the whole world, basically. And
I have seen this.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah. So, and I pulled up Ben Collins. I don't know why.
I think he was on Rachel Maddow's.
I don't know why he wouldn't have this pinned. It's some of his best work. Yeah. It's essentially talks about how to buy Twitter, how to leverage your stock to buy. Which, by the way, this is the problem with billionaires. So Elon Musk makes an offer to Twitter. He uses his stock as collateral to make this offer to Twitter. Twitter accepts his offer, and then he goes to the banks and he uses that same stock for collateral to get the money to buy Twitter, and will not pay. But those are unrealized gains that we can't tax, by the way. Despite all of that, he told him what to do. He said, take over Twitter, basically let everybody back, and then when everything gets bad, when you start losing money, when the advertisers leave, blame the ADL. He put it like it's specific. Blame the ADL for this. Then you could start charging a user fee. He laid it out exactly what Elon Musk should do, and Elon Musk did it, which isn't that crazy considering that you can if Elon Musk ever says something crazy, go to his likes, go to his retweets, and you'll find where he got his crazy ideas. He seems to be educated entirely off of tweets.
Yeah, I mean, it's really scary and really bad because, there's like all this behind the scenes that people don't realize what's going on, and what their overall plan is to make America an authoritative country.
Yeah.
And it just is so crazy to me that the same people that are benefiting from the program have somehow programmed all these Americans for years that socialism's bad, right? However, those people are currently on socialism. They're getting paid insurance, but they're telling everybody else don't do it, but yet we do it, right? And it blows my mind how people are so ignorant on knowing that they're voting against their own best interests.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I don't either.
Anyway, I just thought that was really. Didn't know if you had looked at that or what your opinion was of it, but it's really scary.
I heard about it a couple weeks ago, and I think I heard about it on Majority Report, and then I went and I read it then, and then I haven't found it. I'm scrolling through Twitter as you talk, looking for it.
Excuse me. There's an interview if you want to look at it later or what have you. He was on Rachel Maddow, and I guess this guy also.
And they have almost the same haircut.
It's gone into the deep web.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said they have almost. I saw the picture. Their haircut was remarkably similar. Rachel Maddow and
right.
and Ben Collins. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I just
they're very similar.
I can't unsee it now.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull it back up. I'm gonna find it again today, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. I need to find it. I've read it before.
It's also, what he's been doing against like different races, right? And anyway,
I'm going to do some Elon stuff tomorrow. That's a good topic. I'm going to try and get more sources, and we'll get there.
Yeah, that would be great because I value what you have to say. I've learned a lot, and
thank you.
Anyway, I appreciate it. And I know you were looking for opposition. I accidentally hit the button, but I guess I already had.
No, this was a good one. This was a happy mistake. I'm glad we had this.
Hey, good. Well, I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Sounds good. See ya.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. Who sent this? Cassie sent this. These are the texts that were sent. Let's see. Step 1, blame the platform for its users. Step 2, coordinated pressure campaign against the ADL. Step 3, exodus of blue checks happens. Step 4, deplatforming. And this is from, I did find it. All right, I'm going to cover this tomorrow. I'm going to make a TikTok about this later today, and I will cover it tomorrow. But thank you, Cassie. Now we've got the article. Thank you very much. Was somebody else in the box there? David. David, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Good, David. How are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm wonderful.
I was seeing you were talking about the Senator Hawley thing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it. What had happened, there was a lady that works for the DHS. Her name is... What is her name? Nuja Ali.
Okay.
And she has 2 Twitter accounts. On the 7th, when the stuff broke out in Israel, she posted some things on a backup account that didn't show her government because she works for the DHS.
Yeah.
And it was one of the pictures was of a paraglider holding a machine gun saying free Palestine. And
yeah, I'm seeing it now. Yeah.
yeah, and that's what he had a problem with. He asked if she had been fired because she said a bunch of other anti-Semitic stuff and went on a rhetoric.
Yeah, she said F Israel and any Jew who supports Israel.
Yep. Holly asked if she had been fired, and Mayorkas just kept averting, and they were both getting pissed at each other.
Interesting. I can pull this up. So then Holly said, Mr. Secretary, what is going on here? Is this typical of people who work at DHS? This is an asylum and immigration officer who is posting these frankly pro-genocidal slogans and images on the day that Israelis are being slaughtered in their beds. Has she been fired? And what did he say to that? I guess I have the full exchange here.
He kept saying no comment, and then he said she's on administrative leave. And Holly's like, you put her on paid leave.
Let me see if I can find it here. Well, I'll watch it later. Okay. That's rough. I don't like that. I do think that though it's Holly grandstanding. Like, is this typical of the people that work at DHS? A little bit of grandstanding there. Maybe overblown.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen like there's literally people in Congress that have posted much worse than this, specifically specifically on the side of Josh Hawley, and he's never said a word.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the lady, who's the lady they're trying to kick out of Congress right now? I mean, they're trying to censor her from Congress. They brought up articles the other day. It's one of the members of the squad.
Who brought up articles? I don't know. Is it Rashida Tlaib, I'd imagine?
Yes. No,
Oh, okay.
not her. It's the other one.
The one. Oh God, dude. Oh God, dude. Don't say
The one
that.
from Michigan.
Ilhan Omar?
Yeah, it's Tlaib, not Omar. Because of...
I said Tlaib.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking Tlaib, and I misplaced Tlaib and Omar. But
Yeah, so
but
she was just censured, right?
she hasn't been censored yet, no.
Well, okay, but censure just means that doesn't mean removed. Did you know that?
Well, they're trying to bring it up for a full vote on the House floor to have her totally kicked out of Congress.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to see Republicans standing up for
and
against
then
speech. It's good. I did see that the vote was 407 to 23 to condemn it, and all the votes opposed were Republicans. That's interesting.
I didn't see the full vote on it.
Yeah,
All
all
I seen
23
was,
all the 23 people opposed to condemning what she said were Republican. It's interesting.
Huh. So not even the members of her own squad voted with her. Wow.
Oh, I guess, wait, this was wait, never mind. Never mind, this is the wrong one. Sorry, this is to condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, and other forms of bigotry. That wasn't the Rashida.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Right, it was Ilhan Omar that said it. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'll look it up. I'm not sure. I'd have to I'd have to have more details.
It was pretty crazy. But yeah, Holly, yeah, he's I don't know. Interesting character.
Yeah, he is. I'll check that out.
I see the topic you got. I've seen people had the abortion debate, and I noticed you wanted to get away from that, which is fine. So what is kind of...
I mean, if anybody wants to have it, I've got people who are willing to come up and talk about it instead of me. That's fine. I'm happy to take a back seat.
I am not a woman, so I am not going to, but I mean, I have views that are not either pro or anti, but I have more extreme personal views, but
we'll leave those for now. Let's pick a different topic.
So what other problems are you having with the Republican Party at the moment?
It's not necessarily problems. I don't really know what they stand for. It's a legitimate question. It's difficult for me to get a Republican to tell me, number one, what they stand for, and then who in the party represents what they stand for.
There's so much infighting right now. The only time they've come together is when they voted in the new House Speaker, and I haven't seen that much solidarity in a while.
After 14 failed votes.
I mean, they voted that guy in lockstep like the Democrats do.
Yeah, after 14 straight failed votes. Yeah, but what do you stand for? What are the things that are important to you that you feel like? I'm assuming you're a Republican. Is that right? Is that a fair assumption? Okay. So
I mean,
what do you stand for?
Right now, I'm in Illinois, so I mean, the national stage isn't more of what I care about as opposed to the local government.
Okay.
Because Illinois is, as you know, it's extremely blue.
Right.
And they passed a law, was it last year? You have until, because they pulled all assault weapons. You can't buy assault weapons in Illinois anymore.
Okay.
And you have, in Illinois is the only state you have to have a separate card. You don't get to just purchase a weapon with your driver's license.
Okay.
You have a separate card totally you have to apply for just to buy a gun. And we're the only state in the union to have that.
Okay.
And by January 1st, you have to register any weapons because the ones you possess are already grandfathered in, but you have to register them.
Okay.
I mean, which, if you bought it anyways at a store, it's already, got full details, paperwork, paper trail, and your waiting period anyways. But the additional information they want, make, model, any extras you have on the weapon, such as sights, number of magazines you own, number of rounds of ammunition you own, just things that are incredibly, I think, wrong. But
what are the limits? Can you give me some example? Let's say, can you get is there an assault weapons ban there?
In Illinois, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so what? So could you get an AR?
No.
Okay, you can't get an AR. So you're saying there's limits on handguns or hand pew-pews?
No. Well, yeah, there is on some, the capacities. What they right now, we have until January 1st. Every citizen in Illinois who owns one of these weapons that is grandfathered in, you have to register it with the state, or it's a class 3 felony, and they will arrest you.
Yeah.
And there's a huge.
And you don't think there's. So I guess my question is this: why is all this a problem?
Well, Illinois has one of the strictest gun control in the country because we're the only state you have to have a separate card just to buy a weapon to begin with.
Yeah, you've said it 3 times now, but I was just wondering why this is such a problem. Not personally, why is this such a problem for you?
It's not a problem per se, as I already filled out a mountain of paperwork to have every detail on this weapon, because I knew this was going to happen, so I went and bought ARs before I knew this was coming down the pipe.
Okay.
So I bought them before, so it's grandfathered in.
Okay.
But now they want you to go to their website and, just fill out a mountain of paperwork on this shit again.
Okay,
If
so
they already have it.
So
why
the
do they
most
want it?
important. So what you stand for is not filling out paperwork. It's just. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is. Like what's got you upset about this?
You're a 2A guy, I heard you say.
Yeah.
And you would have no problem with that.
No, I mean, I'm looking at like the number one cause of death for children in Illinois. You want to guess what it is?
Abortion?
No.
Statistics will prove you wrong on that.
Well, only if you consider that a child. But for statistics outside of abortion, what's the number one cause of death for children in Illinois?
Probably gun violence.
Firearms, yeah. 183 a year.
Yeah, that's mostly Chicago.
Yeah. Black children and teens are 13 times more likely to be victims than white children.
That's gang violence. I mean, they don't want to do nothing about it. So
what do you mean they don't want to do nothing about it? We've been fighting the war on drugs and gang violence for a long time. So what do you mean nothing about it?
There's over 40 gangs in Chicago.
I know what the numbers are. I'm saying, what do you mean they're not doing anything about it? You mean it's not effective?
No, for instance, the last no, dang it, what was her name? The DA in Chicago. There was a shooting a year ago, and it was on. They released the body cam footage and everything. The police showed up. There were people shooting at each other. They arrested them, and they were out within like 5 hours. Mm-hmm. Because they were called willful combatants. And none of them actually got charged with anything.
I'm pretty sure I've looked into this. I don't think this is a true... Let's see. Combatants. Chicago. Let me pull this one up. So the prosecutor rejected charges.
Yes.
So the prosecutor said this. They determined that the evidence was insufficient to meet our burden of proof to approve felony charges.
Yes.
Police report framed the state attorney's decision to decline charges in a different light. It's a police report. Mutual combatants was cited as the reason for the rejection. That's not what they said. If they do not feel like the criminal justice system is going to hold them accountable, we're going to see a level of brazenness. So this sounds like fear tactics. So they didn't say mutual combatants. They said there was not enough evidence for a felony charge. This is a right-wing scare tactic, probably, that's been pushed by the NRA now as well. This is a police union person that came out and said that. I read the exact words to you from the prosecutor. Well, they didn't have the evidence. So this mutual combatants thing is not the reason that they gave.
Okay. Have you seen the body cam footage?
It doesn't matter what the body cam footage is. What you just said wasn't true. They said they didn't have enough evidence. This is what they said. I don't know what that means. I could look. The official statement said, the Cook County Attorney's Office says, a former federal prosecutor, the mayor knows of ethical obligation of the prosecutor to only bring forth charges where the facts, evidence, and law support it. She's also fully aware that as a prosecutor, we are obligated not to try cases in the media. It is unclear why she has chosen to make such statements, especially absent the full information that was presented to our office by CPD. This was in response, by the way, to the police spokesman. The detectives reached out to our office on Friday and acknowledged at the outset that given the chaotic nature at the scene, they were unable to determine how the events unfolded. We reviewed the evidence that was presented to us in consultation with the detectives, and they agreed we were unable to approve charges based on the evidence presented. However, as always, as additional evidence is gathered, we stand by ready to bring charges when appropriate. Additionally, the facts the mayor presented today simply are not in line with what was presented to us by CPD and not borne out by the evidence we received. The staggering violence that is devastating our communities is horrific. However, we must still adhere to both our ethical and legal standards in evaluating charges. As a former prosecutor, she knows that. So you've been fed a bunch of shit, and you believed it. I wonder, who do you think pushed that out?
Push
that out? Who do you think? Why is it that you didn't know why they actually dropped the case, but you knew a conspiracy theory of why they dropped the case?
Because I actually watched the body cam footage when the police arrived and they were still shooting at each other.
Hold on. Why did you believe a conspiracy theory about why they dropped the case instead of the real reason they dropped the case?
I don't know.
Yeah, because you're fed propaganda all the time. You're supposed to be scared that people are coming to take away your guns. You're supposed to be scared into thinking that everywhere that Democrats touch is a liberal hellhole, and it's nonstop violence, and we want nothing. We don't want to change any of it. We don't want to fix any of it.
Never mentioned anything about Democrats or liberals.
I didn't say you think that. I'm saying that that's the information. The people feeding you this information, they want you to believe that. They want you to believe that we don't care about violence, that we don't care about crime, that we just look the other way. And the reason, David, that I bring this up is because I asked you what you stood for, and all you did was complain about Democrats. And that seems to be the case most days. When I ask Republicans what they stand for, like for you said Second Amendment, and then I said why, and you just started complaining about Democrats. I don't think the Republicans stand for anything. That what they want to do is make you mad, David. They want to make you mad and afraid.
Okay.
But what do they actually stand for? What do you stand for?
Less government interference.
Okay.
Individual state rights.
What do you mean by individual state rights?
That the government can't just pass sweeping law that covers all 50 states blindly, that the states are left up to govern themselves.
What does blindly mean?
Like all right, we're talking about the two-way argument. Like, say the federal government couldn't pass a law that just says all assault weapons are now forever banned. That's what I mean by states' rights, because states should have the individual right to decide what's right for them.
Wait, the right to own a firearm is the Second Amendment. That's a federal right. Why do the states have all the rights that aren't included in the Constitution, right? That's the whole point. Anything that's not in the Constitution is a state's right, is usually the state's rights argument, right?
Yeah.
Well, owning a firearm is very much not a state's rights argument. So if the federal government gave you the right to a firearm, wouldn't it be the federal government who could take that away?
No.
Well, wait, what? Your right is guaranteed by the federal government.
But you don't think individual states can restrict?
Do you understand where where did the states get their rights? Tenth Amendment, right? I'm just going to pull up the...
Well, from the legislatures, for one.
Yeah, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectfully, or to the people. Now, the right to have a firearm is guaranteed by what?
Second Amendment.
And that is
that. Give me a reason why it's right.
I don't think it's right or wrong. I think it's morally neutral.
Yes.
Yeah, so the state can't take that away, right? It's not a state's right. If the federal government takes away the right to own a firearm, it would have to be done at the federal level, right?
Okay,
Or at
yeah.
the very least, the federal government has to choose not to step in. Like if a state decides that they want to
How is
ban
that-
firearms, and the federal government opts not to step in,
Sources,
that's one thing. But they absolutely. Who is Free Palestine? Free Palestine, welcome.
Hello, long time no talk.
Yeah.
How you doing, RTP?
Good, how are you?
Sorry. I'm Hurricane, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry if you don't recognize the profile anymore.
Yeah, that's all right. What's going on?
Nothing. I just I wanted to ask you a question that I've been like kind of running through my head just with the whole situation going on. What do you do with like what happens to people who are like deep into the like propaganda of the Israeli state? Like how do you educate someone who like has a good heart but is just kind of going along with what they've trusted for a long time, which is the mainstream media?
Yeah, I would say that like most people, I stay fairly up to date on things, and I was very when all this broke out, I had to play catch up. I'd imagine that most people are less informed, and so I really don't think I think it's a really fruitless conversation a lot of times. That's why I don't use it as a topic. I think there's a few people I trust, and I want to discuss it with those people, but. Unless you have a vast amount of knowledge about the conflict, which again I don't, I have enough that I can talk about it on a very surface level. But unless you do, like, nobody's going to be able. People are just going to be talking past each other. It's sidesism. It's clearly sidesism. They're told Israel. Unless you could get somebody one-on-one and be able to show them some stuff, and they're willing to learn about the history of the conflict. That's what I did. I literally sat there while somebody explained it to me.
That's how I've been the most successful with my, I would say, like roommates, close friends. I kind of just sit them down in front of a map and I go from 1917 up until today. And I'm kind of just like, this is the history. What side you decide to choose is up to you. But as your friend, as someone who is kind of like, I have a lot of free time, so I'm able to go deep into topics whenever they get into my stream.
Yeah.
So I just tell them, as your friend, as someone who just cares about people in general, I'm like, there's one side that's overpowered. There's another side who is misrepresented, and I can understand why some people can see it as a complicated subject, but I feel like if someone sits you down and talks to you about it, I think it becomes a little bit more clear.
Yeah,
or if you just like watch.
That's what happened. That's what happened with me for sure.
Yeah.
I think my initial reaction was just fuck Hamas. I've since been educated on I've been educated on a lot more of what's happened on the Israeli side. I'm much more aware. Like I'm still gonna say fuck Hamas. Like I still say it, but my initial reaction was very, very uneducated. So I actually just have enjoyed listening to smart people talk about it. It is fascinating, and there's so many people who can tell the story so well. I think Whisper does a good job. Athena's incredible. I hopped in one the other day. I want to say it was I Am Him that was hosting it, but you had some actual Palestinians on there that were just discussing the history. So there's some cool spaces on TikTok. That's one thing that's been awesome about TikTok is there are some spaces where it's not necessarily debated, but it's discussed, and those have been fascinating.
Yeah, I personally have skipped any like lives that have the Israeli-Palestine flag in the background, because the majority of the time it is how you described it, just my side this, my side that. When I think one of the best creators to do it recently that's really edible, like for the eyes, is Rathbone. I don't know if you follow.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Somebody shoot me Rathbone's.
Yeah, Rathbone Music, I believe, is the account that he's on right now. But Ben Shapiro actually debated with him on he debated with the TikTok of Rathbone, and Ben Shapiro still lost. Like, it was probably one of the funniest things I've seen, and it was cool seeing one of the creators that I follow roasting Ben Shapiro without even being live. Like, he pre-recorded the roast, and it was amazing. So
I'll have to check that out. A lot of people are saying they like him, so I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I know that I appreciate you for being truthful and saying that you weren't as informed and you'd rather let other people who are more informed talk about it. That's also one of the main reasons why on my channel, I've mostly just been reposting, and I have a collection that is just videos of Palestine so people can inform themselves. But besides that, just I appreciate you for at least being like 100% honest with like, you're not just like, well, if we don't vote Joe Biden in, then Project 2025 is going to suck. And I'm in my honest opinion, as someone who's like a revolutionary at heart, I think, why not let democracy work as it worked? Like, why not?
Sure.
If Trump ends up winning and he is as bad as everyone says he's going to be, then as Americans, as American citizens, I think it's in your Constitution. It says you have the right to rise up against a tyrannical government. So if it really is that bad, then it gives revolutionaries and leftists an opportunity to actually change the status quo, and instead of continuing it. You know, some people are okay with it because they don't have to suffer as much as others, which, like, I can't really blame you for that. Like, you were born into the system, you didn't really get to choose it. But yeah, I think a little bit of self-reflection, a little bit of take 15, 20 minutes out of your day, inform yourself about a new topic you don't know about. I think that'll help out.
Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah, thank you. Send me, when you're making those videos, send them to me, will you?
Yeah, for sure. I will.
Be well. Good talking to you again.
Later.
Bye. Oh yeah, Bushmaster couldn't come up because Bushmaster was blocked, which I'm pretty sure I asked to do yesterday because I just don't have time for that. God bless him. He may be running out of places to go. Box is empty. I'm just looking at a couple of messages I was sent. Not important. All right, I'll head back to Twitter for the slowest ass day ever. Slow. What are we? Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Say Wednesday? It's Wednesday. Hey, happy November, by the way. It's my birthday this month. Sean, welcome. What do you want?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. I'm eating my bacon and steak breakfast burrito.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was your existential crisis this morning?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about.
Terrific. You look happy. You look happy as shit right now. Why are you so happy? This is making me concerned.
Well, your liberal voodoo magic has worked. Okay. That's all I can say. Your liberal voodoo. And
that's great.
What I decided to do.
So your wife finally orgasmed. That's terrific. Everybody give it up for Whisper. He finally did it. He finally did it. This is terrific.
So
look at her. Look at her. She looks happy. She looks happy as hell. Congratulations.
As well.
60 years of marriage. You finally did it.
60. It only took 60. It was 61 actually. 61.
All right. Well, tell us what's going on.
Well, as those of you who tuned into my last live, you know that my voting patterns have not always reflected the best decisions, right?
Yeah, I heard about. I tuned in at the end of this, but I've heard about your live from multiple people. It was not well received by everyone.
No, well, I had some great conversations with some close friends, great conversations with some not so close friends as well, and I have decided that I can be swayed off of the fence. And so I am going to be registering with the Democratic Party and voting Democrat this year.
You're going to be voting Democrat for Joe Biden.
Correct.
He's been swayed, folks. You and maybe Maybe you and Bad Views could go to the polls together.
No, let me make this clear. Still at the local and state level, I still think I'm going to be voting independent for the most part because I don't like the candidates in my state, either one of them. So I think I'm still going to be voting independent there. But as far as on the federal level, I'm going to be a registered Democrat for the first time in my life.
Golf clap for you. Who's running? If they announce besides Tim Ballard, who's running to replace Romney? Have any names come up yet?
No, Tim Ballard is really the only one, but there's no prominent Republicans or Democrats here that make sense at a local or state level. They're just not. And besides, there's the chances of even a more central Democrat being elected here in the state. It's probably not going to happen. We know this. We know what state we're in.
All right. Well, I've got some news on. I don't know who this person is. Former House candidate is running to this. This has got it. I guarantee this is awful. Carolyn Fippen.
Oh, yep. There you go. Yep.
I don't know that name. I have seen her picture. I'm gonna guess right now. I'm searching her name. I'm gonna guess QAnon. She's got QAnon mom hair. Let's see.
I don't know if she's exactly QAnon, but she's definitely.
Well, she worked for Mike Lee. She was a Mike Lee staffer.
She's
running on. Here's her platform. Joe Biden and the career politicians in Washington have led us to the brink of disaster. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool platform.
So she's very popular in her ward. Very popular in her ward.
Big Stop the Steal. She marched in the Stop the Steal rallies in D.C. Oh Jesus.
So as
she's part of the Utah Citizens for the Constitution, who recently had white nationalist David Barton as a speaker. So that's terrific.
And even better, she was one of the ones that was leading the protest against the change in the Utah flag.
Her first big endorsement when she ran for House was Peter McCullough. Do you remember Peter McCullough?
Oh, how can we forget?
Yeah, the COVID-19 guy.
Yeah,
I said the problem with Mitt Romney stepping down is they're going to fill that seat with some fucking lunatic, and here we go. Here's the rest of the outgoing or the rest of the Republican field. Brad Wilson, who I know actually. Yeah, not bad.
He won't win.
No, probably won't win. Probably too moderate. He was around he was really helpful in getting medical marijuana passed in Utah. Actually, he kind of broke with Republicans on that. Trent Staggs.
On the,
I don't know who Trent Staggs is, but I'm sure Trent Staggs is from like Nephi or something. Where's Trent Staggs? That sounds like a Nephi name. He unsuccessfully ran for Salt Lake County mayor. Running on the same thing. Not a career politician. It's because he keeps losing, though. All of these non-career politicians have run for like 15 offices and they never win. They're like, I'm not a politician. It's like, yeah, you weren't good enough. You literally weren't good enough to win a single race. Amazing. All right, who else do we got here?
There's nothing. I'm telling you, there's nothing there. There's nothing.
Wait, hold on. Are you not including former or current mayor of Roosevelt, Utah?
Don't do it.
Rod Bird? You ever been to Roosevelt? I've been to Roosevelt. Roosevelt I stop in Roosevelt, well, I used to. When I was married, my ex's grandparents lived out near Roosevelt, and we would drive through Roosevelt and stop at the gas station. That's what I know about Roosevelt. It has a gas station. It has a big dinosaur statue.
I go out there to hunt rabbits.
Oh, jeez! Look at you! Look at this Democrat out here hunting rabbits.
All my exes
and Josh Randall. Nope, Ty Jensen, podcaster Ty Jensen. Good Lord, let this be good. Let's find Ty Jensen.
Oh man.
100%. This is Ty.
I love seeing your reactions because they're the same exact reactions I had when I looked at it.
Come on, this can't be right. Wait, he said he's a.
Yep. Here we go.
He's a pod.
Here we go.
He's a podcaster.
Yep.
Yes. Let me. How many subscribers do you think he has on YouTube?
He's got less than 10,000.
He has 2. Just 2.
Oh, did his other account get banned?
He's running for Senate. He's got his Ty Jensen for Senate sticker, which, if you guys want to look this up, it's Ty Jensen Politics. 5 videos. I love my Second Amendment, and I will protect
I
it.
remember this guy. Never mind. I was thinking of someone else. I was thinking the guy who dropped out.
He seems to have lost some weight. It's a convention.
But before we get started, I'm going to ask you a little question. Just one little question. How much do you believe in our freedoms, liberties, and our democracy? Well, to put it simply,
Now, look, don't make fun of his voice. He appears to have had, like, some sort of surgery on his mouth, so let's not make fun of his voice.
our freedom is the greatest thing in this entire election, not just the election, but our entire world. We are the greatest country on earth. Not only that, we have the greatest constitution in the entire world.
As it says,
freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, which is a huge thing, especially for our state. Not only that, we got our Second Amendment, and I will never support anything with red flag laws. But our Second Amendment, I absolutely would love to see us go to a constitutional carry.
Everybody wants to say hi.
Hey, buddy.
So let's talk about that.
Hey. Who's saying hi? Hi. How's it being married to Jake? What's that like? No, there's no... Blink twice if you're being held hostage. All right, we're sending help. Hang tight. Hang tight. Hang tight there.
Miss Julie's on the way.
Hang tight. All right, so Ty Jensen might not make it. He's having a hard time finding traction. He might not... Wait, that's the mayor? Or no, was that the mayor? That wasn't the mayor. Okay, no. Oh, the mayor was Rod Bird. Podcaster, and then Josh Randall. State employee Josh Randall. That's his
Again.
And you're telling me you had the goddamn audacity to be on your live in front of probably a couple hundred people and say, you know what? I'm going to keep an open mind with these folks. I've got to keep an open mind with all these Republicans.
Listen, I saw the error of my ways. I was convinced. I can be convinced. I'm generally not convinced in public. I'm generally not one of those ones where you can like sway me on my live and be like, oh, I'm going to change you right here and now. It's going to take me a minute. It's going to be a slow burn, but it worked.
Good.
Like,
well, you seem happier now.
The policies that are being presented by Republicans here are terrifying. But
tell us about what's going. Yeah, tell us about what's being presented by Republicans in Utah.
So there's there's a movement to keep the Constitution as it is, to not allow any further amendments, as it's perfect. That's one of my favorites.
This is how God intended it. It's perfect.
Dave, you actually said the exact slogan for it. So we've got that. We've got the push to extend constitutional carry to the age of 16.
What now is constitutional carry? Is that just saying like everybody can carry? Is that open carry?
As of the age of 18 in the state of Utah, you can concealed carry without a CCW. There's no CCW required in the state of Utah.
Okay.
And so you can conceal, you can open carry, you can do whatever you want as long as you're over the age of 18. They're looking to extend that to the age of 16, and they're looking to do that in the name of educating our youth in firearms, which makes a lot of sense. And they're also looking at dropping the age to purchase a handgun to the age of 18 as well.
What? Now, I like the LARPing in Utah for that. Like they're in any trouble. They're surrounded by themselves. What the fuck are they afraid of?
Now, hold on. Now, this is the best part, and my wife made mention of it. You have to be 19 to buy a pack of cigarettes here.
21 now.
It's right, 21 now.
Yeah, they changed it to 21. Yeah, you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes. You have to be 21 to buy dirty magazines. Although Pornhub is actually banned in the state of Utah.
You don't have any access.
Now, help me out with that. I understand the only way to do it now is you like have to register, right?
No, you can't even register in the state of Utah on PH.
Is that the only one? Is that the only one that's banned?
Well, that's the most. They're the most responsible one, so they're the only ones that are like, yeah, we're just not going to allow it in this region. But you can get it. But there's like NordVPN and Windscribe VPN all over their pages.
Yeah, and you said yours, the one you go to was Critter Cuddlers or something. It's some sort of
Critter Cuddlers.
Yeah, Critter Cuddlers. That's your go-to.
Christ, no, that wasn't
terrific. God bless Utah. You can only buy liquor there in a state liquor store, by the way. They have horrendous hours, which is terrific.
Hey, the good thing, though, is that there's a lot of people that fly into Utah because there's some insider information when Pappy whiskey goes on sale, it's on sale at retail here. So they can't jump the price. So there is that.
I don't even know what that is.
Pappy Van Winkle is an amazing whiskey. It's a fantastic whiskey.
It's like $1,000 for a bottle of whiskey.
But if you get it in Utah at the state liquor store, since they are state regulated, it's retail price. And so the retail price is usually somewhere between $119 to $200.
Send a gift, dude. What the fuck?
You got to find it. That's the thing. And
but I'm not there. You are. You could find it.
No. The insiders on this, I don't know how they do it, but any time that Pappy Van Winkle comes to one of the liquor stores, and it's random, you never know when it's going to happen, there is a line a mile long already. Like they find out and they just sit there for like 2 days waiting.
Wait, isn't Big Dan, are you in Utah or Arizona? I can't remember. Big Dan, they release it via lottery here? What the fuck? That's crazy.
There's that as well. It depends on the liquor store, though, because that's not always the case. It's not always via lottery either.
That's what in the world.
Depends on which one it is. It depends on if it's in Salt Lake County, or if it's outside.
All right. Well, I'm glad you had a change of heart. I'm really happy about this.
You want to hear the biggest thing, the funniest thing they're looking to do?
Yes, please.
Another great thing is, so you're aware of Wendover, Nevada, correct?
Oh, I'm aware of Wendover. I'm banned from all but one casino in Wendover.
Hey, me too.
Yeah. What was that? What was that from the back there?
Nothing.
What was it? What was that back there?
I didn't do nothing. Anyway, I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you know that in Wendover there's a dispensary there. And there's been a lot of traffic to that dispensary, and there's been a lot of traffic from Utahns to that dispensary. And so they want to put a 100-mile radius around the border of Nevada to not allow them to sell within 100 miles of the border.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Why do they even care? It's legal you can buy it in Utah. Oh, I guess it's rec in Nevada. That's why. Okay. Stupid. Just make it make rec legal in Utah. Problem solved. That'll happen.
Well, the problem is they can't make rec legal and also support gun constitutional carry.
You can. That's bullshit. We have rec legal here. You just ignore it. That's what we do here.
Just break
like when you go and purchase a firearm here, they're like, where it says that, they're like, yeah, just
say no.
They won't say, yeah, they're like, just say the right answer. That's what they told me. They're like, just say the right answer. I was like, all right, I'll say the right answer.
Anyway, but that's all I got for you today. I'm sure you've got some absolutely fantastic guests that are going to come today and really to embrace the fact that your bathrobe is going to educate them.
Did you see that Lombardi has changed his profile name? Did you see that in the Discord?
Oh, I missed this. What is Lombardi?
Lombardi's new profile name appears to be, thank you, Apocalypse, Tasmanian Hero.
Tasmanian Hero.
And the picture is now, instead of that whoever Lombardi was, it's like a Ferrari maybe? I don't know, it's a little blurry. But okay. Lombardi appears to have gotten our hopes up too high. And now my hopes have been crashed. I hope to God Bad Views isn't in on this too. You may have missed it. There's a civil war between Bad Views and HVAC currently. You may have missed this. Yeah, so Bad Views did send me
yesterday?
It happened yesterday. Oh, were you not on the live yesterday?
I was not on the live. I was not. I was. You know what I was dealing with yesterday. That's
right. Butthole stuff. Yeah, that's right. I remember now. Bad Views sent me this message yesterday. After that chaotic live with HVAC that I just like abruptly quit 10 minutes in because my head hurt. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. That dude was taking his drugs through his, I don't know. Well, never mind. He just said, bro, last night was a joke. If I could make it in today, I'd like to officially announce that in no way whatsoever am I associated with the steroid, anger-induced, woman-beating, mentally 3-year-old man-child that is, in quotes, Jeff the stinky human garbage HVAC, end quote. And then he said, I said, he seemed to have maybe been on a bender last night, and he said he's as mentally old as the cum stain on my sheets last night that hasn't dried up yet. Which I thought was a lot of information for Bad Views to give me. I thought that was, and so naturally I read that out loud to everybody.
Wait. Do you have another hetero attraction going on right now? Is that what's happening with Bad Views? Is that why
Bad Views and I have always had a weird connection. My mom taught at the high school he went to. So there was like a little bit of a connection there. But then what he did, you all know that HVAC loves Felice. Do you know that?
Yes,
loves. Like the only person he'll shut up for. Yeah.
In love.
Yeah, so Bad Views last night decided to make a TikTok, and he just screenshot his call log with Felice. And there's a remarkably, like, Felice behind the scenes. I love Felice. Behind the scenes, she's the reason Bad Views read White Fragility. She's a lot of the reason why Bad Views has, like, made some changes. So behind the scenes, they've obviously talked on the phone. So he screenshot the call logs, and he made a video with music and tagged HVAC in it of just all his call logs with Felice. So we have this civil war between HVAC and Bad Views. It's a civil war we didn't know we needed, but we needed it desperately. So I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I would love to host that. I would love to host a debate between Bad Views and HVAC. I don't know if they're around, if anybody wants to find them, but that'd be beautiful.
That's fantastic. All right, well, buddy, like I said, you've got some crazies to talk to today. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm going to be around for the whole thing today, and I am going to be going live this afternoon.
Sure.
I will be going this afternoon.
Sure. Hey, and help is on the way. Help is on the way. It's coming. Hang tight. Try and keep a safe distance between you two. Help is on the way.
Be fair in this instance. What I was doing was a good thing.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. That's questionable. It was a cool thing. It was a cool thing. I don't know if it was a good thing.
Hey, I was protecting my wife and my family. What are you talking about?
That's right.
That's good.
Goddamn right. Jake can tell you all about that in Discord if you'd like to find out.
Later, guys. You guys have a good one.
Bye. Bro's like, he keeps saying, like, you know what I was doing. Like, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's a good idea for Jake publicly to say what he was doing. I'm not going to say it on here. I don't know that that's a great idea for him to say publicly, but it's up to him. Felice is in the chat. Felice, would you like to talk about this? Felice, if you're here, do you want to tell us about the deprogramming of Bad Views? I don't know if she's still here. We could talk about it. Look, I have this sneaking suspicion it's going to be low on opposition. I've seen, give her 2 minutes. I've seen a big change in Republican spaces. They have all turned into panels. Every one of them. I even saw like Christie's, who I think Christie's having a tough moment. She had reached out to me like a week or two ago about a debate. I accepted the debate, and I haven't heard back from her on that. Probably because she platformed like a lunatic, child abusing fake doctor to come on and spout like anti-trans rhetoric. That's probably what she's dealing with, which is cool. I don't even have to follow. I don't have to go around TikTok and like figure out what people are doing. I'm not in that many lives. I'm usually in mine or like one or two others. But fortunately for me, if anything bad happens on TikTok, Irish is going to host a call out live about it. So that's how I found out about this. But apparently, Christy hosted this doctor who came on to talk about trans issues. I think it's a very a very transphobic doctor. And it turns out not only was that person not a doctor, but they also have a very questionable past, specifically with children. I don't have all the details on that. I bet Jen would, if you guys want to ask Jen, or if anybody wants to. You're welcome to talk about it too. I do not care what happens today on this live. I really don't give a fuck. Republicans are not going to show up. The fact that it's been like everybody got their content from Lombardi for like 3 days because Lombardi was the only one with the courage to come in here. Republicans have totally and completely given up arguing their points. They don't have any points, and they've totally and completely just like accepted that reality and are now crawling back into their holes. All right, Felice. Hi, my friend.
God,
the Whisperer.
Coming in hot this morning.
The Whisperer. How are you?
Oh my God. So funny. I told you.
So,
I'm sure Jeff's listening. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Jeff. So it sounds like you gave the rose to Bad Views. Is that what happened?
This is The Bachelor.
This is
the MAGA Bachelorette.
Oh my God, can we do that?
Oh my God, we should.
Please, can we do MAGA Bachelor? Can you be the Bachelorette?
Here's the thing. I was also telling Bad Views, like, I am so fun. I think it's so funny, the whole, like, the post with Mike Hollock. But why does this all involve me being thrown under the bus or called out for something I've done? We can, totally.
Yeah, you did. That's true.
but absolutely.
I guess I didn't think about that. Were you happy about Bad Views? Were you happy about Bad Views releasing screenshots of how many times you've spoken on the phone?
No, yeah, exactly. You know what? I did. I thought about it. I was like, this is like, I'm totally being put on blast, but for the greater good.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing, like, this is like, like the Amish, the Mormons are, love a shunning. This is like, we have to shun Jeff into stopping his behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true.
This is like, this is the last effort before Jeff is off. He can no longer ever associate with any of us. So Halloween was the worst experience of all of our lives.
That was horrendous. Did you talk to Jeffrey after that?
Yes, I did.
What did Jeffrey have to say about his behavior on Halloween?
He just was like, I can't even. He's like, there's ups and downs. He's like, you might hate me today, love me tomorrow. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not.
There's not many ups. He's wrong about that. It's not ups. It's mostly downs, and like there's tolerable and down.
I think that this has always had to do with what I said. Like, is Jeff in love with me or is Jeff in love with you? I think that's what we need to really, really examine because, let's talk really about what's going on. Like, Jeff, I'm just like a possession or a prize, right? I'm not a person to Jeff. Like, he's just in a competition with you, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he just wants me to like bear witness to it or something.
Is he peacocking? Is that what that is?
Yeah, like that's what I feel. I mean, what was he doing on Halloween? Why was that necessary? Why was any of that necessary? It was so insanely like disproportionate. It's like, look around you and look at everyone else. It's like, and his response was like, I was like, you need to, hide your crazy or whatever. I care about you. Hide your crazy. It's too much. And his response is just like, I think that was fine, like he's fine with it. He doesn't see that was a disproportionate reaction, that nobody was yelling back. Like, even, oh yeah, that's the other thing. This is what I was thinking about that night that I was talking with Bad Views about, is like, I left that. Well, first of all, I had a migraine, and I was like, "This."
I don't know where that could have possibly come from. I don't know what could have triggered a migraine.
David is the sanest person on the live. What? Why was
Yeah,
David the sanest person?
David kept telling H like, "Hey man, you're crossing the line. It's a little too far. Let others speak." It was like, what the fuck is going on in here?
And Jeff's like texting me. He's like, "You turned David into a fucking Democrat." I was like, "Why? Because he has human decency."
Well, plus the flag. Did you supply the flag?
Which? Oh, are you talking about his Confederate?
No, the Democrats for Trump flag. Is
Oh
that you?
yeah, no, that's him. But I told
You
you
said
that's his stopover. For anyone who doesn't know what's going on with David, David is on his way to becoming a leftist, and he has promised that when Trump is guilty of someone at David, so he can come in here and hear this. When Trump is found guilty of any crime, David is going to publicly convert on probably this live.
Yeah.
To being a Democrat. And I think we should do it some sort of ceremony, like I'm
what do we need to
ordained
get
as a minister, so I can be a presiding.
You're ordained as a minister?
Yeah.
How?
How scary is that? What do you
what's
mean?
your organization?
Universal Life Church. I paid like $10. I have a parking pass that says clergy. I can marry people. I don't want to scare anyone, but if anyone...
Someone in Discord just said they almost quit the internet on Halloween because David was being rational. They didn't know.
It was how scary. Listen, I had to really. I'm like, what's happening now? Like the only person I could, even you, you lost your shit on Jeff, which I actually appreciated.
Yeah, I was done. It was so embarrassing. Like. It wasn't even anger. It was embarrassment for him. That's really what it was. It was some of the most bizarre behavior I've ever heard in my life. His inability to allow any single person to finish a sentence. It was blowing my mind. I just couldn't do it. And I felt bad for Jay because Jay's such a sweetheart.
The best was that background of, Jay's great. The best was that background I had of David. And Jeff's like, I really don't like that background. I wish it was my face. Do you remember?
I missed that part. I might have, listen, I wasn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't
you were
at my
losing
full
your
faculty.
mind. Hey,
I also wasn't. I didn't have my full
through it.
faculties.
Who did? You've been going through it.
Thank you.
I've
you.
noticed instead of saying shushies, you've just been losing your shit on people.
I had to block. I let the fine folks know today. I finally had to just block certain people from not only all social media, but my phone number and my emails. That's why I was a little late today. I had to block somebody from all of my social media and my phone numbers this morning. So just so you guys know, that's what I've been dealing with.
Remember, I had this picture of David, and
Jeff
was like, "Why do you have that picture up?" It was a nightmare. The whole life.
Can you tell me about the conversion process for Bad Views and how these many phone calls took place? This is what I want to hear about.
You want to know about my personal relationship with Bad Views?
That's
Bad
all
Views
I want to know.
is not a
about.
bad person. Okay, then that's fine. That's fine. Sorry, Bad Views. I'm just gonna put it all out there.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so I thought that Bad Views was friends with Jeff too when I first met them because they were always in lives together. But Bad Views,
Jeff one time said when he had to step away, Bad Views speaks for me. That's what he said. This was like 2.5 weeks ago.
Well. Okay, not to psychoanalyze anyone, but yeah, it's the same, Jeff's version of a relationship, they're pretty shallow, he's not going beyond, any depth. So Bad Views has empathy, that's the thing. Step one, have effective empathy, and then I can have a conversation with you, right? Also, you probably don't know this about me, but I played volleyball in college. I played volleyball in Idaho. I'm very familiar with, the Utah, Idaho,
It's the same place.
Yeah,
Wait, which school did
it's
you
all the
play
same
at?
place. It's all the same place. I don't want to talk about it online, but we could talk about it offline. I've already given.
We only talk online. We don't talk offline. We only talk through Discord and here.
And we live not a few miles from each other, and just.
Well, you know where I have no idea what part of Arizona you're in, but
that's
you should
by
definitely
design.
announce
And that's
your
by
address
design.
right now.
I live in Phoenix, central Phoenix. I actually live in Phoenix. I'm assuming since you're ex-Mormon, where do you live? Mesa Gilbert, close to the temple.
Nailed it on the first one, Mesa.
Yeah,
I
know where you people are.
I'm always close to the Lord.
Praise Him.
That's right. Praise Jesus.
Praise the Lord. Anyway, so I'm very familiar with the ex-Mormon, community. I had a lot of friends in college that were getting out of that. So I was but he basically left one cult to join another. So I was It's time for deprogramming. But listen, the thing about Bad Views is if you're interested in learning, like I have a degree in history, like let's talk about it. I love, and so like he reads books, like anyone, excuse me, he listens to books.
There's nothing wrong with that. I honestly thought it was a joke when he messaged me and told me that he had been reading White Fragility. I'm like, bullshit.
I know.
I was like, there's no fucking way that I knew inherently, because I've talked to him enough, I knew he meant audiobook. I knew that. But I was like, there's no fucking, like, he's got to be fucking with me. And I've been duped a few times already. I got duped by Lombardi recently.
Who is this guy? I don't even understand.
We can't figure it out. We cannot figure out. Lombardi came on for like an hour with me. And then at the end, I was like, just go to these other spaces, listen to the Republicans, listen to the Democrats, see who brings data, see who doesn't. And then he came back and he's like, yeah, I think you're right. Like, I've changed my ways. And then I got a bunch of DMs. Somebody came, I don't remember who came up after and was like, yeah, he's phony. There was a video of him like with a different voice, and now he has changed his profile picture. So, and his name.
Because there's a bunch of Republicans that just will sit there and like pretend to convert, like on a live, they'll pretend to be engaged, and then they'll be in another live 5 minutes later, like, I call it a hard reset. Like every 24 hours, David does a hard reset of his brain.
David does a lot of hard resets.
For sure. Well, David's different though. David has an emotional connection to Trump. David doesn't espouse values of the right. That's why I could get along with him. Like,
yeah, even his views have shifted on like LGBTQ stuff. Like he was defending that the other night, where I've heard him previously 6 months ago. Like all of his views are left-leaning views except for Trump. Same with Kat. Do you know Kat?
I did all of that. I love Kat.
I asked Kat.
That's all.
Like 2 days ago, I was like, when are you just going to be a lefty? And she's like,
my deprogramming clinic is working.
Yeah, I said, when are you going to just be a lefty? She's like, I'm a lefty. I just like Trump. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, all my views are left. I just like Trump. I'm like, all right, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Some of these. I love Kat. She's sweet.
It's the universal health care. This is my thing. You got to talk to people about what's important. And I think we get off the topic with culture wars. Like political ideology is about the economy, right? And that's what everyone's feeling. And like what I used to say to Bad Views when we first started talking is like, your idea that like something is going on, that something is inherently messed up in this country is right. That's the right feeling. Something is going on. It's just what you're thinking it is incorrect. So, like that's the issue, is we have to talk to people about the economy. And once you start talking to people about universal health care, and you shouldn't, be selling your body and your life force to a corporation in order to have health care, right?
Yeah.
Like that shouldn't be a thing. You should be able to take your children to the doctor regardless of if you have a job.
Agreed.
Period.
So is this...
And I think that when you talk to Kat, when you talk to David about that stuff, like it begins to make sense. David now wants to nationalize the oil and gas. Like David's on his way to be a socialist.
That's on me. I get that one. There's a couple things I get from...
And Nemo. Let's shout out to Nemo.
And Nemo. There's a couple times David has used my arguments against me, and it's so shocking.
That's why I like him, because he is self-correcting. He will use your arguments against you. It's a sign of intelligence.
Okay, so tell me what happened with Bad Views, and then for the people, I want you to tell us where you think Bad Views is currently, politically.
In the world?
No, in the world. I know where he is in the world.
Yeah. I think that he's just... Oh, Jeff just texted me. I'm scared to look. God.
Oh no! Jeff's on a backup. Is he in here? I don't know.
He wants to know what's the deal with Bad Views. The Civil War's on.
It's beginning. Let the Civil War begin.
It's okay. I don't know. Maybe Bad Views should come in here and tell us how he feels personally. I would like to think he's on our team. I think he's in somewhere in the middle. When you're just looking for more information, like that's the thing I think that people don't understand about MAGA. Like that's a cultural thing, right? That's a community of people. Like leaving any community of people requires consistent information. Like I can't change anyone's mind. No one can. All you can do is cast doubt and have touch points of like, hey, have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? why do you think this is like it is? He can only change his mind. Like, it's just my job to provide information and cast out. That's like the teacher in me. I think there's hope for everyone. And I'm not trying to say like my idea is right. Like, that's what I want to get. The way forward is critical thinking, solutions oriented critical thinking. Like, socialism was a reaction to capitalism. I'm not suggesting socialism is the answer. I'm suggesting we need to all put our heads together and come up with a economic system that works for all of us. I don't know if you saw, but the aid to Israel package that our new speaker, MAGA Mike, is putting forward, it's creating $12.5 billion it's going to add to the deficit. It's giving more tax cuts to corporations, to millionaires, to billionaires, and it's ridiculous. Like, this, we should not pay any more taxes. The middle class, the lower class, we are done paying taxes. The fact that teachers and firefighters are paying more taxes than billionaires is a crime.
Yeah, this is where I think you're really good. This is this is a conversation I had yesterday. I'll give names. I was in Facts Live yesterday evening, and he had on Just Kim, and they were talking about like the way forward and building a coalition. Felice and I have talked behind the scenes about working together, having a more unified message. Facts and I have talked about that behind the scenes, and Just Kim are. There's enough people now that we've created a community here on TikTok. There's two kind of different communities, or well, there's multiple, but there's two different approaches. You have the approach that you have. I think your approach is similar to mine, except for I'm an asshole. You're like the sweet version of me.
What did you call me? Painfully kind?
Painfully kind. Yeah, painfully kind. That's a good way. A little more tolerant, a little more patient. And Facts is kind of in the middle too. But there's enough of us now that we can coordinate that messaging, and we can get that messaging out, because exactly what you're talking about is correct. When you get down to the brass tacks of any issue, any pain point that anybody's finding, there is not a solution for them on the right. You're right, we don't always have the best solution or even necessarily the right solution, but we have something. We have something to offer. We have an idea, and the right doesn't have that. And I think that's where you've been really effective with Bad Views, and I don't know if you'll ever be effective with HVAC. Who knows? But I think that we actually can make an impact and make change. And that's kind of what we talked about before here. I didn't know you were going to show up today, but I'm glad you did, because now if you guys don't know Felice, here's Felice.
A pleasure to meet everyone. I think we have overlap. I love your audience. You know, I love like the fire. Yeah, that's the best part of it. It makes everything better, like the dedication, because I'm also very much insane.
I think, is it possible that my Discord broke HVAC?
I think that's how this all started. If we want to go back to how this started, let's talk about your Discord. Yes,
and I had since that day, and I had nothing to do with that. He was messaging me like, call him off. I'm like, I swear to God, I didn't do any of this. I would get a message from Whisper and be like, go check out HVAC's live, and I go in there and just WRTP everywhere, and I'm like, motherfuck, this poor guy.
Remember when he came in our live and was screaming that you were buying traffic, and I was like screaming at him, and he's like, it doesn't make sense. Why would his followers follow me around the internet and say WRTP? And it's like, because of exactly what you're doing right now. It's driving you insane. It's literally driving you insane in real time. Like, that's why they're doing it. It's because it's driving you insane. Like, I mean, we're all adults, allegedly, like, you know, Arrested Development. I'm still a child. But, like, what... and driving HVAC insane. What better activity is there on this earth? Plus, he loves the attention. I don't know if he hates it or loves it. I mean, I think he's sad about Bad Views. It's okay, Jeff.
Yeah, can you let us... does he want to come talk about it?
Jeff, are you working?
Here?
Yeah, well, he's... I'm sure he's here. Like...
I was just checking. IB said he wanted to come up real quick. Did he jump in? Infectious Bites? He has the power to just bring himself in there. I don't know what happened. IB, if you're still here, pop yourself up. Let's do this. But I do have another... There you are. What's up, IB?
Yeah, I'm the only person I can't bring up.
Oh, you can't bring yourself up?
Nope, I can't bring myself in.
Oh,
I wish I
crazy.
could. That'd be great.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, I was just gonna throw something in on the HVAC thing. Just not necessarily on him particularly, but something to inform everybody's mods of. The other night, I think it was Monday night, he was in Diane's live with Dark Truth Seeker and Z-Pack and Attacking the Ignorance, a bunch of guys like that. And about 3 people got mass reported in the span of about 10 minutes. And then as soon as HVAC left, about 15 or 20 viewers just disappeared. I'm not saying
maybe he learned
that
how to
he's
do
directly related to that. I'm not saying that he's directly related to that. Maybe he's got a group that's just following him around. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying make sure that your mods are on the lookout.
Okay.
Okay.
This is my
case.
mod. My mod's a sleuth, man.
I try.
I got the best mods.
Try to keep my nose to the ground so I know what the hell's going on.
I appreciate that, dude. Thank you.
Yep. But just let your mods know. I know political moms in the comments too. Let her know if you guys decide to do lives. Let your mods know what's going on, just so they keep an eye out.
Thank you, buddy.
No problem, brother.
All right. I'll share this. I think it's okay at this point. It's probably okay at this point.
Jeff? Do I think Jeff is coordinating attacks against us?
Well, I found out how easy it is to do.
I do not.
There is a person who.
You don't need to tell me. I know Shane Morris.
Okay, yeah. So
I know an AI engineer. I'm in a group chat with an AI engineer. I am clear on what
okay. So
can't be done to people in lives.
Here's what I was told by Shane, is that it's remarkably easy. You don't even really have to necessarily mass report, but if there's people reporting a live and then suddenly they get a huge influx of viewers, that TikTok will look at that like it's a fake account, or that they're buying viewers. I think that's what happened to Whisper when he first got started, because it was his first time going live. He had like 400 people in there.
Yeah, I used to work, as we know, I'm under an NDA. I'll never talk about who I actually worked for, but yeah, I worked for a huge social media company for a long time, like pre and post IPO, and I can say like what you need to think of with algorithms on social media companies is what they're looking for is suspicious activity. So if you are getting masses of followers, anything that the algorithm is seeing patterns or tracking patterns, right? And when the pattern changes abruptly, quickly, that's suspicious.
Yeah.
So
that's what he said. That's what he said he was doing.
Yeah.
Because I confronted him, because Shane and I were like, Shane's never done anything wrong to me. Honestly, I don't like what he did to April.
Listen. Yeah. That's not even. No one. Shane is Shane. Nobody agrees with what he did to April. And listen. Shane and I've had private conversations about that, so that's fine. But yeah, I understand. Shane likes to be a contrarian. Like, that's who he is. That's his brand.
Like to be told no.
Shane's on brand for Shane.
True.
Shane is on brand for Shane.
So it's entirely possible that HVAC could have learned that and spent a little of his HVAC money to bring in some bots and bump the numbers up real quick. It's possible. Listen, Felice nor myself are saying we like what Shane did, and we're not advocating for Shane. But I'm also here for a reason. I'm not here necessarily I'm not here to like win a battle. Like we want to make an impact, and you can't make an impact if you're just like getting involved in all the social media shit. Oh, welcome, political mom.
This is the issue. The issue is, like one thing I will say about the left is like we need to focus on what the goal is. Like I always say this, like we don't all have to agree on anything. Like I'm so much farther left than RTP, which is fine. But we agree on the big. We agree. For sure. We agree on the important stuff though. And that's what matters. And when we say you're not pure enough, you're not righteous enough to be on the left, this is when we lose people. Like when we get that message of, oh, sorry, you made a mistake, you're out of here. Like, and it's not my job personally to judge. Like I look at it as a former teacher. I just want to provide information and let people make decisions.
Okay, what did you live like? You lived like 30 lifetimes. The amount of jobs that you've had, Felice, like, are you 70?
I have a lot of interest.
You look great for 70.
Yeah, I just have a lot of interests. Like my mom, like yours, is like a lifetime teacher. So that's like in my family, to like be a teacher. I have a history degree. I'm very passionate about history. But yeah, like advertising, I'm very interested in psychology, advertising, like, manipulating people. Like, that's what advertising is. It's propaganda, it's bias, it's manipulation. And understanding how to like put that out in the world is very valuable in education. So I see my skill set as like something that goes well together, but
Listen,
yeah.
I'm gonna switch Jeff over, okay? Jeff is gonna be converted. It's gonna happen. I'm slowly but surely working.
Yeah, Chelsea says she had a conversation with Jeff this morning. So
Yeah,
all right, let's hear about it.
3 hours on the phone this morning.
You talked to him for 3 hours?
3 hours on the phone this morning.
Good
Yeah.
Lord. God bless you. That's true. I can't talk to anybody on the phone for 3
There's
hours.
like an inside to Jeff where he like actually can understand if you just talk to him like normally. Like if he's in a setting where he feels like he needs to like show off, then he can't. But if you just talk to him like normally, it's like having a normal conversation with somebody.
So where did we get?
We got to a point where Jeff actually understands like what he's doing on lives is not as helpful as he could be having the platform that he has. Like he does this because like he gets so many views and he like loves that people come in and argue and he doesn't have to like intervene in it. But like I told him that he has this opportunity to like really get people involved in conversations on both sides. And if he actually utilized that properly, he could go really far with this. But I was like, you can't just let like all this hateful people come up and like people that don't even bring substantial conversation to it and derail the entire conversation. Like,
is that person? You're describing him.
no, but like,
So he can't bring himself up?
Okay, so like when I talked to him outside, like we actually agreed on a lot of shit today. Like,
What do
that
you agree? What are some things you agree?
Yeah, do
okay,
tell.
so we talked about, because Jeff and I both have kids, we talked about parents' rights and stuff. And Jeff is very in between on like the overstepping of parental rights as far as like a group of people making decisions for all parents instead of having like what I think would be better is like a permission slips type of situation where you can opt your child out of something that you don't want them to be involved in instead of speaking for all. And Jeff actually kind of agrees with that interpretation of it instead of just going all for banning all of these things because you don't like it. And even a lot of people that do that are people that don't have kids in the schools. And so they're just making these decisions. And Jeff doesn't think that that's okay. And so we actually talked about that for like an hour and a half today.
Jeff says he's debating tonight, but he doesn't know where.
Yeah, he told me
Jeff
he would
wants
send me
the smoke.
I'll host it.
He wants it
if we're gonna do that.
Okay, but it's got to be just like three. You know what I mean? It can't be a bunch of people because
we'll just do. I don't like panels. We'll tell Jeff that whoever he's talking to, that's who he's talking to. Anybody else, that's whoever we have
that's
up
how
here.
he likes it.
We'll do it. Well, the other thing is like I don't know why you just don't. Host
He just wants me to watch it. He just wants
me
to watch it.
Oh, he wants you to be. This is like Gladiator him, so he doesn't want to argue with you. He wants
to argue with you, probably.
Oh.
Yeah.
I might dress real nice too.
You honestly get under his skin. It's like this thing that he always has to bring up.
I think he sees you as a worthy opponent too.
Mhm.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
devastating. I wish he would see me as like we're not. He's not a worthy opponent. I'm not a worthy opponent. I think the only thing is I can get Jeff to stay on a subject for longer than some people. That's as far as it really goes with Jeff. I can keep him on a subject. That's about as
That's
far
the thing. It's not about changing Jeff. It's about managing him. That's how I see it. Like, I see myself as like a manager of Jeff. You know what I mean?
So should we put up what we need to do then? We need to get a scoreboard and we can maybe.
For sure.
We could
God, I need a whiteboard.
Oh.
We need a whiteboard. I'll go.
Do you have a whiteboard?
Yeah.
He actually says
I
he
do
likes
somewhere.
debating people on the left more than the right because the right is too easily debunked.
That's what he said?
That's what he said on my phone call today. That they're just too easy because they don't have substantial debate.
Whisper says, "I've got this." A what? A whiteboard?
No, he probably has some. Listen, Whisper's really good at like creating technology, but then every time we've tried to go on YouTube, like it just falls apart every fucking time. So he's being overly confident.
Welcome to the
I
tech
think.
industry.
We'll see what happens. I'll create a group chat after this on Discord.
I freed myself up tonight to do this live with
another group chat.
So do you want to Are you hosting it then?
I can host it if you want.
Great.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay,
That's better for me.
Yeah, max like 4. yeah, just not a lot of people. I can never be in a situation like Halloween again. I never can hear that much yelling.
I feel so bad that I missed it. I literally was listening. It was
No,
a
you
full
don't feel
panel.
bad. Don't
It was
feel
a
bad.
full
Save
panel, and then I was
yourself
like,
from what
I'll
happened
just
on
wait my
Halloween.
turn to come in, and then I fell asleep. And I was like, I woke up and I was like, I feel I didn't see anything. I missed it all.
I couldn't. It was the worst. It was the worst thing I've ever experienced ever. There's never been anything worse that I've experienced.
It's all up from there. Literally, it's all uphill from that moment in my life. Like it can't go lower than that. My head felt like someone was hitting me in the head with a hammer.
It was just people would talk, Jeff would interrupt, and then somebody would say, "Jeff, shut up," and he'd say, "Stop tone policing me." And we're like, "No,
he doesn't know what tone policing is. Can we please start tonight with explaining what tone policing is? Also, we need to say stop using the word obfuscating unless you learn what that means.
Yeah.
I told him why. I was asking him today on the phone why he uses big words to make himself sound better. Like he just said that they're words that he knows, and I was like, okay, like if that makes you just like feel good about your, go for it.
Wait, he just said he doesn't know what they mean, but he uses them?
No, he does know what, like he just likes to use bigger words.
He learns words on purpose.
Yes, he learns them, and then he just like needs to apply them because then it just makes him feel better about it.
I love vocabulary, so right. I'm here for it.
I'm gonna make a pivot here real quick while we keep talking.
Oh no!
No, here's the only pivot. If your opposition, obviously jump in the box. We'll go one-on-one. But if you just have questions, if you just have something to say, because normally I don't let everybody do that, I can bring people up one-on-one to ask questions of anybody. I told you guys today I don't know how this was gonna go. I'm totally cool today abandoning debate one-on-one because I looked at what was happening this morning. I don't think it's coming, but anybody who wants to come up can come up. All right, go ahead with whatever you say. We got Jedi here, and it is just for questions.
He was there.
Oh yeah, Jedi was there. That's right.
Oh no, you were there in David's live, weren't you? Yelling about
Yes.
You lost your shit. It was funny.
Yeah. But how are you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Terrific.
So I was just, now I forget what I was going to. Oh, earlier you guys were talking about the algorithms and like how buying followers will like get you flagged by the algorithm and stuff. But that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense considering you can go and directly buy followers from TikTok.
No, it wasn't buying followers. It's people joining your live. So you can go, like there's these bot farms, and Felice, correct me if I'm wrong. Essentially, you can rent those bots, or you can create
you just program them. Yeah, you set them a list of commands for a swarm of bots to do, and if you have an inordinate amount of traffic joining a live, it is suspicious. But also think about this. I just want to clarify. You're right. It's not going. TikTok is not necessarily going to do anything about it. It can just be flagged as suspicious activity. TikTok doesn't clean bots off the site because those count as unique monthly visits. When a tech company is pre-IPO, they're not cleaning bots off a site because those are counting as visitors. It's inflated traffic that is going towards the value of the company. So, it's not, bots aren't cleaned off the site for a reason, but they do trigger suspicious activity warnings.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Because they have in the paid promotion feature, they literally have an option that says get more followers.
I saw that recently. That's weird. But I assume that's just they're saying that you're going to get more followers. Is TikTok actually selling the followers? Has anybody done that?
No, they're just ads. You'll appear more in.
Yeah, so
based on your current conversion statistics, this is what you'll get.
You purchase, if you select that option, it will send whatever piece of content you're paying for them to push to specific people they think will be likely to follow you.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's not buying bots as much as it's just them pushing your content to people they think are likely to follow you for a cost.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like they know other people's behavior. People who click on ads, they know who those people are. People who follow people, like yeah, they're just they're creating a scenario that increases the chances of you getting followers.
I heard in the chat that David got banned. Did that happen? He can't go live anymore?
I mean, David has 78
Yeah,
fucking
he has so many accounts.
Yeah.
He got his main one back.
He's not banned here. I actually was able
He's
to
convinced
invite,
that
I
this is
invited him to
another
come
thing
up.
that RTP's Discord is given credit for. David is convinced anytime he interacts with RTP's Discord that he is banned or something bad happens to him.
I'm not gonna, I don't know. Like, I love the Discord. If you've ever been in my Discord.
Oh, Jay said he lost another account today. That's hilarious.
Okay. If you've ever been in my Discord for more than a couple hours, you will realize I have no control over them at all. They turn on me regularly. This is not like a Discord, like a fan club where I show up and I say something and they're like, okay, we'll do it. No. If I told them to do something right now, like 75% of them would just say, fuck you, and they do the opposite. This is not a Discord that I have
love that.
Yeah, I have no control over them. So I'm not going to say that they don't have like secret societies where they go to get people banned. I have no idea. I would not be shocked if there was a group of them who do that. And I'm not going to give names, but I have no control over them. None whatsoever.
I don't do Discord, but
You should. My Discord is chaos. It's very entertaining.
I don't have the time for that.
You know what I like about it? I like having it on during lives. I like being able to read like the Discord comments during lives. They can drop you links. So if you're debating and you're trying to find links, they can always drop stuff for you. It's beautiful. It's been a good way. Like, you should join our Discord. All of you should be in there. And then when you go live, drop it in there. They'll come follow you. They love drama. So give them a little bit of drama and they'll follow you anywhere.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm so into like grassroots, like as somebody that worked in advertising, the best type of advertising and marketing is just growing something organically, like people who genuinely like want to be somewhere promoting something. Like what you've done is, I think, pretty amazing. I 100% support it.
Thank you. A lot of help, to be honest. This was, I didn't do any of this by design. I was going through a divorce and I was like, I can yell at people on TikTok. So that's kind of how it started. And then it just grew. And then, I don't know if Fee's here. Fee really, she's not really working with us anymore. But Fee is kind of the one that got the direction for me and helped me understand I needed a Discord and what that might do. So there were just a lot of people along the way that helped, to be honest. I have too much ADHD to accomplish anything on my own.
When I started using TikTok, like I got tired. Like I created my first TikTok account because I got tired of my friends sending me TikToks and it constantly asking me to sign in when I would view it through the website. And then like I took a job where I was a nighttime security guard and I was alone in a building by myself with nobody to talk to. And so I just like started going on lives and talking to people because I was bored at work.
Sorry, I'm breathing.
No, it's
Sorry, Discord.
But it's interesting to find, like, before I got like into doing TikTok, like I like legitimately thought like politically that I was kind of like an alien because I knew nobody who had like the same kind of like political beliefs as I did and stuff. And like I thought that I was just like, and it was kind of nice to find people who are like, oh yeah, they see the world the same way I do.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna drop everybody but Felice real quick. I'm just gonna keep cycling people through. Political Mom, will you send me the link when you're going live? What time are you planning on going live tonight?
Ask Jeff when he wants to be.
I talked to Jeff earlier, and he was. So
just schedule it with him and DM me, and I'll.
Time because then
text me.
Yeah, I'll just do it 7 or 8 Central Time.
Okay, shoot me a message when you have the time down, and I'll make sure I drop it in the Discord. But I'll be there.
I got it.
All right, thank you.
Someone's asking why there's a thumb as my background. This is David. You may know him. He will soon be on the left. He's converting. It's fine. I just do this to annoy him. This is just same reason I keep Hunter Biden as my background in Republican lives, just to drive them insane.
I wanted to bring Jay up. Jay may have some context. Jay not only had to sit through that live because it was his, but for hours. I came back on like at 2 hours.
I had
later,
to leave.
I
had a PTSD like breakdown in the middle of it.
Are you doing better now?
Sorry. Good. I'm fine now.
Good. You're definitely back to smiling better, so that's good. We're good there. So,
what's up, Jay?
Yes, not too much, man. But yeah, it was pretty chaotic there for a while. And the thing was, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this. Felice messaged me saying that she has bad views, HVAC, and you. And I'm like, and Dave coming. She's got this all set up. I'm like,
I didn't know David was coming, actually.
Oh, come on, please.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
But no, she says, this is going to be chaos. And I'm like, yeah, this is going to be chaotic. I don't think she was ready for how chaotic it was going to be.
I was not ready.
I was like, you put them in the same room, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. And I was just hosting this shit show.
Okay, and then you're up here to blame me?
Jay was the victim?
Up here to blame me?
Jeez, now we're getting...
You messaged me asking me if I could host because you don't host.
I didn't. I don't... Okay, fine.
Okay, wait a minute.
Listen, I did not know that was going to happen at all. Okay. It's my fault. The whole thing is my fault. What do you want me to say about this?
No. I'm just saying, and then you bail out because it's too much to handle. Leave me hanging with all this shit to do. But it's all good. It's okay. I still love you. It's all right. Don't worry. It's good. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. I didn't mean for any. I thought we were all gonna have fun. Like I was in a skeleton costume, feeling good. I thought this was gonna be like a good time. There was not even 20 seconds of a good time.
There wasn't 20 seconds of a good time.
That was a nightmare, man. But that's what you get. But give me a minute, guys. I'll be right back.
You're good. If there's opposition in the box, let me know. If anybody would like to come up and debate, I'll leave. Felice, you're welcome to stay throughout the whole thing.
Oh, so sweet. Thor, I see you talking shit about me in the comments. I don't know why you're continuing to do that.
Who's Thor?
Oh my God. You yelled at him. Do you remember this?
Thor. Oh yeah. Thor was the one that was, I don't remember what he
said
was
that
saying,
you were just when someone was saying horrific things about me in Jeff's live, like, remember? And you came in.
That's right. And he got mad that
he said that you were only defending me because I was an attractive woman, and then you or something along those lines. No, Nemo knows. He was still holding on to that.
Somebody had done something bad, and then he was mad that we were calling out the bad behavior.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yes.
Thor, you're welcome up to talk. You're welcome to talk about this.
Thor, talk us through your logic that day.
Thor, please come on up. We'll all be so nice to you.
Get in the box, Thor.
I have noticed whenever I've seen Thor, it's always like on a panel. So Thor, I'll even go quiet if you want. You can just talk to Felice.
No,
you can just talk to me.
You're not going to be. Hold on.
Wait, okay.
I've done I already know. Like Thor. This is an ongoing thing. Like Thor has a lot of beliefs. And Thor, get up here and you can explain it. You always want to talk. You keep messaging me and I don't open them on purpose because I know every time I open it, you think I'm winning or you're winning. So come up here.
It is an interesting thing about a lot of these debates. Is Thor might have ran. Did Thor leave? I can't invite Thor. Maybe you could message him back.
He just said he was being censored by the left and now he doesn't want to come up here. Oh, he's right there. He's here.
All right, Thor. Where?
He just said I'm here.
Oh, there you go. What are you thinking about? I don't know why I can't invite Thor, but what are you thinking about, dude? Like, you need to think about whether or not you can have a conversation? Did somebody just get muted? Did Thor get muted?
He's right here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, somebody brought Thor up. What's up, Thor?
Oh, someone brought me up.
Yeah, it looks like it.
No, I just recently, I don't know. So, I guess there's been bad blood between the whole Felice and Bad Mom and Nemo and
This is an ongoing thing. He keeps calling. Chelsea has 4 children, and Thor gets off on saying she's a bad mother. Like, I don't personally have any children, but Thor, that's unacceptable. This is what the problem is you keep saying personal things about people that aren't true. You know that Chelsea is not a bad mom. Why are you saying that still?
I know she's not a bad mom. There could be 2 descriptions of bad, like you're bad, like good. So I never thought she was a bad, like as in terrible mother. I would if I said if
You were saying she was a good mother?
Yeah, I was like, man, she's a bad mother, but she took it in a different way, and she got a little sensitive. And so I said, well, I mean, I can't.
Why would someone
kept
get
on trying to
sensitive when
say-
you're yelling on the internet that they're a bad mother when their life
I
is
never said
dedicated
she
to
was
their
a bad
4
mother.
children?
I said she's a bad mom. Like, she's a bad mother, bad mama jama.
You know that that's not what happened, Thor. Don't make me tell
That
these
is
people
true.
what the things that you said. Like, we don't need to rehash the past. But Thor, this is like what we need to start from. We worked things out, right, Thor? We got in a huge fight because of things that you were doing and saying that were hurting me. Thor's also in Phoenix, in case you're curious. So
terrific.
We could all just meet up at a coffee shop and like fist fight in the parking lot. But
Actually,
Thor, we worked it out. Did we not work it out? Did we
Of
not
course
work
we
this
worked it
out?
out.
And I like poured my heart out to you and I said, here is the things that you're doing that are extremely hurtful to me. Right? And we had a good conversation and we worked it out. And then you show up in HVAC's Live when somebody is saying horrible things about me, like literally screaming insane things about me. And then you make it a point to come up to talk shit to him for defending me. Like, that's what I want to talk about.
It's not what I was trying to. And maybe you guys took it out of context. I just thought that you're very you're very strong-willed, and you're very a person that doesn't need defense. And I just thought, why is anyone defending Felice when she can do it on her own?
I wasn't even.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I wasn't even
So-
defending Felice. Actually, what had happened is that person had said a bunch of awful things, and then right at the end of that, you showed up and you started criticizing people for like going too far, criticizing the person that was saying the horrific things. And it was such a bizarre. It was so bizarre because Thor. I don't think I've dealt with you a lot. I think you've maybe been on my platform before. Is that true? Somebody told me that. I don't know if that's true. I have a horrible memory.
I don't know if I have or not. I only go on a few people like David.
Okay, I think that's where I've been with David. Then
Manda. There's another person, Manda. I go on hers.
Okay, so that was the bizarre thing, and I think that there is, especially on David's platform, if I show up, everybody starts screaming at me, and I think it has to do with the fact that like. David gets dunked on a lot by anybody on the left that has facts at all. And the only way to leave a conversation where David has spoken to a lefty who is smart and think David won is to literally just put your head down in your shirt and not listen. And that's what it felt like you did. Like, people were being horrible to Felice. And you came up and started tone policing the people who were calling out the bad behavior. That's what I said to you. I was like, this is weird. It's weird that you came up to tone police the people who are upset that this person said awful things about Felice. That's what was weird. And I think that it goes to show like the sidesism of our politics. Obviously, you don't seem to actually have a problem with Felice. You're saying nice things about her now. But like your knee-jerk reaction was to defend your side, and I wonder in any like was there any introspection that realized that it tends to be people on your side that are saying these things about Felice. I'm on David's Live all the time. I don't make outrageous claims about him. I speak with women on the right all the time. I've never once called them a bad mother. right?
Well,
Like
I never did call anyone a bad mother. That's a terrible
Listen,
mother.
the worst
But,
part of it was that I actually asked you to stop doing it, and you repeatedly ignored me and decided that you were going to keep doing it, even when I explained to you that I don't take it that way, nor does anybody else that you're saying it to takes it that way, and you continued to keep going with it. And then when we dropped you down to the chat, did you not continue to berate my ass all over that live for the next 20 minutes saying the same fucking thing that I told you not to say? I don't care that you think it means something else, because what you're saying is you're repeating the same goddamn thing that I just asked you not to do, because it comes off bad. It comes off bad when you call somebody a bad mom, because people on the internet take it a different way. And you're not saying, oh, she's a badass mom. No, you're saying I'm a bad mom.
Oh, would you rather me say badass mom then? Is
I'd
that better?
rather you just call me political mom, because that's what my fucking name is. I'd rather you just say that. Like, you don't need to refer to my mothering skills at all.
and I want you to call me daddy, just to be clear.
I'll call you daddy anytime.
Thank you, Thor.
You can
I'll
call me
you daddy.
stepmommy.
And I'll call you stepmommy as well.
Thor,
a
do
little
you
odd
think-
to call you stepmommy, but I would call you that.
Thor, do you think that the way that a lot of people, specifically on this app, the way that they talk about women, do you think there's any connection between the way that men talk to women on the right and how Donald Trump talks to women?
No, I don't think so.
What's with the disrespect for? What's with the
thing I
disrespect
see the
then?
most is that when I'm on a political debate, or I'm not a really good debater, to be honest, and all these police knows it and political mom knows it. I'm not really that great, not that savvy, and I'm not really quick on my wits. But I will do say this: when I'm talking to females or males, I rather have them defend themselves and not other people. It's the same thing. If I was to fight, if I was to say something, I wouldn't want another guy defending me and going on for my honor. And I would say the same thing for a female. I rather them speak on their own behalf, and that's where I was trying to argue, and maybe it didn't go through. Maybe it didn't convey it that way, or in that manner. So it did kind of.
Thor, you do know that I defend myself, right?
I know, but at
you
that
are
point-
very aware that I don't need anybody to defend me, at all. And so
Exactly, and that's where I-
not
that's where I
but
came
that's
in and I
not what
said,
the issue is.
why are we
Thor,
defending Felice?
don't make me go back through the history of this. Thor, you have been on our lives telling Chelsea and I to close our legs I mean, the amount of things that Thor
No,
has
not
said
just
to us.
close
This
your
is
legs,
not. I
I'm
just
saying-
need to tell, just for the context. Please don't. He's doing this now. Like, this is what he does. He attacks and then he backpedals and is like, oh, like, I'm just a nice guy, but. Not always, Thor. You've said horrific things. You know that I'm a Mexican American in Arizona, right? An indigenous or part indigenous Mexican. You repeatedly say that Mexicans are coming over the border to be on welfare. I'm bisexual. How many times to me have you attacked the LGBTQ? I've asked you repeatedly. I've told you you are attacking me about things that I cannot inherently change about myself. You are espousing bigoted values repeatedly. Please, can you recognize what it sounds like? Like, Thor, and I've said this, you're an immigrant, you're a Vietnamese immigrant. So the fact that you are now on the internet attacking other immigrants or attacking the immigration process is crazy. The irony, it's like you got here. And this is the attitude of some immigrants. And I know, and Thor, I know you know this. It's like hyper assimilation. Like, I'm here now. And now in order to fit in order to make sure that I fit into society, I'm going to espouse all the values of the right.
Well, that's not entirely true.
You got here through the immigration
believe-
process, and now no one else should. That's
We
your view.
determined that you sit on a place of privilege, right? When we brought up statistics about the amount of parents that need free lunches at school and that depend on these type of programs, and we determined how many of those people were, and you said, well, they don't matter because I'm not them and it doesn't apply to me. So if their shit gets cut, that's their problem. They should be able to make a sandwich for their child. That's what you said on my live.
So I don't sit on a place of privilege, but I do sit on a place of conservative thought where we can't continue to feed everyone. And then I did agree to the means testing
We
And
have the
could you guys
largest gross
send
domestic
us
product in the world. We
groceries? It's not
absolutely
good.
can feed everyone in this country. The purpose of the government, Thor, is to work for the people. Right? We're not just here to be taxed and to get nothing in return. The purpose of being taxed, of taxation and representation, is to sustain us. That is the purpose of the government.
I think it was almost 70% of people in Arizona, in the state of Arizona, that depend on free meal services. Otherwise, they would not be able to feed their children during lunch. And then you said, who cares? Because it's not me.
Thor doesn't want children to have free school lunch.
Well, I mean,
Thor, why? Can I ask you a question, Thor? Thor, can I ask you a question real quick?
Go ahead, Daddy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When you get backed into a corner like that, like a normal person would, outside of politics, is just going to be like, oh, okay, I get it. I get that what I'm saying potentially harms other people. Now, just breaking it down in the most simple of terms, do you think it would be better for us to feed more people and be in more debt, or let more people starve?
Say that again. What was
Do
the
you
last?
think it would be better for us to feed more people and therefore have more debt, or let people starve?
So the problem is what you're saying is
No,
that,
this is a simple, this is not, I'm not saying this is what's happening. I'm saying in this scenario, do you think it is better to feed more people and go into debt, or let people starve?
Well, I would think we, in a moralistic way, feed more people.
Okay, so then why don't you then politically try and find an avenue where we can both feed more people and spend less money, or bring in more money to pay for it? Why not look for that? Because your politics seem to say that we fuck everybody because we're already in debt. But there's no solution. This is the problem I have with the right, and this is the problem I have sometimes with these comments, is the reason you're saying shitty things is because your side has no solutions for any of these problems. So you have one of two options. Your option is double down on nasty rhetoric, or admit that your side sucks and they have no answers. And I think what most people choose to do is they don't want to admit their side is wrong, so they double down and just say crazy things like, good, let the kids starve.
I don't really have a side, but so the reason why
Thor, stop that. You guys got to stop doing this bullshit I'm independent thing. You have a side. Your side is Donald fucking Trump. That's your whole side. What you don't have, when you say you don't have sides, it's because you don't have any policy. But what you, like, no matter what the scenario is, you're just going to say, what's Donald Trump's side, and you're going to defend it blindly. And that's why people call you cold-hearted or a bigot. That's all these Trump people that are being tired of being called a bigot. Start answering the questions then. Start looking at, do we have a solution to these things? This is why people come at you, is because you say something like, let kids starve, but morally, you know that's not right.
So sometimes in our lives, and I would say a story here. Sometimes in our lives, we grow up to be young adults, and we rely on mother and father to feed us and clothe us and give us food. That mother and father keeps on doing it, and the young man or woman keeps on taking that the money and the funds and the housing that the mommy and daddy give, with sort of like, yeah, it'll be there all the time, and they will sort of like take it for granted. But when that money and the funds and the housing dry up, then the young man tends to, well, he doesn't have the money and the funds anymore, so he gets what do you call it? He gets a little tough love. He has to find a way to actually manage his life, actually go out there and work for a living, actually pay for his own bills. And that's why mommy and daddy probably cut him off. So
yeah, but that's not statistically true. That's a story. Yeah, but that's a story. That's just a story.
Tough love. It's really tough love.
Thor, hold on. This is the problem with your political ideology, When you look for an escape, when you look for justification, you come up with a story that in your head rings true. There was a 40-year study done on the way that parents parent their children. And the study was basically like, you took the kids who were spoiled. They were given love. They were given freedom. They were allowed to express themselves. They didn't necessarily have chores. Their parents paid for everything growing up. And then you had the
Series where I make
children who were parented very, very strict. The parents had rules for them. They had them work jobs. They cut them off when they were 18. Who do you think fared better? Which children do you think fared better, Thor, in their adult lives?
I'll
give you a hint. It's the one that goes against how you would parent. My friends that I grew up with, the friends I grew up with, the most successful of my friends, of all my friends, the one that was the most successful, never made his own bed, never made his own lunch, never had a job in high school. Parents, whatever he wanted, he got. He was spoiled rotten. He got everything he wanted. He grew up and he decided, like, he saw the example that his parents set for him and the life that they gave him, and he was well off. Now you can go, that's an anecdotal story, and just like yours is an anecdotal story. But if you look at the numbers, there is no evidence to say that parenting your children's more strict, not giving them the things that they want. There's no evidence that says that doesn't work outside of anecdotal stories. So what you do, Thor, is instead of just like hearing what's being said, looking at the data, you just rely on these anecdotal stories so that you don't ever have to change your opinion on anything. And again, we're talking about letting children starve, and your response to letting children starve, and your side not doing anything about that, was to tell me a story about how parents need to be tougher on children.
And that's not just parents. I'm talking about the government. The government being, aka the parents. And the government needs to sort of do something else other than just funnel money into the system. There are private organizations.
Wait, why?
There's also
but why?
What are they called? Catholic organizations.
Hold on. Let me ask you, Thor. Why does the government funnel money into the system?
Because it takes our tax dollars and gives it to someone else.
Let me ask the question differently. Is there a need for the government to give people money? Like, are there people in this country that can't afford to live on their own jobs, or maybe they have disability, or maybe they're a single parent, can't find a job? Are there people that exist like that in this country?
Oh, there most definitely are.
Millions,
I've seen it.
Right?
Millions. There's I was in a
I don't need to, Thor, I'm going to cut you off because this is the problem. I'm going to just walk you through some questions here. So we funnel money into entitlement programs because we have to, right?
Yeah.
Because what would happen to those people if we didn't give them money?
Oh, they would starve probably.
They would starve. They wouldn't have a place to live. Now
they would get off their feet and get a job.
Well, hold on, Thor. Hold on, Thor. Now, what if instead of having to reintroduce money into the economy, instead of having to print money to go into debt, what if the money that we already put into circulation, we just kept circulating? We didn't allow it to go into circulation, go to the top, and then stop. What if we pulled some of that money back from the top and said, you can't just hoard this. It's our money as a collective. It's our country's money. The currency is used to make trade easier. It's used so that we can buy things quickly. It's used so that we don't have to just like barter. Like, I don't have to trade you potatoes for the plumbing work that you did. It's a way for us to be able to exchange things and get the goods that we want. But that monetary system is only there to make our lives easier. So why not, when people stop circulating the money and just hoard it at the top, I'm talking about the billionaires and millionaires who don't get any taxes, why not, instead of printing more money, why don't we just say, hey, this money was to circulate in the economy, it's not for you to hold at the top. Why don't we just pull that money back down, pay everybody more money, and then there would be less need for the government to subsidize people's food, their housing, their health care. What if everybody just made more money and the billionaires made millions instead of billions?
Well, that would be a great ideal, a John Lennon Beatles type story. Nothing's going to be like that.
Well, I got news for you, Thor. You said you're an immigrant to this country, right?
Well, I'm naturalized.
Okay. Did your parents work in this country?
Of course, they're American. I was adopted.
You were adopted. Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry about that. Okay, so how old's your dad?
No, he's old. I don't know. Probably in his 80s or 70s.
80s. What did he do for work?
My father was an architect.
Okay, gotcha. And so he was working in if he's the 80s, he was probably working in the 60s, 70s, maybe a little bit of the 50s. Is that right? He's 80?
No,
probably not the 50s, maybe the 60s.
I don't know, but probably the 70s. He's actually a hippie like type guy. Both my parents
Did your mom work?
Very hippies, huh?
Did your mom work?
Yes, my mom did work on and off. She also had a degree in I don't know, some girl degree, economics.
A girl degree. Tell us what a girl degree is.
She's got a degree in cooking,
home economics.
Anyway, the point I'm asking is, so your parents, who by all intents and purposes, like you guys were basically able to survive on your dad's income, and almost everybody was able to survive on one person's income when you were being brought up, and that's because the tax code was a lot more fair. It was higher. We had at points in this country when the middle class was the strongest, the top marginal tax rate was 90%.
But also my dad
90%, and the middle class was the strongest it had ever been. Then came Ronald Reagan and introduced trickle-down economics, and ever since Ronald Reagan, the rich have gotten richer, the middle class has lost their buying power, and the poor have gotten poorer. And we're 40 years into this, and it's not working. Why not advocate for the same type of system that allowed your parents to succeed?
Well, my parents still succeed. My parents still
Thor,
it's not just about your experience personally, Thor.
Not advocate for the type of system that allowed your parents to succeed.
There are systems out there. There's grants. There's loans.
Did your dad get a grant?
I don't. I think he got a loan.
He got for what?
Sure. For his degree in architecture.
Where did he go to school?
He went to school, U of I, University of Illinois.
University of Illinois. Okay, that would have been. I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna guess that your dad's schooling was either heavily subsidized, but for sure much cheaper than what we have now. If he took out a loan, that would have been a very small. It would have been a very. Do you know why? Do you know why, Thor?
The price of living.
No, because our government funded the schools. Our state, a school like University of Illinois was mostly state and federally funded. We used to fund school. For a lot of people, college was free, and for those that it wasn't free, it was very inexpensive.
Well, I can tell you, it wasn't free for my father or my mother.
What?
It wasn't free for my father or my mother.
Okay, but it was much less expensive. Go ahead.
I just want to say one. Okay, so the answer to your problems, Thor, like you keep saying, I don't want to be paying for other people and we just need to cut people off. The answer to that is education, right? When you look at Scandinavian democratic socialism and, societies that are actually succeeding, they are providing free education. If you want people to raise themselves up by their bootstraps, which is literally an oxymoron, right? No, you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But then the Republicans adopted it as a saying. If you want that, the key is to flood everybody with education or with technical skills. We are right now making education elitist in this country, but nobody will ever raise themselves up out of poverty without education, Thor. And that's what you're not seeing. And Thor, you need to see billionaires not as aspirational. That's the biggest lie the Republican Party has told about capitalism and sold, that, oh, you can do it too. No, statistically, you cannot do it. Right? Billionaires are stealing from all of us. They need to be taxed out of existence. That's what he's talking about. The top tax rate being 90%. That's because this money is sitting in someone's bank account. It's our money. Our gross domestic, we are working those profits, privatizing profit in capitalism, right? That money would belong to us in a different style of economic system. And now it's just sitting in someone's bank account rather than being recirculated into the economy. And that's what the issue is, Thor. And David's here. Hi, David.
The problem is that you guys live in fantasy world where this.
David, we live in the same goddamn state as you. We live in the same fucking reality that you live in.
What are you talking
fantasy
about?
World. We're talking about David.
This is not
everything
gonna
we're
happen.
talking about has already happened in this.
You're
country.
screaming David, but it's Thor.
Thor. Everything we're talking about has already happened in this country. It led us through the Industrial Revolution. It led your parents and your grandparents to have generational wealth due to housing that was affordable at the time that's not now. It allowed them to have pensions. It allowed them to have a living wage. It allowed them to raise you with one of the parents in the home. Everything that you have, you benefited from this system, and now you're advocating for the system that is bending you over and fucking you in the ass. And you're like, yay, Elon Musk needs more billions. Dude, none of this is helping you. None of it. If you can't afford things now, if things are more expensive than they were, you like to think it's about Trump and Biden. What happened is the rich hoarded all the wealth during COVID. The largest transfer of wealth ever recorded in our history went from the poor and the middle class to the top 1% during COVID, because the government, and this is just further proof that trickle-down economics doesn't work. The government bailed out Americans because we were hurting, and they gave Americans checks, and they said, go live off of this, do what you can with this money. That money went through the economy and made its way to the top, and
healthy plant-based. If you're an itty
Walmart stayed open. All these massive corporations that are run by billionaires that have the money and the infrastructure to stay open during COVID, and most importantly, the influence to stay open during COVID. They took all that money that you think the government gave to poor people or people who didn't want money, for all the people we complain about taking PPP loans, all of that money just trickled up. Every time we introduce money into the economy, it trickles up. It never fucking trickles down. We have to force it to trickle down because people don't want to give away their money. Ronald Reagan, whether he did it on purpose or not, he was really, really stupid to think that rich people were just gonna do the right thing and trickle that money on down. We'll take away all the barriers. We'll allow them to keep whatever money they need. We're not going to incentivize them to trickle this money down. We're just going to trust that they're going to do the right thing. We just watched trickle up economics happen right before our eyes, and you guys misidentified it as, Trump wouldn't have let this happen. You don't even know what's happening in the economy. You're just like, Trump will fix it. None of this happened under Trump and under Biden. This is how our economy is set up. It doesn't work, and it doesn't work for you, Thor. You're on here defending something that literally hurts you. It's like if I was punching you in the face, and then you were like, somebody's like, hey, stop punching him in the face, and you're like, no, I need this. This is good for society, and then I just kept punching you in the face. It's a bizarre thing to defend, dude.
With the wife, but no. Going back from Felice's thing, education doesn't matter.
No, Thor, shush. Do I have to do this again?
Why are you yelling?
Because you just ignored a really good point, and I put a lot of effort into it.
No, I felt that. I was with it.
He was commenting the whole time. He didn't hear a word you said.
You're dreaming. It is all the stuff is in the clouds. You'll never get
what
the
did I just say?
You'll never get the millionaires. You'll never get all this money,
shush, bud.
And you'll never be stealing.
Thor, shush, bud. Shush. Just recap what I said.
You basically said that the government, well, not the government, you basically said all these big bad companies are making billions and billions and billions of dollars, and it's not coming back to us. They don't need all this money stored away. So what you're trying to say is that the billionaires, the trillionaires, the zillionaires need to give this money back to the people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. See, this is the problem. So here's what we do, Thor. I'll explain it to you. $10 million is, we're going to set a cap at $10 million. Every dollar you make over $10 million is taxed at 90%. 90 cents of every dollar after 10 million goes to the government. The only way you don't pay that to the government is if instead you reinvest that in your employees and into your employees.
And not stock buybacks. We're not talking about stock buybacks. Another Reagan special.
You pay your employees more, or you give that money to the government so they can take care of your employees. That's it. That's all I'm advocating for. That incentivizes the right behavior. If you want to be filthy rich, you want to be a billionaire, that's fine. But every dollar after 10 million that you make, 90 cents is going back to the government because you built that.
90 cents goes back to the government?
Because
why do they deserve that?
Well, because they're I just explained that. Thor, I just explained why they need it. Thor, why do they need it? I just told you.
Is that what you're saying?
Thor, I just told you why the government needs the money. Did you not listen to that part?
So, well, I did, but are you just saying?
So what was that money for?
The money?
What's the money for, Thor?
Let me ask you. Are you trying to
answer the question first, and then you can ask your questions. What is the money for?
The money for what? That the companies make?
No. What is when the government takes that 90%? What did I say that money was for?
To redistribute it to the people that need it.
Not necessarily to redistribute it, but to take care of them because you refuse to give them a wage they can live on. So you have two choices. You can pay them more and have happy employees, or you can force them to be on government assistance. Now, most people are going to want to work for employers who pay them more. They don't want to be on government assistance. So it incentivizes the right behavior, Thor. It incentivizes business owners to do the right thing, to pay their employees more, and therefore that means less people on government assistance. I don't know anybody on government assistance who loves that they're on government assistance. They'd much rather not be on government assistance, but it helps. Why not incentivize businesses to do the right thing, and then we wouldn't have to pay so much in government assistance?
That's absolutely right. And what you need to think about, Thor, since you're such a lover of capitalism, right? You love privatized profits. You don't want us to be gaining profits as a society. So you love privatized profits. You want capitalism to succeed. Capitalism is dependent on one thing, exponential growth, right? So wouldn't it make sense for the cheap and slave labor workforce, which is us, that capitalism requires in order to succeed, that we be healthy, that we be fed, that we be able-bodied so that we can be slaves to the economic system that you love so much? Make it make sense. Think about it. When corporations like Walmart are being sued because they are instructing their workers how to get on things like SNAP benefits because they will not pay their own workers enough. They won't pay a living wage. So they are actually gaming the system. They are not being taxed properly. Walmart's a corporation that is not being taxed properly. We are not levying the taxes we should from them. And then they are encouraging their own workforce. They are refusing to pay while recording record profits, right? To get on government assistance. Do you see what I'm saying here, Thor? The problem is not the people that you are like, oh, these people don't want to work. That's not who's robbing us blind. You need to direct your energy towards the right people. That's what I'm saying. We need to have a conversation about economics and who is stealing from all of us. It doesn't matter if you're far right or far left. We're all being stolen from the same people, the donor class.
So what you're saying is that we
I'll
should...
see you guys tonight.
Huh?
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you tonight. Thank you.
Political mom.
Oh, thanks for getting it right this time.
You're welcome. Bye. So what you're saying here, Felice, is Walmart should give these people $25 an hour for a living wage, where they're basically not high skilled workers. They're not. They're like almost like the lowest at the totem pole of the food chain, as you would say.
Thor, let me explain something to you. A full day's work. No, I'm not going to let you. Hold on. I'm not going to let you tell lies. Everyone's work is equally valuable, right? Working full time, you don't get to put a price on this person's labor is more valuable than another person's labor.
That's the way America has been.
Thor, you've been indoctrinated. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You've been indoctrinated into a system that places value on people's labor. Labor is labor. We are all cogs in a system.
You guys are a younger generation, and I'm a much older generation, where I was learned, hey, McDonald's was an entry-level job. Then, maybe a retail was another jump to past McDonald's, and then you went like maybe towards a high skill job like a trades or welding or IT or
Thor, listen. Then we need to
Then you went
provide
up.
skill. We need to provide. We could. That's another conversation. We used to have programs that instead of going to university, you could become a skilled laborer, like a welder, an electrician. We should have had these programs, but we took those away in the '80s, right?
Actually, they still have.
Yes, we did. And no, but they need to be created again. Absolutely. They're like in other societies, civilized societies, like our, the creator of imperialism, the British Empire, you don't have to go to university, which is subsidized, right? They're paying for school for people who pass their A levels. There's a test, but if you don't want to, there's other programs to become skilled workers. And we need that in America. Absolutely.
But hold on, Thor, in other countries.
This is where I agree with
hold on, real
Felice
quick.
on
I
this
understand.
thing.
Hold on, real quick, Thor. I just want you to know that in other countries, you can work at McDonald's and earn a living wage. Because there are minimums. It's like 20. I know in like Denmark it's $20, and you can live. And because of their tax structure and because of their economics, you can $20 an hour is a living wage. So you can actually work at McDonald's, and yeah, you won't be rich, but you can live in other countries.
The thing is that, and I agree with Felice, and I've been saying this for a long time. Whereas there used to be a good apprenticeship into jobs, like not just trades, but in like professions like doctors and nurses and IT. It used to be great ones, but now they just turned it into internships where they paid you.
Yeah, capitalism, dude. That's capitalism. That's what that is. That's your side's That's what you guys advocate. You don't want to fund education. You don't want to fund internships. You don't want college to be subsidized. You want that free labor because capitalism, dude.
No, I don't. I never said that I didn't want free education. I think education is important. Like police is important. Everyone should get an education. Everyone ought to get an education. That's one thing.
Okay, but Thor, so think about it though. Let's go back to the school lunches. Let me just tie this together for you. So you're saying, you're agreeing with me, education is the most important thing that we should be providing in order to feed capitalism, right? So while giving education, listen, as a former teacher, let me tell you something. If kids don't eat breakfast, I had kids that if they didn't have a free breakfast, they didn't get a muffin and a chocolate milk in the morning, they weren't eating. They were there for the breakfast. That school lunch was the only food they were getting. So what I'm saying is, if you believe in education and you want our children to have a future and to learn, they have to be fed. Okay, so that's why free school lunch is necessary.
Okay, well, I will agree with you that school lunches are necessary, but there are some times where people who can't afford it are abusing the system and getting free lunches because that's there. So, I mean, I agree. Free lunches for everyone.
Here's the trick that Republicans used to trick you, and I know this because I was a Republican, and this is how we campaigned.
You were a rhino, right?
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I was way more Republican than you, dude. I at least knew what I stood for. I at least knew what the policies were. I still know more about Republicans than you do. But here's the fun trick that they like to play. They hold on. I have a drink overflowing. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. So here's the trick that they love to play. They say they want to invest in education. They say they want job training. They say they want all these things. But why don't they invest in education? Because everybody's woke. You know why you guys have this war on wokeness? You don't have this war on wokeness because it's hurting anybody. You don't have a war on wokeness because it's actually something that you care about. You have a war on wokeness because you get to use woke as a reason to not invest in anything. To not invest in the American people. We can't invest in colleges because they teach kids what socialism is. Who the fuck cares? Our country, even with our constitution how it is now, we can be socialists. We weren't set up specifically to be capitalists. It doesn't matter. There was no economic setup in our constitution. But everything that you say oh, I'd love to do it, but we can't do it. You're just taught that you can't invest in anything because of wokeness and because the government can't get anything right. But you're wrong about that. The government is far more efficient with money than Republicans like to pretend they are. That's why when you look at Medicare, which is basically it's government-run healthcare, $2 to $3 out, or let's say $7, $7 to $8 out of every dollar we put into Medicare goes to patient care. But when you look at private insurance, it's $2 to $3 that goes to the patient care. Medicare is far more efficient with the money that we put in than private healthcare. But you're told that you can't support universal healthcare because the government doesn't. Well, I think Jen might have bumped him because the government is inefficient with money. It's just not the case. You're just lied to, and you're lied to because there's a bunch of people with a lot of money at the top who want cheap labor, who want tax breaks, and who don't want people educated as to the game they're playing. The war on socialism, the war on leftism, the war on communism, the war on all of these things is because you have people at the top that don't want the game they're playing exposed. That's all it is.
Yeah, the culture wars. I want everyone to just think we need to vote for economics, right? What's going to actually help us. The culture wars is a distraction, right? All of this talk about what bathroom people are going to be in, whatever, that is all a distraction from the 1%, the donor class robbing us all blind.
Welcome, Dusty Skates.
Hey.
Hey.
So, I'm not a Trumper. You probably know that, but being taxed more, solving all these problems is just really like irritating to me because I look at this chart.
If you leave the screen, we can't see.
Sorry. So
yeah.
I can't leave the screen. So I look at this chart.
What chart? I can pull it up on my end. What's the chart
pull
called?
it up. It could be a different source, but it's probably roughly the same.
What am I searching?
Portion of our taxes going towards.
Wait, Dusty, what am I pulling up here?
What?
What chart am I supposed to pull up?
I want to just say real quick, I in no way advocate for any of us to be taxed more. What we need to do, and today yesterday on the House floor, that bill that's being brought to fund Israel, it's a $12.5 billion offset. Where are they offsetting the money they're going to give to corporations and the 1% from more cuts to the IRS? What we need to do is fund the IRS, not to tax us more, but to do complex forensic audits of the 1% and corporations. That's how our deficit will be made up.
Okay,
Some of us should be taxed more, period. So I just want to clarify really quick. I'm not saying that.
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
I am advocating that.
Right.
At least it's not. So I am.
What I'm saying is, if those corporations do get taxed more, what I heard the host say.
No, I'm talking about income tax
or income tax, either one.
Well, that's not a corporation being taxed more.
Into the federal government's pot. The chart that I was looking at, RTP, is just like the pie chart of how taxes are being spent.
Okay. Did you have a source for that?
So just find one. I'm sure they're all relatively close.
Does yours have a? Okay. I can pull. You probably just Googled it. Okay. What do you want to look at?
I went to the fourth, fifth one down, something like that.
Okay.
I looked at a couple of them. So I see a big pie of defense.
Okay.
Right?
The one I'm looking at says 20%.
Oh, okay. That's even more. 20%. And then I see Social Security as another huge part of the pie. Is that 20%. Right? 20%. Yep. And then education, which is what you guys are advocating for, is 4%. Okay,
I see 2%. It at 2.
Yeah. Okay. So if we're giving more to that pot, how is that solving the problem when we have an allocation problem, not an amount problem?
Because I don't think we have an allocation problem.
Okay, so we're advocating for all this education, and now all of a sudden 4% is how much we should be spending towards that?
Yeah, so I think you're misunderstanding necessarily why I want taxes to be more. I don't want taxes to be more because I think we need to pay for things. I want taxes to be more to incentivize the right behavior. I think it's unethical that we have billionaires while people are starving in the streets. I think it's unethical that we have billionaires while people can't afford to see a doctor. I think it's unethical that we have billionaires while people that are housed go days without food. I think that as a country, it's unethical. And the money that is circulated, our money is not something that we go out and we mine and we find ourselves. It's the money that the government has put up to allow us to trade with each other, right? And that money is supposed to circulate through the economy. That's how the free market was supposed to work. But there's no incentives for people not to hoard money. There's none. In fact, Republicans heavily incentivize people to hoard money. And so the money
What do you mean by hoard? collect interest or put in the stock market to...
Let me give you an example.
Why would anyone put something anywhere where they weren't gaining more value?
Yeah, let me give you an example. So that would just, it's not an example of real world, but let's say you've seen those wind tunnels with like the cash, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so if you're in one of those wind tunnels, you're trying to grab as much cash, they put the cash in, it goes to the top, right? Let's just imagine that air doesn't circulate, it just goes to the top, right? You're going to catch money as it flies to the top, but within a short amount of time, it's just going to stay there, right? Because it's not circulating. So how do you get more money into it? You got to put more money in, right?
You got to make more money.
Whoever's operating is going to have to put more cash in at the bottom so it'll flow. And then you're going to grab what you can, but everything you don't grab goes to the top. That's how our economy works. So that money that goes to the top, even if all those guys put that money in the stock market, which a lot of them do, they put it into investments, they put it into assets, right? But they put that money in places where they don't have to pay taxes on it. But that money, that wealth, it's not circulating anymore. It's just staying up there at the top. Even if it's
that money
even if it's in the stock market.
Corporations.
What's that?
So if you invest in a stock, then that stock, that company is now receiving more money.
Right, but now they're not paying workers more money. You're getting dividends for the investors and for the people at the top. What the stock market itself, like if you're going to have free market capitalism, if you're going to have true free market capitalism, then why at any point would you put in a mechanism of gambling and then make that mechanism like the core of your economy? Our economy is essentially
the banks are the ones who influence the stock price. The only ones gambling.
Excuse me, what? No, there's lots of things.
I'm a day trader.
And there's a lot more than know that there's a lot more than banks that influence the stock price.
Okay.
So let's talk about this. You want to invest in Amazon, right?
Of the price increasing or decreasing is the amount of purchasing or selling that's happening. And guess who owns all the money where that's happening? The banks, the financial.
No, they don't own the money. The federal government still owns the money. They're hoarding. Exactly. They're short stopping that money. But let me ask you a question.
Gambling is an individual putting their money into the stock market.
Yeah, let me ask you a question about, let's just use Amazon for example. Let's say Amazon's price is stagnant, and you hear word that tomorrow Amazon is going to lay off 20% of its workers, and they're going to cut benefits for all their part-time employees. Is that a good time to buy Amazon stock?
After.
Why?
Because it's going to go down. But it's
no. When they cut that, and then we're gonna see what.
Okay. If they lay off a bunch of people, typically stock prices go up.
Why?
Because the profit margin of that company.
Bingo. It's incentivizing. So that's what I'm talking about with the stock market. The stock market encourages these big companies to shit on the workers and be beholden to their stock price. Every CEO, no matter what major corporation they're a part of, they'll tell you the thing that matters most to them keeping their job is their stock price. Yeah, it's a shitty incentive structure that we've created. And our wealth is tied up in it. All of us, our retirements are tied up into it. We've turned all of our investments into, like, you can say it's not gambling, but it is gambling. If it's not, like, there's too many things.
It's gambling to the average American.
No, it's gambling.
To the financial institutions.
They're the casino. They're the casino.
Gambling. Yeah, right? They're the house.
Right.
It's annoying.
They understand that. I agree. So we've incentivized corporations to not take care of the workers, and and then we also incentivize banks to pay out those corporations based on whether or not, like, they take care of their workers. And largely, the companies who make the most money, the companies who wind up at the top of those, are people who built their wealth and their company off the backs of shitty paying jobs.
Okay, so let's say we do a high forensic audit of all these companies with these high dollar profit margins, or just high dollar revenue, because a lot of the times profit margin doesn't indicate how much money a corporation really has, right? Because they're putting way too much expenses on their books or whatever. Sure. So let's say we do this audit idea, and then what I was talking about, because I actually don't disagree with the 90% plan that you proposed. I think that's a good idea. However, the problem is, like, okay, where that money goes, what happens? 20% is going towards defense. It's like our military just gets that much bigger. Like, does that help us? Like, we have an allocation problem. We don't have an amount.
Wait, but if you incentivize that behavior, it's going to make middle class people have more money. It's going to elevate the poor. The things that we spend on like safety net, that spending goes down. Interest, the amount we're paying in interest goes down because we could actually pay down our debt. Healthcare costs go down because in this scenario where we don't have healthcare for everybody, these people wind up, businesses are incentivized to provide good healthcare. Retirement, even Social Security, all these things go down. All our other spending goes down if everybody makes more money, because it's not just the audit on the higher end people, it's also the middle class and the poor who start making more money, who then we can tax them at their regular rates as well. You wind up taxing in all the right places, but because of the activity that we've incentivized means that more people go home with money in their pocket, our spending actually goes down.
I'm silent because I'm thinking.
And it's not mutually exclusive. Like
really
you're
disagree
discussing
with that.
allocation, Dusty. Like there can be an audit of the military, right? Which there probably needs to be, because right now that's another capitalistic system, is defense contractors, and where is the money that goes to the American military being allocated? But what you also need to think of is the bigger foreign policy picture. Capitalism is dependent on exponential growth and continued devouring of resources. That's what our military is doing. Our forward military positions are protecting our interests in regions that are fueling our capitalistic economy with resources, natural resources.
True. So, I actually don't disagree with that argument about how that tax system would start to benefit the lower and middle class in a great way. However, I know that this is an annoying question, but it's really a question that has to be addressed, is how do we get people to start allowing themselves to give away, like not go for profits, how is this ever going to happen where corporations are being taxed 90% above 90 or 90% above $10 million? Like, who's ever gonna go for that? The people that are lobbying for the Democrats are equally as rich. The people that are lobbying for certain policies, they're all in the 1%. So those people, even if they're Democrat, they definitely don't want to give up 90% of their dollar. So how are we going to do this as the middle class, as a person who wants this kind of system? How do we influence that as people? Like, what do we have to do? It certainly isn't voting for Democrats. That's not going to help.
Well, it's voting for progressive Democrats. It's advocating that you primary. Like, if you had more Katie Porters in Congress or in the Senate, this shit would get done. It's not just voting for Democrats. It's certainly ignoring Republicans, but you do have to vote for more progressive Democrats wherever you can, right? So,
You're
like
right,
in Arizona.
Dusty.
In Arizona, we're gonna bounce old what's her face, and we're gonna go more progressive.
Cinema, out.
Yeah.
Let's go, Ruben Gallego.
That's right,
go.
Gallegos.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, Dusty, the Overton window has moved, right? I see that, and I'm much farther left than RTP. But I see the Overton window having moved right. The Democrats don't even see it, but you're right. The donor class Democrats are also influenced by that, by dark money flowing into politics.
Yeah.
And the Overton window has moved, right? The neolibs are now neocons, right? So like what RTP is saying is correct. It's not just about anymore looking for Democratic candidates. It's about finding progressive people that are willing to drag this country back left.
Yeah, I would say that's true. And then the other big issue that we all fail to realize is that we are all part of the capitalism problem. Every time you buy something on Amazon, every time you buy anything, you are promoting capitalism. And sometimes you don't have a choice.
I've said that when Trump was elected, I disappeared into South America for a couple years, long story, but I lived in communal society, like in the Amazon. Well, so I'm saying and what I learned from that experience was a lot about dismantling my role in capitalism. Like I had a crisis of conscience. Like I was in corporate America working very successfully in digital advertising. And like after that experience, like really took a look at like what consumerism and what my role in capitalism is. And I'm still trying to figure out like how to live in alignment with like what my belief system is, but still survive in a capitalistic economy. Like on a certain level, there is a lot of virtue signaling on the left about, oh, we need to do more and, you know, but we are all contributing and we have to. There has to be survival. And I don't think anyone should feel guilty about what they're doing to survive in capitalism. But like what you're saying is correct. We need to recognize our roles, right? And where we're putting our money as far as in terms of consumerism.
Yeah, exactly. Because if we can say, oh, the rich get richer as much as we want, and then we go on Amazon and we buy something, it's like, okay, well, don't complain about Amazon. Why don't you go buy that from a local distributor or a local business? Like, I think that's the individual behavior that you guys are talking about that needs to be influenced is that kind of behavior. Where we're capitalism, unfortunately, what it promotes is what the word I'm looking for is like it makes life easy, convenience. It promotes convenience. And the more convenient things get, even if it costs a little more money, guess what? Everyone's going to do it. So what you guys are trying to do, or even me, what I'm trying to do in the ideal world is everybody being like, okay, this is a little less convenient, but it'll be better in the long run. If you can get people to actually start doing that, I will support you in any way that I can.
I mean, find me a Gen Zer who looks at their outlook and can say like, yeah, capitalism's the way forward for me. If you're Gen Z, you're staring at a world that you're like, oh my God, like I basically have a couple options if I want to really make money, and it's working for one of these giant corporations and working my way up. I'm going to have to take out a bunch of college debt in order to get there, or I can advocate for something new. They're not going out into the world in the same way that I did, certainly not my parents. I think what Felice is saying is right. I think that the country has shifted left, and I think that there's a lot of people who aren't really either able to see that because of the data that they look at, or they're unwilling to see that. But even for people that are on the Trump side, like you can get Trump people to agree to universal health care. There's not even arguments against it anymore. There's really no good argument against universal health care anymore. There's really no good argument over taxing people at a higher rate. I do agree with you that like the messaging has to be better and we have to keep going. But I do think we're at a tipping point with capitalism. At least the way that it's structured now, and people are recognizing it doesn't work. Like Elon Musk is remarkably stupid, and he's a multi-billionaire. I saw him talking to Joe Rogan about like aliens and how that's who's influencing the liberals now. Like it's alien interference, and this is one of the richest humans in our country. Like you look at the people who have the money now, and you realize like, oh, it's not because they're brilliant; it's because the system allows it.
Don't get me started on Elon Musk, because I'll go into a different topic about how much I don't like him, but and how Teslas are just terrible for the environment, but people think they're saving it by buying one.
Well, he stole that
so
company.
Stupid.
You know what I mean? That's not his company. Tesla wasn't his company. Like I'm just
as
someone that worked in the tech industry. That's not his company. I mean, he bought it.
Yeah.
And ran it into the ground. And if not for government subsidies, Elon Musk is not a successful businessman. The American government is subsidizing Elon Musk's business. Solar City, Tesla, SpaceX, that doesn't exist except for at the leisure of the U.S. government. Elon Musk is not a successful businessman.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. But like I said, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. And I know that I'm not this Trump guy that you guys can just point fingers at and like,
that's all right.
I'm sorry, but
no, I prefer this.
Like one thing I will say is you guys, I used to be in this position where I'm like, screw it. I don't care about any of this because I can't do anything about it. However, I think you guys, just watching you guys has changed my attitude a little bit about, no, if you can convince a couple of people to do a couple of things differently, and each person thought that way. I think, like, I don't know, having discussions like this, I think can help. So like, I'm kind of migrating out of I don't care about anything because either way I go, it doesn't matter. I'm like starting to get out of that mindset. And so I appreciate it.
I followed you, Dusty. I think
me
that's
too.
great.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah. All right.
Come back again
Thanks, guys.
sometime.
See ya.
All right, brother. See ya. Who was next? I wasn't sure who. I'm looking for just opposition in the box right now. I know this looks like a panel, and I know I said that. And if you guys are used to me being here, it's usually just me and one other guest. But I wanted Felice to be here today. So, what are you stroking your? I just looked up. What are you doing with your hand? What is that?
Just stroking David's face.
Oh, you're stroking David's face. I was like, what in the shit is that? Mr. Y. Hey, Mr. Y. Maybe not. Just calming David down. Did David come back? He said he couldn't jump on earlier. He must have had some Tesla stuff.
He loves you. David loves you. Anytime he can spend time with you,
we're good
David
friends.
Loves you.
Maybe no on DO. Maybe we lost all opposition. All right, I know this isn't.
We just mass converted people. You know what I mean? we handled every objection.
All right, let me jump a couple non-opposition up then real quick. Mr. Jones.
Sorry.
You're good. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say one quick thing. It's funny how like people rally for capitalism. You know what I'm saying? They like put their cape on and all of these things, right? And it's the greatest system. Why is it that no other industrialized company is trying to mirror our system? Literally none. No other industrialized company says, man, I want our economic system to be more like America's. No one.
Because they know they can't do it because they're not America. Only America can accomplish this much greatness, Mr. Jones.
Yeah. Except
the
for 1 in 5
disease of
children
American
go to bed without food every
exceptionalism.
night. Exactly that. Exactly that. 1 in 5 children go to bed without food every night, but you don't want them to have food at school either. How do you expect them to survive? How do you pro-lifers expect children to survive? Or are you just pro-birth?
They're pro-birth, for sure.
Like, I don't want you to eat at home. I don't want you to eat at school. I don't want you to eat. The fact that we've commodified things that people need just to survive, housing, healthcare, water, education, food, the fact that we've commodified these things is inhumane in and of itself.
Yeah, it's a bizarre
Nobody
thing
should
that
be unhoused.
we were talking about oil the other day, and it's a bizarre thing that we allowed people to get rich off of of oil, off of like a national resource. It's our land, and we just were like, yeah, we can just let like 10 individuals become billionaires off of this oil. We're not gonna tax it at a high rate. It wasn't theirs. They didn't create it. It was one of our resources. It's bizarre.
Which is why we went after Venezuela and destabilized their country. Because they were going to use their natural resources and equally or equitably distribute, you know what I'm saying, the money made from said resources amongst the people. And America was like, huh, not that close to our borders. This isn't, you know what I'm saying, Swana. This isn't the Middle East. You're not going to do that over here in the Western world.
Well, they can't let socialism, right, the benefits of socialism, saying this is a resource owned by the people, right, taking something out of the ground, this is owned by all of us, and we should all be benefiting from it. And if that idea catches on in the West, right, then we might not want all profits to be privatized anymore. And that's why when you hear people saying third world countries or communist country, that's code for, oh, that country tried to nationalize their, some of their industries. That country didn't let American corporations to enter into the country and privatize their resources. And once that happens, you are embargoed, right? An old embargo with the British Navy used to be literally blockading so no resources could get into the country. But now we do that, right? Economically, we do that with the world banks. We devalue their currency. We refuse to let anyone trade with them. We turn off countries who will not let American corporations come in and privatize their resources.
Exactly that. But Red Scare propaganda is rooted in anti-indigeneity and anti-blackness, because they saw these people living and thriving and working in communal nature, and they were like, "Oh, you don't believe in land rights? You don't believe in private property? You don't believe in, oh no, we can't have this," because their idea of a society was feudalism. And so they're like, well, listen, if everybody is not partaking in feudalism, then you're savage. I mean, and Red Scare propaganda has, even before we coined phrases such as socialism or communism, this anti-socialism or anti-communism has been going on since, for eons, for centuries, literally. Because like I said, it's anti-blackness and anti-indigeneity.
100%. It's imperialism. The 16th century British Empire, the British started imperialism, and capitalism is a reaction to feudalism, right? The rise of the bourgeoisie, the merchants, to say we don't longer want to live as serfs on the land of kings and queens. So capitalism was a good thing. It's the implementation, right? And socialism, just so people understand, in Marxism, is a reaction to capitalism, to say the privatizing of profits is cutting out the majority of the middle and lower classes, and we want a piece of the pie. For our labor, we deserve to be sustained. And so we don't need to think of, I'm not here yelling socialism. I'm saying critical thinking, forward-thinking solutions. It's probably a combination of, from the far right economic ideology of even the ANCAPs, right? Anarcho-capitalism. I love to listen to those debates because it's all necessary to come up with the next solution, the next economic system that will stave off late-stage capitalism.
Right, but in a post needs society, right, there's like no real utility for capitalism any longer. In addition to that, capitalism, as we know it today, is propagated or its base is slavery. And quite literally, I explain this all the time. The 13th Amendment codified slavery. It did not end slavery. It codified slavery, saying that if you are convicted of a crime, then you can be a slave. But it posed a new issue for the plantation owners, who we now call corporations. They had to now pay for labor. And they were like, oh shit, well, yeah, we're going to have to pay for labor, but we're still going to do it, at the benefit of ourselves, meaning we're going to pay them the least amount possible so that we can make the most amount possible.
Yeah, slave labor is alive and well through the prison systems here. Immigration hasn't been fixed. There's been no immigration reform. Why? That's another one of our cheap/slave labor pipelines in this country, as is moving corporations offshore. So it's not in our face, but we can have sweatshops and, all the things going on. All of the capitalism requires cheap or slave labor to function. And you're right. When we see the onset of AI and technology, this is no longer necessary, right? It's one of the questions of what will happen with AI, because our society should be able to sustain itself and we should be able to work less.
In indigenous cultures, in most indigenous cultures globally, prior to, even after the agricultural revolution, societies, they worked maybe 15 hours a week, maybe, because everybody was collectively working towards the same end. And I feel like if we understood that collectivism is key, to the success of any project, then we'd be much better off. I think the other issue that we face is, being under, patriarchal rule. If we look at the tenets of leadership, right, the out of 19 tenets of leadership, women lead in 17 of those. And the reason I bring this up is because when women are in leadership, they understand that more egalitarian and more collective, measures breed better results and overall happiness within, whatever the organization is, whether it be society or whether it be a business.
I agree with that. I think the issue of capital, when you look at freedom in America and you look at us in the workplace, it's the least free place on earth, right? It still is essentially a king or, ruling the business. That's why when you look at co-ops and giving people a piece of the pie and incentivizing them to work and making it more egalitarian, voting on decisions, statistically shows that these companies are more successful. Across the world. So I do see that as an option. I think egalitarianism and the view that the patriarchy takes that away, right? It's all about a stack rank. It's about individualism. It's about exceptionalism. And that is something that's been bred into us so that we don't form a collective, right? Like the Rainbow Coalition, which was about the majority of us, marginalized groups, coming together and voting as a block. Like that had to be destabilized, right? So yeah, I agree with everything.
That's what my flag represents, like a reiteration of the Rainbow Coalition.
Yeah, it's an interesting way that our society has been shaped. Where if you talk to anybody one-on-one and you say what's more important, being rich or being happy, everybody's going to say being happy, even even most of the people that are rich. And yet, when we try and make a society that says like, hey, let's all see if we could just have happier, easier lives, like that should be the goal. Work the least amount of possible should be all of our goals. Like, what if none of us had to work? Terrific. That would be great. If we could all just coexist, we could live. But then you have capitalists who think like, oh, you have to earn the right to relax. It was really, I think that's why a lot of Mormons make a lot of money coming out from where I came from, is that any sort of joy, any sort of relief you had, you needed to feel like you earned it, or you couldn't really enjoy it. It's a program. It's a way that you're programmed that, you really should be at work. You really should be putting in more hours. I find it myself with my daughter. I'll find myself checking my phone for stuff with work. And I'm like, shit, like she's 3 once. I got to remind myself all the time. Like I only have these moments now. These moments make me happy. I don't need to worry about the work stuff. But that's what's been programmed, especially for those of us who grew up conservative, that we don't get to have joy. We don't get to have good moments until we've earned them. And that's the lie that capitalism tells you, is that your joy comes with capital or with money or with finances. We all inherently know that's wrong, and yet so many of us still live that way.
If everyone in this country could live outside of America for 1 year, people are not living to work outside of this country. This is not the way you feel. Like it's okay to not be productive. I was just talking about this with Bad Views. Like it's ingrained in us. If we are not quote unquote productive, and if we are not living to work, that there is something wrong. This is not how the rest of the world is living.
All you have to do is go on a vacation to the islands, any of them. Pick a Caribbean island, any of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they literally, they call it island time. They get to work when they get to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then when it's quitting time, nobody's hanging around. They go home. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how they live their lives. And in European countries where they have more time off and things of that nature, turnover rates at employment facilities and things of that nature are, you know what I'm saying, just not the same. People are happier in their jobs. And they stay with those jobs longer. In America, you know what I'm saying, you'd be hard pressed. Even our education system, teachers, the average teacher only stays a teacher for like 2 years. You know, so I mean, people just don't stay in their field of study, their field of work, because it becomes grueling.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to bring up, I got some weight in the box. Thanks, Mr. Jones. I always love learning from you. I appreciate it. Thanks for being patient too.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you for sharing. That was great.
Yeah. Thanks. We had, sorry to make you wait so long. Ed, you've been waiting forever. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, Ed. Is it time for phase 2?
Ed.
Oh,
I don't know Ed.
Is it time for phase 2? Ed?
What's
Walk us
up?
through the crypto.
My homegirl Felice. How you doing? I like this guy better than Nemo.
Stop talking.
this
Don't
guy.
ever say something negative about Nemo to me.
All right. Okay. How you guys doing? So, why aren't you guys fond of capitalism? I'm just curious.
Are you really curious? You've been here for like an hour and a half. Yeah. How do you not know that we're not, like, you've heard everything we said for the last hour and a half, and you're still not sure why we're not fond of it?
A good amount, but I feel like we need capitalism. That's what keeps America going. That's what keeps us, spoiled as the way that we are. Why we have the luxury of having all of these nice things and of that nature. So that's why I don't get why.
What kind of things are you talking about?
I mean, just you could have multiple cars, multiple homes.
You could have that in socialist
businesses.
countries.
You could be
socialist countries.
Nope.
You don't think people in Scandinavia have multiple homes or multiple cars?
To be honest with you, I don't think they're living better than Americans, though. You know, you could be no one
every
today
single
and
person
somebody
there has
tomorrow
health.
in America.
Every single person there has health care. There's 30 million in America that don't.
Well, the Human Development Index, actually, I can look up what number we are now, but we are not anywhere near the top.
I think it was 14
The
last time I
Scandinavian
checked.
countries, the Scandinavian countries are above us. The Human Development Index is tracking the quality of life in countries. We're not near the top. It's not going great for us.
The question is, for you, like, what part of your life, the things that we've advocated for, which aren't just full on socialism, but taxing people at 90% over 10 million, putting in universal health care, incentivizing living wages so that everybody who has a full time job has a living wage. How would that make your life worse?
Well, I think with universal health care, I mean, I guess it can be good to a degree. I don't think elective surgeries where people just want to go in and have surgeries or whatever that are elective should be paid for. Like, would that be placed in your universal health care? That people can just walk in
can you go in and get
wanna...
like rhinoplasty? No, that wouldn't be included.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm about to say. So, but my thing is now is you can't, I believe in universal health care, if something goes bad or the doctor does something bad, you can't go for malpractice. You can't sue for malpractice under universal health care.
Oh, that's because you don't understand universal health care. You absolutely can do that under Medicare for All. The doctors are still employed by themselves. They're not employed by the country. They would still carry malpractice insurance. You absolutely could still do that.
The American government is essentially just going to become the insurance companies, right? In Medicare for All.
So now my other question is now, would you guys
go ahead.
Would you guys want to do away with the stock market too?
No, not initially. I don't like the stock market. I think it incentivizes bad behavior. But part of the way Medicare for All is funded is on a tax from the stock market. So you can't really get rid of it and pay for universal or for Medicare for All.
I was about to say, because we got to keep the stock market. We got to keep that money machine going. Because I think stocks and these things are necessary and they're needed. And especially when companies go public.
Why?
You know, I feel like that's a why, because I kind of feel that's a sense or form of regulations in these jobs. Especially like, so say if you, because I've been a manager, so say I used to work for Cisco Foods, and because that company was public, they had to meet standards, had to make sure they abided by the regulations, because they have to keep the shareholders happy.
No, the standards that you're talking about, what standards are you talking about that they had to keep now that they were public?
Safe, no, I'm at Cisco Foods. Just certain standards, safety standards. They had to make sure.
Do you think safety standards only apply to publicly traded companies?
Private companies get away, because I've also worked for a big, large private company, and when I tell you that they did not keep with regulations and they got away with so much, like it was insane. Like I couldn't.
So you're saying
I couldn't believe it.
The private money, because they get that money in these publicly traded companies, they don't want to take like a public embarrassment, so they might keep the rules a little better.
They won't abide by regulations because, like I said before, the public companies, they're gonna go over and beyond because they want to keep the shareholders happy.
Fair enough.
You know, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but doesn't that also mean that those companies are incentivized for profits? So if they can pay their employees less or offer less benefits to raise their stock price, they'll probably do that, right?
True, but I feel like, because like I said, when I was managing the private company, I felt like, sometimes they don't care and they don't want to go through all those regulations because it is much of a hassle, so they'll just stay private.
Yeah, I heard that, but I'm saying that when you become publicly traded, now you are beholden to the stockholders. You're not necessarily beholden. Yes. You're not beholden to your employees, the people you employ, and those people wind up getting treated much, much worse in publicly held companies.
No, you're right with that. I mean, to be honest with you, when a company goes public, I don't even care. I don't even think they care about their consumers either. They don't really care too much about their consumers or their employees. But
why is this so important that we keep it then? Why are you so?
Because when these companies go public, they're able to become a lot larger. Like Amazon, for instance. Like yes, Jeff Bezos doesn't really pay too much in taxes, but he's able to create so many different jobs. He's able to make our lives so much easier.
But what if he paid more in taxes? What if our tax structure was set up so that Amazon was incentivized to pay those people more money? Jeff Bezos can afford to pay all the people he pays shitty money a lot more money. He can afford that. He just doesn't. Why doesn't he do it?
Do we know that for sure though?
100%.
I mean,
we've looked at their profits and we've looked at their employees, and they could afford to pay their employees a lot more. But why don't they do that?
So can I just say one more thing real quick? So
no, we're still talking about it. Why don't they do that?
All right. Because. Like I said, I mean, remember they don't hire these actuaries for no reason. You know, they have to. The numbers need to match up, and
profits, right? You're going a long way to say, they need their profits to look right. And one of the things, like you need to have low overhead for higher profits. If your profits go down, then you got to drop your overhead, right, so that your stock price remains high.
Exactly, and then the shareholders, like we said before, the shareholders need to be happy.
So why do you want this system that only benefits shareholders but it hurts the employees?
But at the end of the day, they're creating jobs, though. I mean, that doesn't matter to you.
But again, those jobs would exist either way. If Elon Musk started paying more, those jobs would still exist. Those people would just have more money, but the stock price would take a hit.
You see, but
see how it's a bad system? It's not incentivizing the right behavior, right? It's incentivizing profit over people.
If I could do things, what I would do profit sharing. At the end of the year, you profit share with your employees. I think that would incentivize your employees to work harder, because if they'll look at it as, if we work harder, the company does better, we could get more in
so you think maybe
more in profits.
Employees should own the means of production, is what you're saying?
No. You're not gonna put me in a trap.
What kind of trap? Well, no, you said that you share the profits with the employee, meaning that they get to share in the profits of their production, right?
Yes.
Welcome to socialism, dog.
You see, I knew it. I knew he was going to do this. That's why I didn't want to do that.
See, this is the problem, Ed. This is the encapsulation of what's fucking wrong with conservative America. You will agree with socialism until you find out it means socialism, and you've been so hardwired to be like, no, socialism, that when you realize that the idea, I didn't come up with that idea, you did. You just advocated for socialism, and I was like, that's socialism. Wait a minute, my programming says I can't do this. Even you, the capitalist, knows socialism would be better. I'm going to tell Nemo. You're a socialist.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
All right, vote blue, baby.
No.
Now, why would you vote again? Now that you said this is your idea, you think this is the solution, why would you keep voting for people who think that solution sucks?
Well, how do we know that for sure? That solution that I just said would come into play under a Democratic candidate?
Fair question. Would that ever come in? I'll answer it, but first, is there any scenario where that becomes a policy under Republicans? No, right? No. So it's only possible from progressive Democrats. So I would say this: only vote for really progressives, Democrats. Probably all the people you've been trained to hate. People like AOC, like Katie Porter, like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. All the people you've been told are evil socialists. You're gonna have to vote for people like them.
Well, you see, I'm happy that you brought up AOC. Maybe I might be right with my words that I'm gonna tell you, but so I'm from New York. And Jeff Bezos was going to make his headquarters here, but in order to bring his headquarters here, he didn't want to pay any taxes. He wanted to get funding. AOC fought hard. I'm talking about she was relentless to make sure that he couldn't bring his headquarters to New York. And
because he didn't want to pay taxes or pay a living wage.
How does it benefit anyone in New York, Ed? How does it benefit you as a taxpayer if he comes there and is not paying taxes?
But the thing is, he was going to bring like these good jobs. Because remember, this is the headquarters, and we're talking about $100,000 jobs and up that he was going to be bringing here, and he wasn't able to make his headquarters here. He went elsewhere. Yeah, and it wasn't good. A lot of New Yorkers were upset.
Well, you can be upset if you want, but that job, the only reason he's going to New York is because he wants to be in New York. So he's only going to bring the jobs that he wants to bring to New York so he can continue to profit off of the backs of cheap labor in states like where I'm at, in Arizona. He likes to put his hubs in places where you can pay a little less, where maybe you can fire people a little more easily, where you can hire people for 35 hours and not pay them any benefits. Of course, AOC is just saying to him, like, yeah, you don't get to come here and enjoy the benefits of this market that we've built. Like, New York has been built the last few years on the fact that they pay more. They pay more in taxes. It's a more progressive place. Why would you let somebody come in and take advantage of everything that you've built while they continue to do all the practices you're against in all these other states? It was a great move by AOC. You've already agreed. Like, why doesn't Jeff Bezos just sit down with the AOC and they say, all right, here's the deal. We won't pay more, but we're gonna do profit sharing at the end of the year with all our employees. Maybe Jeff Bezos should have went to the negotiating table there.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly think profit sharing would be a really good thing. You know, with your employees.
Socialism.
Oh, the socialism talk is, I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you understand on any level that it's just the word socialism that you don't like? You like socialism. You're advocating for socialism. You've just been hardwired to believe that it's bad. So it's making you uncomfortable that I keep saying socialism, and you're like, ugh, I don't like socialism, but I do like workers owning the means of production.
True. I mean, maybe I need to do a little bit more research into socialism. But I don't think there's any... So can you guys name me a country, though, as of right now, that is doing well under socialism?
Denmark.
The only country I know that's what I was about to say. The only country I know they say the government is good is Denmark. So maybe I need to do some research on Denmark.
I think it would be Denmark. Well, I just want to say, Ed, I think that in my previous conversations with you, you are essentially a billionaire simp, right? You can't get away from the love of the billionaires. You too believe the lie that capitalism and that we've sold to Americans. Like, it could be you too. You could get lucky too. Right? And you're sitting here advocating for... No, let me just say something about Jeff Bezos and what's going on. I mean, there's the issue of how he doesn't want to pay taxes and treats his workers, but the larger issue is about a monopoly, right? But when we used to go to grocery stores, companies like ConAgra, who own all the world's food products, one of my favorite people to argue with on here, my favorite capitalist is Chef Boyardee himself, the heir to the Chef Boyardee, who's now sold to ConAgra. And so they own 12%, right, of shelf space. Like, these shelf monopolies used to be the most important thing. Smaller companies, right, anyone wanting to start a business in capitalism, which is allegedly a free market, right, couldn't get any shelf space in stores. But as someone who worked in digital advertising, the moving consumerism online makes it impossible for competition, right? If you're not on the first page of search... So now we have companies like Amazon, instead of even shelf space where consumers still have a chance to look for smaller products, they literally are turning off smaller companies. Either you do business with Amazon, you are absorbed by Amazon, or you do not exist. They will turn you off.
And if you have a good idea and you sell it on Amazon, and Amazon can figure out how to rip off that idea and sell it themselves under Amazon Basics, they'll do that. They've been caught doing that multiple times. Where they don't shut the company down. They copy the design, put it on their first page. Amazon's been caught doing this a lot. If you don't advertise with Amazon, even if your product is wildly popular and you just don't want to pay for advertising because you think your product is going to do the talking itself, Amazon will bury you. They will put inferior products ahead of you because you don't pay for advertising. Amazon's been caught doing this a million times. This is literally, I mean, it is actual, like, not free market, it's capitalism, though. Like, they're going to choose their profits over the good of the people every single time. And what's crazy, Ed, like, I've never really been I'm not a socialist yet. I'm probably getting there. Today has gotten me there a little bit. But I'll just say this, like, at the end of the day, if we keep going how we're going now, Ed, you're broke, I'm broke, Felice is broke, and there's like 20 people that have all the money. You know what that sounds an awful lot like? Russia. The way we got there was maybe a little differently, because what Russia did is Russia nationalized their companies, and Russia owns like 50% of all the companies, and then they just gave that wealth to just certain individuals. We're getting to a point now where you're going to just have two classes of people. You're going to have the ruling class and everybody else. That's where we're headed if we don't make massive changes. And if you don't want socialism, then you better get on board with taxing the fuck out of these people. You better get on board with making it possible that people can't become billionaires and buy everything they want, including power, including companies, including wealth, including the housing. Where I live in Arizona, Felice lives there. Corporations bought 30% of the houses last year. 30%.
Yeah.
Why do you think
they're doing that all over?
Yeah. Why do you think they're doing that? Because they want to consolidate all of the wealth. If they could buy 100%, they would. They won't stop until they do. They will always be trying to buy up all the housing. Why? Because then instead of your money going to the bank, it goes to them. And then they can they own everything. They will own all of the wealth eventually. That's what they're trying to do.
Well,
capitalism
one thing I will say
encourages you to get as much wealth as you can. And once you have billions of dollars, oh my God, is it easy to get more wealth? It's so much easier to accumulate wealth once you have a billion.
I hear you, and especially what you're saying with the housing market. I believe they don't want people to be owners anymore. They don't want people to be able to hand down their homes to their kids anymore. They want everyone to be renters, because when people are renting, they can control how much the rent prices are. So if they feel like, okay, next year, you know what, we're gonna raise the rent by $1,000. No one could do anything about that. So I feel like that's what's going to be coming towards the future. But what I will say with you and agree with you is I feel like this is not only happening with Amazons, it's happening in all different platforms, even with social media. I mean, a lot of people think that it's really, these senators and these politicians that want to get rid of TikTok, but it's these social media companies like the Facebook, like the Snapchats, that are funding these politicians to get rid of TikTok because they want to control the media sources, the social media platforms.
That's true.
And so this is happening on all aspects, but I think it's too late for us to. I mean, I don't want to feel that way, but I feel like it's too late for us to be like, yeah, we have to tax them more, especially now things are going towards robotics and AI and all that, which I think is very scary because, I mean...
It's only scary, the only reason that's scary, like, if it was done in an ethical way where we had AI and robots and it was just going to make all of our lives easier, great. But the scary part is AI and robots are going to be used for these same people to accumulate more wealth. That's the whole idea behind all of this. And at some point, you've got to realize you are either on the side of the people who are trying to take over the entire world and collect all the wealth, or you're going to be on the side of the people. And unfortunately, you're kind of on the side of the people who are trying to hurt you, which is a bizarre place to be.
It's tough. It's tough. And like I was saying before, like when I used to when I was a manager for Cisco Foods, there was a machine that they have. It was like only like the only one in the country that had it. And I remember like the VP he was showing the senator like around the building or whatever, and this one machine replaced like 10 workers. And he was telling him, he was like, I love this machine. I don't have to pay. It's holiday pay. You don't have to worry about it not coming in. It runs 24/7. And so, like you said, man, these robots and AI is going to replace the workers, and they're going to be able to put more money in their pockets, and we're going to have oligarchs and all that. Like you said, it's going to be like Russia.
I want to just say, like, when we think about the consolidation of wealth too, Ed, since you're such a billionaire tech simp, I want you to think about the next iteration of wealth, right? It's not even just about hoarding capital anymore. The next iteration of wealth is data, right? They're hoarding data. Data is king. Right now, data is being collected on us, and whoever sits on the most data, like when you talk about Amazon's profits, Amazon's real value and tech companies' real value has nothing to do with their actual profits in currency. It has to do with the data they are hoarding about consumer behavior, about us. There's a new Harvard study that just came out. Like, we don't have free will. We like to say, oh, the far right, MAGA's in a cult. No, It's not the far right. It's all of us across the board. We are literally, as someone who comes from advertising and understands psychological influence, we have lost our free will. They have so much consumer data on us. They know more about us and about our behaviors than we know about ourselves. So it's not just about hoarding wealth and not reinvesting it into the economy now. It's about who is sitting on the most data. That is the revenue. That's the currency of the future.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I was saying this years ago. Data is gonna be more of a commodity than even oil, because the data that you could collect on someone. I mean, you'll be able to instantly, as we talk about things, you name something, you go straight to your phone, you see advertisements of it everywhere on your phone. It's just like, what the hell, So just imagine how much crazier it'll even be. I don't know if you guys heard, there was a guy who had like the Amazon cameras in his home. And he said some racial slurs or whatever. And
is this a conspiracy theory, Ed? We're veering off into conspiracy.
No. It picked the cameras or whatever picked up what he said, and supposedly, I forgot, something happened to him. Like, he got in trouble for it.
What happened? Did Elon Musk send him a care package telling him a great job? Is that what happened?
No, he got something. Damn, I wish I had that article right here in front of me. But he got in trouble though because you guys know the Amazon cameras that people have, because it listens in on people, and damn. He was having a
do me a favor, Ed, because I do have people waiting in the box.
And they used it. Oh yeah, my fault.
When you jump off, will you send it to me? Search for that and DM it to me.
Okay, I will definitely
do that.
To you. All right, you guys, good day.
All right. Who was it? Oh, did they take off?
Ed's gotten more reasonable since the last time I talked to him. I guess I would beat the Q theories out of him.
I had somebody that say they were sorry. We'll go. What are these? This is a tough choice here. These. Yes, please. Yes, please. I have no earthly idea. Let me see I'll just bring him up who's in the box. There we go. Somebody just said you're mute. Oh, Felice said you're muted.
Oh, okay.
I heard you.
Can you guys hear me?
Felice now? Did you mute and unmute?
Hello?
Yeah, 65 million deaths in China, 20 million in USSR, 2 million in Cambodia, 2 million in North Korea, 2 million in Ethiopia, 1.5 million in Afghanistan.
And you're going to tie what are we talking about this for?
1 million in...
What are we talking about this for?
We're talking about the deaths your ideas have caused.
Socialism has caused this?
Yeah.
Okay, how? I don't care about the numbers anymore. How?
No, you don't care about millions.
No,
and millions
you've made your point, but how?
How?
Yeah, how?
Through genocide and
okay. Which part of socialism is genocide? Workers own the means of production. How?
We can look at the Holodomor. We can look at the agrarian.
How? I said
ideas of Cambodia.
How? I said.
Right.
You're just saying more words. How? Explain to me how socialism did that. And which tenet of socialism they used to justify that.
Well, we can see how
Cambodia has never been a socialist country, so I can just head you off there. But you could go and explain to me how an authoritarian regime that genocided its people is socialist. But I'll tell you right now, it's not. So
Pol Pot was a communist through and through. He was an actual communist.
I got to stop you. I can't do it. Hold on. Stateless, classless, moneyless. That's communism. Okay? Stateless. Does Cambodia have currency? Yes.
Do you know who Pol
Do they have a
Pot is?
government? Yes.
Do you know who Pol Pot is?
So do they have a class system? Yes. So just to cut you off again, not communist.
Do you know who Pol Pot is, by the way?
Absolutely do. I have a history degree, and I'm telling you right now, Cambodia has never been a communist nation. You do not understand the definition of communism,
Well, he was trying
sir.
to achieve a agrarian communist society, wasn't he? Killing all the educated people.
Lord Jesus, can you hear me?
Wearing.
Maybe a man should say it, and then he'll hear it.
Oh, I'll try that. Okay. Was Cambodia...
I want my question answered.
Stateless?
He was trying to achieve a agrarian communist society,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Yes or no?
Remember what Felice said?
But can you answer my question?
Can you have communism while you have a state?
So I asked you a question.
Can you have communism when you have a state?
Well, I mean, communism is stateless, so probably not.
So no. Okay. So can you pick? So
But that was
all those
his goal,
places,
right?
was there a state in all of those places?
Wait a
all the
moment. That
places
was
you
his
listed.
goal, right? That was his goal, right? An agrarian
Understood.
communist. stateless
Understood. So
society.
that if
understood.
police, is that your goal? Is that your goal?
No, that was the
Absolutely
goal.
not.
Okay, so
that was the goal.
So
of
I guess
Pol
we're
Pot.
not advocating for that. Turns out.
Right, but you're
Right.
just a different shade of the idea itself, right? But
No. What you're talking about is the problem that you have is you don't understand the difference between authoritarianism and communism. You think that authoritarianism and communism are the same thing. You can
No, I
have
don't.
you can have
I don't.
authoritarianism really in any type of structure. The problem you're talking about, fascism, authoritarianism, that's the issue. But you like to misidentify it as
No.
communism.
No, I don't. I mean, we can look at many. I don't want to say his name, but 1945 Germany, right? It was an authoritarian state. I don't call it
Mustache
communist,
man.
right? I don't call it communist.
Well,
right?
that was
So
a
there are-
capitalist. That
so
was a
there-
capitalist.
we
Okay,
can
now
see the
we're talking
Kuomintang.
about that was
Wait a moment.
capitalism.
We can see the Kuomintang in-
So that
in-
was capitalism. So we
we
can
can
move
see
on
the-
from there.
So that
we
must
can
be
see the
that must mean
Kuomintang in China.
Wait,
before
wait, hold on. Hold on.
before the
Why?
Chinese
Wait,
Communist
hold
Revolution.
on. DCF.
They were
So what? Hold on.
authoritarian.
Shush.
So
I don't care. I don't
confuse
care.
the two,
All right, I'll drop
right?
you. I don't
You
care.
can try to cut me off, but I want to make sure. You
Okay, I'll
understand.
just drop you then. Do you want to have a conversation or not? I'm asking you a
Yes,
question.
I just want to get my.
So I don't care. According to your logic,
So-
why is capitalism then not responsible
Wait a moment.
for the
Let's
deaths?
not take the heat off of communism. We
No,
wanna
I'm
focus
asking.
on
No, I'm
communism for
asking you a
moment.
question,
We can move to
DCF. No,
capitalism,
I'm
but-
asking you a question. I'll mute you then. Why then in Germany was it not
Well,
capitalism's
we're just
fault?
having a conversation. RTP,
Why was
right?
it not
Calm
capitalism's
down for a
fault in
moment.
Germany?
Say that again.
Why is it not the fault of capitalism then? What happened in Germany?
Well, Germany. I mean, you can't really attribute it to Germany. Didn't have a economic ideology. You can't attribute all the deaths and whatnot to Germany, right?
Well, you are joking that everyone has an economic system if you have a currency.
No.
Yes, sir. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Bless your
Germany
heart.
wasn't in-
bless your
Germany-
heart. I can't even
Germany
listen
in
to it.
1940
I as
I mean,
a
are you
teacher,
gonna let me
cannot
talk?
let
Are you
you
gonna let me
spread
talk?
misinformation.
But are you gonna
yes,
let me talk, and then you
Germany
can respond to
absolutely
that?
was a capitalist economy. Now
How?
we can. Now that we've cleared that up, you can
How?
move on from there.
When the Bundesbank was selling.
Okay, here,
when
let
the
me ask you a question,
Bundesbank in
DCF,
Germany
since
was
you're up
selling-
here
wait
to
a moment,
talk
I wanna make-
economics.
I wanna make
No,
sure
let me
the
ask you a
audience
question,
hears
since
this.
you know
When the
everything about
Bundesbank was
economic
selling
systems.
millions
What
and
is
millions of
capitalism?
worth of-
What's
when the
capitalism?
Bundesbank- Wait a moment.
What is it?
Let me.
What is
when
it?
the
Why am
Bundesbank
I
in
telling
Germany
you
in
that Germany
19
was a
in the
capitalist
early
economy? What defines capitalism? Privatized profits. Privatized profits. That is a capitalistic economy. Germany had privatized profits.
So, are you guys going to let me get a word in? Or?
No, you're going to answer her question, or you can leave.
She didn't answer a question. She just made a statement.
Wait, she asked you a question, then she answered. Do you agree or not agree with that?
No, I don't, and I want to
What's
make
capitalism then? You tell me what capitalism is.
Can I speak just for one
No,
moment?
you can answer questions or you can leave. What's capitalism?
What's capitalism?
Yeah.
Capitalism is when the industries are controlled by private agents, right? It's when the goal is for profit, when the production is for profit rather than collective goals, right?
Okay, and you're saying that Germany, that was not Germany then.
Markets are also used as a way to allocate resources. You get the whole idea, right?
And so you're saying that was not Germany?
No, Germany didn't fit into these three characteristics. Here's why.
Why not?
In the late 1930s, and early 1940s, the Bundesbank, controlled by the National Socialists, was selling millions and millions and millions of worth of nationalized companies to the public, to employees, to laborers, right? So he had some socialist policies, right? He was nationalizing some industries, right? The central bank had so much control over the country that the country's what is it called? Public banks and other companies that it would almost be called socialist. It's more akin to socialism than it is to capitalism. Now, some people point to the fact that there were some private actors in Germany in 1940, but that was also the case with the USSR. So you can't say that they were capitalist. They weren't. They were more closer.
Okay,
they were
absolutely not.
socialists.
But you're just rambling in circles. That's nothing. You're not saying anything. But what
So
you have
Gab's
managed to
already-
try to dance around is also incorrect.
DCF, she's talking now, so now you be quiet.
You're just saying things. Germany absolutely was part of capitalism. Now, let's look at when we look at Norway or Denmark or economies like this that we're pointing to that say, "Oh, look, here's some examples of how socialism can succeed." Now, that doesn't mean that Denmark, Norway, or Sweden, these aren't these countries are very much involved in capitalism, right? They're being subsidized by socialist programs, but they are still capitalistic countries, right? Privatized profits still exist.
So you're agreeing with the famed German historian Götz Ally that says that actually, indeed, Germany was more closer to socialism than it is to capitalism, right? So this is a well-documented, well-known among scholars that Germany...
Listen, don't talk to me about history and Western civilization. Like, that's not... Germany was participating in capitalism. Now, during wartime, right, in between World War I and World War II, right, wartime changes things in terms of what privatized companies are producing and what they're working for. So, yeah, I mean, you could say that during wartime or gearing up for a war, the economies look a little different, right? And so most of the economies between World War I and World War II were shifting, but they were still all engaged in privatized profits.
So here's an excerpt from Götz Ally's mustache.
Bro, no, shush, be quiet. You've got to, at some point, you've got to answer a question with your, you've got to be able to answer questions without just like reading shit. Have you ever talked to like a human before? Can you talk like a human instead of responding to everything by reading an excerpt, who then I've got to go fact check and see if you're telling the truth. Then I have to find out how much that person knew. Like, can you just talk like a person for a second?
Historians, but
would that be okay if you talked like a person for a minute?
What's the question?
Yeah, could you just answer what she's saying without reading something? Could you just respond?
Well, you're not. Yeah, like what I'm saying is active listening. Like, listen to what I'm saying. I'm telling you that in Europe, especially around wartime, right, there were countries and are now that are living in terms of they are subsidizing capitalism. Capitalism is the ability to create businesses and collect privatized profits. Okay, so that has always been going on in Europe, but especially during wartime, and then now you see as things are morphing, the way economies are working in this are changing, right? There's subsidization of socialized programs of capitalism, but that does not mean that privatized profit doesn't exist.
Okay.
At best, Germany was a mixed economy. You mixing free markets with like social programs and central planning. At best, you could say that. But again, like you have so much nuance when it comes to Germany. But when we were talking about Cambodia, we were talking about these other countries, no fucking nuance. No, it doesn't matter that there was a state and there was a currency in Cambodia. No, that was his ideology, therefore communism. But we go to Germany and we're talking about a mixed economy here where they clearly had capitalism, they clearly had free markets, and suddenly DCF reached in his pocket and found some fucking nuance. This is the problem with the way that you argue. You have this idea that communism is evil and that capitalism is great, and you don't use the same principles when you argue it. You only have nuance in defending your points, but when making accusations, nuance be damned. Get out of here.
So, okay.
I swear to God, if you don't respond to what I say, though, I gotta drop you.
Let me respond.
Like, if you if this isn't about what I just said,
by bringing up The Economist,
about you not recognizing that what you did, I'm not quite done, sweetheart. I'm not quite done. I swear to God, if you don't respond to what I said, I gotta go to somebody else.
So you're saying that I'm applying different standards to when I'm making arguments against socialism, and absolutely not, right? I mean, the standard I'm making is first and foremost, who has achieved prosperity and who has caused the most amount of calamity and death.
Let me just say something. So you did not know what communism was. We had to explain to you what it's stateless, classless, moneyless. So all the countries you listed were in fact not communist. Now we're moving on to socialism because it sounds like you don't know what that is. So what is socialism?
Well, I mean,
tell us the definition of socialism.
We can look at what Lenin said.
No, we can. No. We're asking you, God damn it, with your words, please tell me what socialism is. You are a nuisance to talk to. You are no fun. Just
came up here having no idea what you're talking about.
What is socialism?
Are you done?
In your words, what is socialism?
Socialism, as described by these by the socialists, is.
I asked for your words. God damn it. Are you hearing? In your words, what is socialism?
What socialists said socialism is. So socialism is, as I understand it, they consider it the lower phase of communism, right? Marx considered.
Oh dear Lord Jesus! He's up here. He came up here yelling off
Marx's writings,
railing about deaths in random countries,
and the workers own the means of production, right? DCF. It's that workers own the means of production, right?
But I want to give a comprehensive answer.
It's simply that workers own the means of production. That's it. That's
also
it.
the abolition
That's
of
it. All the other crap you were yelling about has nothing to do with it. It is simply that work. That's embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
That was
embarrassing for you, sir.
It's so bad,
faith.
Get out of here. All right, next up was
bad faith, no faith.
Healy, welcome.
Hello.
I'm
hoping we can have a less contentious conversation this time.
That'd be terrific.
So, a little context. I'm a new American, just got my citizenship, so this is going to be my first foray into the political arena. I have been party to what's happening in the United States for a long time, following politics and whatnot, but I need to make a decision. I actually get to vote this time. So I would love to get either some advice or some perspective on where you sit in the political spectrum and how it relates to the actionability of voting in the upcoming year of elections in the United States.
Are you asking me or Felice, or who are you asking?
You first. Because I believe you both probably have different stances.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the things that matter the most to me, the number one issue for me is universal health care. I think not only is it necessary, but it fixes more of our problems than anything else. I want universal health care and universal mental health care. So my number one priority in 2024 is going to be voting for people who are going to vote for universal health care.
And what form of universal health care do you support? Compromises do you think would be possible in order to make it happen with a mixed Congress or a very close race between the two parties, if it's 50-50 again, let's say?
I support Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All bill. I don't know. I've never heard anybody explain to me like what sort of compromises need to be made from that bill. I don't know what Republicans would even offer, because I want private insurance to go away outside of like elective care. I don't think private health insurance should exist.
What is the funding structure of a government, federal government run insurance system? Is this similar to what is currently happening with Medicaid and using that program and extending it? What options do you prefer? But I guess you laid it out. You said you wanted no private insurance at all in the medical industry. What other forms of insurance do you think should be nationalized?
What other forms of what? Insurance?
Insurance, yeah. Because that's what you're mentioning for medical insurance, right?
Yes, correct. I'm not advocating for any other insurances to be government subsidized or government.
We have socialized medical care in this country, right? In the form of veterans. So there's already a model for this that is functioning. in this country. It's sort of about probably rolling veterans medical care, things like Medicaid, together, and then funding, sort of extrapolating that to everyone, to put it the most simply.
Okay, so concretely, the most important thing is making sure that everybody in the country is, whether a citizen or not, is able to get medical care without bankrupting themselves. Is that the end goal?
Yes.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have to. It's about not being beholden to corporations, right? Us being able to go to the doctor, to take our children to the doctor, should not be dependent upon your slave labor to a corporation. And I would argue, I might have seemed like I'm out here just screaming about socialism and capitalism, but there is a healthier form of capitalism that needs to exist, which I argue that if we want capitalism to exist, then what we need to do is take care of the people that are fueling it, right? Our workers need to be healthy. They need to be able-bodied. Our children need to be fed. They need to be educated. All of these things, in theory, right? Because we are the workforce of capitalism. We are fueling it with our labor, would, in theory, help it to thrive.
So, Felice, from your perspective, I didn't get a chance to ask her what's the most important thing from your perspective, Felice, or what is driving political decisions practically for you? Is it the bigger kind of abstract political change that you want to see in the world, or is it particular issues like healthcare?
Sure. That's a great question. So, yeah, I think healthcare is such a basic because, right, if we don't have healthcare, the birth rate isn't increasing. So I think healthcare is fundamentally an issue. But for me, I'm part Indigenous Mexican, part African American. I'm a woman. I'm bisexual. So all of these things, I think I love to have these higher level political ideological conversations. But a lot of us, people with uteruses, the LGBTQ, we're in the trenches taking grenades, right? There's over 400 bills introduced by the Republican Party in the last year to legislate the LGBTQ out of existence. And with Project 2025, we see the groundwork that's being laid by Republicans to essentially eliminate, to punish women, all single family homes, all sorts of things. So, yeah, I think that immediately we need to look at those issues. We should all be looking, like I said earlier, I don't know if you were listening, but the Overton window has moved right. We need to look at voting for progressive candidates who will drag this country back left. Right. But ultimately, in terms of my political ideology, I think that the donor class, the 1%, has done a great job of making us all vote for culture wars. This shouldn't be an issue. What bathroom people are going in, we shouldn't be, interracial marriage shouldn't be something that's being debated. What we should be debating and voting for is economics, right? Because this is all a distraction while they're robbing us. So I say that. But for me, this distraction matters because I am in the trenches. I could lose my rights imminently. So that's why voting is important. But then there's the larger conversation of, yes, this system is broken. A two-party political system is probably not going to work. And what can we do to change that in the long run? So two separate conversations. But for me, in the upcoming 2024 election, yeah, I'm voting to maintain my rights and freedom.
Right. And I guess that leads to the question of what your preference would be in terms of candidates who are progressive and their affiliation with the Democratic Party. You had mentioned the two-party system not particularly working, but what's the practicality of a third-party system going? If you were to make the calculus as to how to achieve the goals, which trying to move the Overton window back, I believe is one of them. Are you trying to vote for or do what you can to elect Democrat, middle of the road Democrat, progressive Democrat, or potentially someone not aligned with the Democratic Party who's to the left?
Yeah, I would say the farthest left, progressive candidates. So yeah, I'm not above voting for an independent, but I come, we, both of us actually up here, we are in the battleground swing states. Our votes are going to decide the presidential election. So yeah, it depends on why you're voting and in what state. I know there's larger nuanced conversation of what the reason is to vote. But yeah, so I would say progressive candidates, and then if you're in a swing state, it's about, at this point, the lesser of two evils, in my opinion. Like I said, I give this analogy, like I would say, if we're all going to jail, right? This system, the two-party system in America, the economic system, the political system is broken, and we're all going to jail. But it's like, I could vote Republican and I could vote for Donald Trump, and on the way they're going to stop in an alley, drag me out of the back of the cop car and beat the shit out of me. Or I could vote for Joe Biden, and like, he might take the long way to prison, and he might buy me a soda and tell me a story on the way. You know what I mean? Like, that's the situation we essentially find ourselves in. But I think that the rhetoric we're hearing now of, oh, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden, is absolutely delusional when you look at the alternative. If you're in a swing state. Now, if you're someone, I understand the argument of, I'm not in a swing state, my vote doesn't matter, I'm going to vote for an independent candidate. But I think that rhetoric is very dangerous to be spreading on the internet.
Yeah, I agree. I would just say, like, you have to vote for progressive candidates in order to shift everything left. You have to drag the moderates and you have to drag the Republicans with you. And that only happens by having left-leaning candidates, very left-leaning candidates, right? You have to shift the public perception. And if they perceive that their views, some of their views specifically on LGBTQ, and for me on healthcare, I need Republicans to recognize that their views and what they're advocating for will cost them elections. That's the only way to get them to change their mind. To their electorate. And I do believe the electorate is there. And that's why, for me, it's important to not go middle of the road. The Republicans need to feel this. The moderates need to feel this. They need to understand that where they sit as moderates is not a moderate view. It's a right-leaning view. So for me, everybody on my ballot that I can vote for that will drag people left, specifically when it comes to healthcare, specifically when it comes to the right to your own bodily integrity, specifically when it comes to the rights of the LGBTQ community, I'm going to vote for that person every single time, because I need the people who aren't responding to the electorate to wake up and understand that that's what the electorate wants.
Even in the case of being a very tight swing state and there being multiple options on the left?
I don't know if that's coming up anywhere. Like, I don't know where that's going to come up. You'd have to show, like, because in Arizona we have Cinema and we have Gallegos, but that's going to be a primary. I'm going to support Gallegos in the primary. I would hope everybody else does too. But ultimately, only one of them is going to be on the ballot. And if Cinema runs as an independent, that's terrific.
Is she running as an independent?
Yeah, that's terrific for us, because she's going to poll almost exclusively from the right. So that's fine.
Well, you're not going to vote for Carrie Lake, the governor of Arizona, who's now wants to be the senator?
I'm open-minded. I'm open to suggestions.
She has a soft halo around her. That's one thing she has going for her.
That's eczema.
Those lighting filters, they call her Carrie Filter on Twitter.
Okay, well, I don't want to take up too much time from other folks who have more of an exciting interactive conversation. But
no, I appreciate it. Those are good questions.
Very helpful for me. I guess one last thing, I can throw this out here and you can do with it what you want, but what is your prediction for the 2024 election? Like, if you were to be honest.
I honestly... It's a little trickier with Ukraine and what's happening in Israel now. I think that potentially could have changed some things. But I do expect a massive gain for Democrats everywhere. I think Joe Biden wins. I think if Trump somehow loses the nomination, that could change things too. I think Republicans are really, really underestimating how popular Donald Trump is and how many people hate him and how many people will show up to vote against him. But I was looking at local elections. You're seeing all these special elections. Like 75%, I think, went left. Like the country's moving left. 2020 we moved left. 2022 we moved left. All the special elections we've moved left. I don't expect that to change until Republicans stop their attacks on women, stop their attacks on the LGBTQ community, and embrace healthcare. I do not see them gaining traction with those attacks. I think they will continue to lose on those points.
And that's where we still have direct democracy, right? Like the Electoral College is not playing. We need to take over state legislatures. Like that's what we need to focus on. And that's what we've seen the Republicans doing, right? And the more state legislatures we take over, the more we can stop gerrymandering, the more, I mean, this is what we want to see. So it's not just about the presidential election. I think sometimes we focus so much on never Trump that we're forgetting about what really matters, which is the state legislatures. Because what we're seeing in the Congress is we haven't done anything, right? We're not even, it's ridiculous what's going on in the House. It's a clown show. We elected a clown show. So I expect to see that change. But then in swing states like, I mean, the presidential election will be decided in, you know, Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, in states like these. And I think this is a grassroots movement that we all need to stay on top of because, yeah, the polls have changed since the conflict in Israel, and we need to be mindful of that. And I'm like, expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed. RTP is like much more hopeful than me. So, but yeah, I think it's something to watch and it's important for all of us.
I just believe in Felice. That's it. I just believe in her ability.
Okay, thanks. Have a great day.
Thanks very much. Felice, you're in for a treat. I don't know if you know this. I have a hard cutoff at 1, and we're on the same time zone. But I have a friend named Miss Julie. Have you seen Miss Julie before?
I know her. I know of her. I know of her fame across the internet.
Well,
let's put it that way.
I'll tell you what. Miss Julie and I are going to have a quick conversation. She's just going to update us on her life. You can hang out, and Miss Julie's been going through some shit, so we'll bring up Miss Julie. Hi, Miss Julie.
Hi, Jay. Hi, Miss Felice.
Hi. I don't know why I don't follow you. I'm following you.
I don't know, Felice. I've been following you since the beginning of time, and frankly, it's just hurt my feelings, so I'll leave it at that.
I have rectified that situation.
Thank you, Miss Felice. I didn't know if you'd bring me up, Jay, when that last guy said exciting and interactive conversation. I did not feel I was the target guest for that sort of... So I'll just have to try really hard to make it exciting.
I've just been thinking about you. I wanted to see what's been going on in your life. I can get an update.
Jay, it's been a shit show. I know that's a surprise because I keep things pretty tight over here, but well, apparently when the probation officer and the equipment technician went back to the office yesterday, halfway through my appointment, they wrote up their paperwork and turned it in. Apparently there was a problem with the unauthorized expenditure for the 3 AC Delco batteries that they picked up at Napa Auto Parts.
Yes, ma'am.
And the destruction of my personal property.
Which was what?
Remember,
what was the destruction?
Jay, they removed the batteries from 12 smoke detectors, only 3 of which were mine, and they destroyed my vibrator.
That's right.
They took the electric cord right off the Hitachi Magic Wand. What kind of bullshit is that? Do you think that the state's going to give reimbursement for that? That's vital equipment in my healthcare regimen.
Absolutely vital.
Thank you, Miss Felice. It's nice to have another woman on the panel who understands what I'm going through. Okay. So, they sent out another... I'm so flustered. They sent out another probation officer to have a talk with me and try and smooth things over. And when he saw the human rights violation, they had turned me into a walking human bug zapper every time I stepped into my kitchen. He unhooked me right away, took down all the equipment from the door frame, put up crime scene tape, and called Adult Protective Services. We're on the honor system now. I promise not to leave. But on the plus side, I lost 17 pounds in 24 hours by not being able to go into the kitchen. I guess all those shocks just kind of sizzled some of the fat right off and it melted away. So there's bright sides. But on the downside, well, it kind of set a short off, giving me a shock in my continuous glucose monitor every time I looked at the kitchen. So, but I'm safe now. I'm safe now. Still having to drag my ass across the carpet to get into the toilet, but
any
do
luck?
what I have to.
Yeah, we still leaving marks, or is that kind of cleaned up?
Well, I've stayed out of the kitchen. That's what left the marks. I got to mop again anyway.
Miss Julie, I was thinking about ordering you some Swiffer pads you can scoot on.
I'd rather have one of those little dollies with the wheel on it.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Didn't Eddie Murphy use those in a movie where he was pretending to... I don't know. I'm old. I think of crazy things. Hey, well, can I ask a political question? Yeah. I love you too, Felice. You're so pretty. And you're smart. Smart is attractive. That's why I like Jay too, even though I'm a lesbian.
I'm a sapiosexual. I'm attracted to people's minds. Definitely.
Absolutely. Can I ask a political question based on what's been discussed today? And I hate to reveal my ignorance in certain arenas, but who is Overton's widow and why does she keep moving? Well, fine. I knew you were going to laugh. Typical liberals. Laughing at my lack of knowledge. That's fine. I got some knowledge to drop on you, RTP.
Great. Overton is not a nice. Wasn't a nice guy to some people. He was
but
not
his
nice
widow.
To capitalists. And
what?
So his,
what?
Well, people
what
keep
about
going
his
after
widow?
People keep going after his widow. It's been long rumored that Overton buried gold in a secret location, and his widow has been bothered ever since then. He didn't. We don't have any evidence he did that, but those are the rumors. People just won't leave his widow alone, and so we're constantly here on the left trying to protect that widow because we protect the sanctity of life. So we're just trying to help Overton's widow move along.
This sounds suspiciously like Donald Trump documents Ivana's casket in a golf course. But I don't know why I digress. Okay, well that makes sense. Thank you for saying it in a way I can understand. Now, the only information I got, Jay, about RTP's KFC, where I'm going to be doing my 200 hours of community service for crimes against animals, which I call bullshit on. I saved my own life by stabbing those 46 pigeons, and I stand by that behavior. I stand by that behavior.
Birds are fundamentally up to something. If you've survived 200 million years of evolution, you know what I'm saying? Are birds up to something?
Felice, they were in my apartment. They nested in my reclining chair, and they dropped my dentures in the commode. So I feel I was acting 100% in self-defense when I stabbed them. That's just my take on it.
Okay.
So RTP.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the end of the story. This was all the information I got. Because I'm going to have to do a full intake with the new probation officer. And I had to call that bitch Sheila. I hate calling her. I got her voicemail. We're at the Trump rally. I swear to God, she better have left Miss Kitty Whispers at the spa and not taken her to that nonsense right-wing propaganda horse shit. I don't even know what else to call it. But my God, if she's indoctrinated my sweet Miss Kitty Whispers, there are going to be problems. I'll leave it at that. So, all I could find out.
I completely agree with everything you said.
I like having Miss Felice on my team.
Yeah, I figured.
I feel like my position has been strengthened. I still love you, Jay.
Thank you.
Now listen, we heard 200 hours of community service with the RTP KFC. I'm thinking Jay, I'm thinking pillowy biscuits.
Honey butter.
Biscuits may or may not be a euphemism. I've heard about Jay in a pair of jeans. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's not what it stands for, Jay.
Sure it isn't.
RTP is a rehabilitative therapy program. This is based out of Florida and apparently has put on by funding through PragerU. I don't know too much about them, so I'm going to have to look into it some. Sounds suspicious.
Dennis Prager is the worst.
Okay then, this should be a questionable program, but I am required to participate. The KFC is not indeed that delicious Kentucky Fried Chicken with the pillowy biscuits and the drizzled honey. It is the Can't believe I have to say this out loud. It's the Kitty Financial Crimes Division, Jay. We are talking about kitties, corruption, lawlessness, malfeasance, delinquency, transgressions. Kitties! Kitties! So I will be remote teaching some Zoom class with some propaganda PragerU curriculum out of Florida to delinquent kitties. Explain how.
What comes around
can't all be raised. They can't all be raised right like Miss Kitty.
Where can I
Whispers,
register
so-
for this course? I do feel like
Well,
I need.
See you in Discord,
Police.
police. We'll see you in Discord.
We'll see you in Discord. This is going to be done over Zoom, I guess, because I'm honor bound not to leave my apartment, and what with the agoraphobia and all, I don't tend to go out much. The dispensary delivers, so.
All right, well,
I'm going to
It's
let you
almost
guys
that
go
time.
so I can
That's my
prepare
hard
for
cutoff.
tonight's debate. And I'll let you guys
No,
close out the show.
I'm done. I'm done, Miss Felice.
We're all done. We're all done. This is my hard cutoff. Miss Julie, please keep us updated and update police when she gets into Discord.
Oh, I absolutely will. Thanks for
All right.
having me up, Jay.
Thanks,
Miss
Miss
Felice,
Felice.
thank
Come
you
to
for the
debate
follow.
tonight. Yes, absolutely. I look
Well, who
forward
are you
to hearing more.
debating, Miss Felice? Who are you dating?
Oh, I'm
dating. I don't
single.
mean
I'm
dating.
single.
Debating. Debating.
Oh, tonight Jeff HVAC wants to make an appearance, and let's everyone attend to watch Jeff fail. Tonight we will be
It
watching
is-
Jeff again fall on his face.
Is Jeff going to be his reasonable sober self, or is he going to be
I'm not
his
sure I've met that iteration
amplified
of
self?
Jeff's personality. But
He appeared on
has said
RTP show
he
once.
said in text message that he will be on his best behavior. So I'm
We
sure
have-
he will be unbearable.
I gotta. Sorry, I can't. When Felice speaks, because of the background noise from Miss Julie, we can't hear you. Miss Julie, I love you. I will see you tonight and tomorrow.
Farewell. I love you.
Love you, Miss Julie. Thanks, Felice. Appreciate you jumping on today. That was very helpful. For any of you who are just meeting Felice, she's brilliant. She does this all the time. She doesn't like herself either, so that's why she does this. We hate ourselves. Do you want to share? Do you want to share before you go the screenshot?
Stop telling people so much about us.
Sorry. Do you want to share what the screenshot you just sent me says?
Oh,
or do you want to save that for later?
No, if that's okay. This is more HVAC stuff. Yes, come to the debate tonight. Jeff would like to prove something to RTP, but he just texted me and said RTP must be crushing. He never lets other liberals stay in the box. And I said, "Are you jelly?" And then and he basically says yes. It's getting worse with the suckers. I think he's talking about this too. Yeah. Anyways, it's just creepy stuff. But tonight,
Sorry, Jeff. Sorry,
Jeff. Sorry.
Political
you made
Mom's
me.
going to be hosting it, right?
Yeah, Political
Yeah.
Mom.
So if you're not following Political Mom, follow Political Mom. It'll be, what'd she say, 7 or 8 Central?
7 or 8 Central, yeah. So
yeah. So look for that. I'll drop it in the Discord. Okay. Thanks,
all right.
Felice.
Later, Gators.
See ya. All right. For everybody who doesn't leave me now that Felice is gone, 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Linktree is fixed. Discord invitations out there, so shoot me or any of my mods a message if you want a Discord link. Merchandise link is also there. Please follow us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. I load these every day, so you can find the replays of these every day on YouTube. That's at RTPJ over there, but the link is in the link tree. Thank you guys for all the gifts. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the support. Thank you to all the guests. It was a wonderful conversation, and I will see you guys tonight. If I can figure